Konoha, a village of legends. The morning sun bathed Kanehagakure in its golden glow, casting long shadows over the bustling streets. The village was alive with the calls of merchants advertising their goods, the laughter of children playing, and the murmurs of passing shinobi and civilians alike. The Hidden Leaf Village, founded by the legendary Hashirama Senju and his friend-turned-rival Madara Uchiha, Konoha had endured 2 great wars, yet still stood as the strongest village in the ninja world. At the far end of the street, nestled among the countless stalls and shops, sat a small dango shop. There a boy, no older than 5, sat quietly, his black hair spiking toward the sky, framing a face that was innocent yet unervingly mature for his age. With a deep sigh, he stared at his nearly empty wallet, his expression filled with frustration. The prices went up again, he muttered, biting down on the last piece of his dango skewer. The shop owner, a middle-aged man with a wide grin, waved him off. "Come again, kid." Kozuki Shiro exhaled slowly, shaking his head. Hard times are ahead. With that, he turned and began his walk home. A home filled with silence. "I'm home." His voice echoed through the small, run-down house at the farthest edge of the village. No response. Not that he expected one. This had been his routine for the past 2 years. Calling out to no one, just to fill the emptiness. His house was nothing special, small, with cracked walls and a courtyard littered with potholes. It barely looked livable, but it was all he had. With a sigh, he changed into a black sleeveless shirt and knee-length pants, preparing himself for another day of training. As he adjusted his clothes, his thoughts drifted. 2 years. It's already been 2 years. 2 years since his soul replaced the original Kozuki Shiro's. The previous owner of this body had succumbed to grief, unable to bear the pain of his parents' deaths. And in that moment of weakness, another soul took over, a soul from another world, a soul from Earth. The moment Kozuki gained the original's memories, he realized the truth of this world. The Naruto universe. The very world he had obsessed over in his past life. Every episode, every battle, every legend. At first, he had been overjoyed. Born into the ninja world, a chance to wield ninjutsu, the power to reshape destiny. It sounded like a dream come true. But reality was cruel. When he began training using the scrolls left behind by his Jonin-level parents, he quickly discovered the truth. His talent in ninjutsu was painfully average. At best, he could become a standard Jonin, and he knew what that meant. Jonin in the later storylines were nothing more than cannon fodder. A bitter realization, one that nearly crushed his spirit. But then fate opened another door. The awakening of a legend. Like many transmigrators before him, he had a cheat. The template system, a power that allowed him to extract and inherit abilities from different anime worlds. And his first extraction? The red-haired emperor, Akagami no Shanks. Tonight, he was about to unlock another piece of that legendary power. "Today, I'll finally reach it," he whispered, gripping the hilt of a long black sword adorned with crimson patterns. Stepping into the courtyard, he positioned himself, the heavy blade weighing down his arms. Then he began to swing. 2 hours later, 49.98, 49.99, and 5,000. Thud! Kozuki collapsed, his body trembling, his arms numb from exertion, sweat dripping down his face. But despite the exhaustion, his lips curled into a victorious smile. Ding! Template Akagami Shanks has been unlocked, 10%. A warm current surged through his body, soothing his aching muscles, reinforcing his physique, reshaping him from the inside out. "I did it." His heart raced in excitement. "Show me the panel," he murmured, and a translucent blue screen appeared in his mind. System status? Host, Kozuki Shiro. Age 5. Template, Shanks, 10% unlocked. Abilities, Swordsmanship, Basic Proficiency. Asterisk Ken Bunshiku Haki. Observation Haki, Primary Awakening. Props, Shusui Black Blade. Kozuki's hands trembled as he stared at the words before him. Haki. Specifically, Observation Haki, one of the most terrifying abilities in the world of One Piece. A skill that granted him heightened senses, aura detection, and the ability to predict enemy movements. In its most advanced form, it could even see into the future. "This is insane," Kozuki whispered. His excitement surged. Shanks was one of the most feared warriors in One Piece, a swordsman who stood at the very peak of the world. And now Kozuki was on that path. A grin spread across his face. The harsh reality of survival. After a quick bath, Kozuki decided to celebrate his progress with a good meal. Then, he glanced at his shrinking wallet, and his mood instantly plummeted. Damn it, I'm broke. The orphan stipend from Konoha barely covered the living costs of an average child. But he wasn't an average child. His physique belonged to the world of One Piece, meaning his appetite was monstrous. If he relied on the village's allowance, he'd starve. There was only one solution: hunting. Late night, exhaustion, and determination. Under the cover of darkness, Kozuki returned home with a full stomach and a heavier coin pouch from selling the extra game he caught. Dragging himself inside, he collapsed onto his futon, the fatigue of the day finally catching up to him. His eyelids grew heavy. His breathing slowed. As sleep overtook him, a single thought remained. This is just the beginning. One day, his name would shake the world. A new beginning at the academy. As the first light of dawn bathed Konoha in golden hues, the village came alive. The streets bustled with merchants hawking their goods. Children ran through the alleys, and shinobi patrolled the rooftops, ensuring the village's safety. The sun's rays streamed through the cracks of a worn-out window, casting a glow upon a futon where a young boy stirred. A soft rustling of fabric followed as Kozuki Shiro pushed away his blanket and sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Today was an important day. After a quick bath, he donned the new clothes he had purchased for this occasion, a simple black shirt and pants. He wolfed down his breakfast, grabbed his belongings, and stepped outside, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Today was the Ninja Academy's enrollment day. Arriving at the academy, the academy's training grounds were packed with children around his age, all eagerly chatting and waiting for the enrollment process to begin. Kozuki scanned the crowd and immediately recognized a few familiar faces. His gaze landed on a young boy standing alone in the corner. Hatake Kakashi, dressed in a blue mask that covered the lower half of his face, his silver-white hair stood out like a beacon, a clear trait of the Hatake clan. His eyes carried a cold aloofness, as if the entire world owed him money. Then, Kozuki spotted a boy wearing orange goggles, clearly a Bido Uchiha, and another clad in green tights with a bowl-cut hairstyle, unmistakably Might Guy. The future legends of Konoha were all gathered here. Soon, a Chunin instructor wearing a green vest and a Konoha headband stepped forward, commanding everyone's attention. "Silence," he announced. "Before enrollment, there will be a test to determine whether you belong in the best class or the worst class." Kozuki smirked. Interesting. The first test, Shuriken proficiency. Within minutes, the training grounds were set up with targets and equipment. The first exam was Shuriken proficiency. One by one, students stepped forward to demonstrate their skill. When it was Kozuki's turn, he calmly picked up his Shuriken, locked onto the target, and with precise movements. Thump! Every single Shuriken landed dead center. A hush fell over the crowd. "Kozuki Shiro, Grade A," the proctor announced, genuine surprise in his voice. Whispers erupted among the students. "Who is that kid? He's amazing." Kozuki ignored the murmurs, casually stepping away. Then it was Kakashi's turn. Without hesitation, he threw his shuriken. Thump! Every single one struck the center. Another genius. He's the White Fang's son. The admiration of the other children didn't faze Kakashi in the slightest. Instead, his sharp gaze flickered toward Kozuki, a silent challenge burning in his eyes. Kozuki, sensing the intensity, simply smiled back at him. The second test, endurance run. Next came the endurance test, a 10-lap run around the training field. From the very start, Kozuki and Kakashi pulled ahead of the rest, their speed unmatched. However, when the final lap ended, Kozuki was barely out of breath. Meanwhile, Kakashi collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The difference was clear. Kakashi, lying exhausted on the ground, glanced up at Kozuki, eyes filled with disbelief. This guy, how is he not tired? The third test, ninjutsu evaluation. The final test was basic ninjutsu proficiency, demonstrating simple academy-level jutsu. When Kozuki's turn arrived, he executed the techniques as instructed. His result? A C grade. Meanwhile, Kakashi effortlessly performed the jutsu and received an A grade. Some students who had been jealous of Kozuki's earlier performance sighed in relief. Guess he's not perfect after all. Kakashi, now somewhat satisfied, nodded slightly. So, he's not skilled in ninjutsu, but his physical abilities are something else. Kozuki, however, was unbothered. As expected, my ninjutsu talent is still average, even with the template. However, there was one silver lining. His chakra reserves had increased tremendously, and with Haki now at his disposal, ninjutsu was no longer a necessity. Sorting in the Hokage's speech. After all tests were completed, students were divided into classes. As expected, Kozuki was placed in the best class. Shortly after, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, arrived to deliver his speech about the Will of Fire. Kozuki listened, but couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The Will of Fire, huh? If only they knew what kind of man you really are, Sarutobi. Once the speech ended, the students were dismissed to their assigned classrooms. The classroom, a new rivalry. Ignoring the chatter and excitement from the other students, Kozuki quietly took a seat near the right end of the classroom. But soon, a shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw Kakashi standing in front of him. Kozuki blinked. Do you need something? Without a word, Kakashi took the seat beside him. The room erupted in whispers. Hey, aren't those two the top students from the entrance exam? Said Obito to Asuma, who was sitting nearby. They're nothing, Asuma scoffed. I could take them both down. His cocky tone didn't go unnoticed. They're so handsome. The girls in the class had stars in their eyes as they stared at Kozuki and Kakashi. Meanwhile, the jealous boys gritted their teeth in frustration. Damn it, I hate those two. You just hate them because the girls like them. Shut up. Among them, Asuma's scowl deepened, especially when he noticed Kurenai glancing at Kozuki. The boy slammed his hand on the desk in frustration. Class introductions. The Chunin instructor entered, silencing the room. All right, before we begin, let's go around and introduce ourselves. When it was Kozuki's turn, he stood up and spoke confidently. My name is Kozuki Shiro. I will become the greatest swordsman this world has ever seen. The statement startled the instructor. You're aiming to be a swordsman? The teacher asked, noticing Kozuki wasn't carrying a sword. Kozuki simply smiled, not revealing that he had one stored in his system space. The introductions continued, with Sarutobi Asuma arrogantly boasting about being the third Hokage's son, much to Kozuki's amusement. Afterward, the teacher began a lecture on Konoha's history, claiming that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the strongest Hokage of all time. Kozuki had to fight back laughter. The Hokage's office. Later that day, inside the Hokage's office, a report was handed to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hatake Kakashi, he murmured as he scanned the list. He's the most talented student I've ever seen, the teacher reported, brimming with excitement. As expected of Tsukumo's son, Hiruzen thought, feeling a slight unease. Then his eyes landed on another name. Kozuki Shiro? A civilian? Yes, Lord Third. His taijutsu surpassed even Kakashi, though his ninjutsu talent is average. Hiruzen sighed. A shame, but with a practiced smile, he responded, no worries. Train him well. They're the future of Konoha. As he looked out the window, the Hokage couldn't help but feel a strange curiosity about this unknown boy. Who exactly was Kozuki Shiro? And what was he hiding?
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
The next day, Kozuki, wearing black shirt and trousers, arrived at the Yamanaka clan's flower shop. Here you go, little brother, said the shop owner, smiling, handing Kozuki the white lilies. Kozuki looked at the shop owner who had some resemblance with Ino in his memory, but he didn't care much and moved towards Konoha's cemetery. Today, a memorial service was held for those who sacrificed their lives in the Second Great Ninja War. Many died in the war to protect the village, and Kozuki's parents were included in it. Kozuki never met his parents. He only had their memory, but he was somewhat sad since he knew how much they loved his predecessor through the memory. Therefore, he decided to go there to pay respect to them. Putting the flowers on his parents' grave, Kozuki said in his heart, "May your soul rest in peace in the pure world." Kozuki. He heard a voice behind him, so he looked back and saw a girl with black hair and red eyes wearing black clothes looking at him. "Aren't you Kurenai?" asked Kozuki, a bit confused. Why would she call him? "He remembers me," thought Kurenai happily, since she introduced herself in the class yesterday and didn't expect him to remember her. "Yes, said Kurenai. Quickly her eyes bent into crescent shape happy, but then she noticed the grave behind Kozuki and asked curiously, "Kozuki, Kun, whose grave is this?" "My parents," said with a straight face, but his eyes showing some sadness. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," said Kurenai with a guilty conscience, and was sad as well after hearing about his parents. "No need to worry, they taught me enough to live, and now I'll live for their sake," said Kozuki as he looked at the blue sky above, wondering whether he could survive in this dangerous world. Kurenai looked at Kozuki's side face that showed sadness and felt her heart hurt for no reason and wondered how Kozuki lived so much time alone. Then, thinking of something, she looked at him and said with determination, "Can we be friends, Kozuki-kun?" asked Kurenai with a serious face, looking directly at his eyes. Kozuki was stunned by her words for a moment, wondering where did this come from, but nonetheless answered her with a smile on his face, of course. Kurenai was happy that Kozuki agreed to be her friend and then put flowers on Kozuki's parents' grave. Kurenai started talking about all kinds of different things after becoming friends with Kozuki, who enjoyed her company after being alone for a long time. Soon, the third Hokage arrived as he gave a speech for those who sacrificed themselves for the village, making nearly everyone present cry. Kozuki had an indifferent expression on his face, as he didn't care for a single word of Sarutobi, as he knew of his true face more than anyone else in the world. To Kozuki, Sarutobi was more dangerous than Danzo, as he was a hidden poisonous snake and Danzo was a mad dog at best. Sarutobi liked everything to be under his control. He, for his rule, let Tsukumo die. Then, when he saw Minato getting out of his grasp instead of fighting the Kyuubi himself, he let him die, and Naruto, the son of Hiro, grew up under the ridicule of everyone, and his grandson had a Jonin as his lackey. Sometimes Kozuki felt that it wasn't a bad thing that his ninjutsu talent wasn't good, since he didn't want Konoha elders' attention and wanted to grow safely at the academy. After the memorial service, Kozuki bade farewell to Kurenai and went home and started his daily practice, and he was more determined to control his destiny, so he doubled his daily practice. After 3 hours of intense practice, Kozuki sat on the ground as his body trembled all over, but feeling the warm current flowing in his body, he sat up again with difficulty and started another round of training. After the training and washing up, Kozuki went outside to hunt, because no matter which world, money was needed to survive. Like usual, Kozuki returned late at night and slept immediately, tired of the daily hard work. At a place that was covered with darkness, everywhere a figure with his right arm, an eye covered with bandage and mark on his chin stood, and was listening to the report of his subordinate wearing a mask kneeling in front of him. Hatake Kakashi and Kozuki Shiro are the best students admitted this year, told the root member to Danzo. Hearing the surname Hatake, Danzo had an irritating expression on his face, but quickly calmed down and asked for the details. "Keep an eye on Hatake Kakashi, and as for the kid Kozuki Shiro, don't waste time on him. Someone who can't even learn ninjutsu isn't worth my time," said Danzo with an indifferent expression. "Yes," the root member nodded as he flashed away. "Hatake Tsukumo, I'll deal with you someday," said Danzo viciously as his crutch made ground-tapping sound in the quiet surrounding, and he disappeared in the darkness. After the memorial service, Kozuki's daily of going to academy at the morning and training the rest of time with minimum amount of sleep continued. As the days passed, it turned into months, and soon 4 months have passed since the start of ninja school for Kozuki. Today the class was packed with all the students, since today was the assessment for the students to show their progress. "Hey Kozuki, Kakashi, today I'm going to defeat you both, and it will be the start of my road to Hokage," said Obito loudly. But he didn't get an answer, as both of them ignored him, causing him to grit his teeth in anger and wanted to attack them. "Don't fight, Obito. I believe you'll succeed for sure." A soft voice fell in Obito's ears as he saw a girl with brown hair and purple pattern on her both cheeks, giving him an encouraging look. "Well, if you say so, Rin, then I'll let them go," said Obito, a bit embarrassed, but didn't forget to be arrogant once again. No wonder he wanted to destroy the world for her, thought Kozuki, looking at Rin, who was the only light for Obito. "Kozuki-kun, I brought bento for you." Kozuki heard a voice as he saw Kurenai, holding a bento box, standing next to his seat. "Why trouble yourself so much?" said Kozuki helplessly, as since the day he became friend with Kurenai, she would bring lunch for him nearly every day. "Aren't we friends?" giving the same answer as every day as she opened the bento box, revealing the exquisite meal in it. "Look, you've gotten so thin. Here, eat the meat," urged Kurenai while handing him chopsticks. Taking the chopsticks from her, both of them started eating the bento together. "Damn!" Asuma clenched his fists in anger as he saw the goddess of his heart eating with someone else other than him. "Today I'll beat you in front of Kurenai so badly that she won't even look at you," thought Asuma as he wondered Kurenai looking at him with admiring eyes. Kozuki didn't know about Asuma's thought, but even if he knew, he won't care. After eating the bento with Kurenai, Kozuki saw Kakashi looking at him with burning spirit in his eyes. "Sigh, what should I do?" sighed Kozuki helplessly, as he didn't know what to do if he had a fight with Kakashi. Kozuki had absolute confidence that he could beat Kakashi easily, but doing that would put him in the eyes of Danzo and Sarutobi, but he couldn't pretend to lose since this would affect his firm will to become fearless. At Novel Benedette. "There's only one match. I shouldn't be so unlucky to meet him." Kozuki could only pray that the worst doesn't happen. After some time, the Chunin teacher arrived as he took everyone to the academy's playground. "Obito versus Might Guy," announced the Chunin teacher, who was holding the clipboard as both Obito and Guy arrived in front of each other at middle of the ground. "Start," shouted the teacher. Obito rushed forward, quickly closing the distance as he swung his fist forward towards Guy's face, who, bending down, easily avoided the attack, and without giving him a chance, kicked him on the stomach. Arg, Obito fell down, holding his stomach, groaning in pain. "Winner, Might Guy." The teacher announced the result, as the unwilling Obito could only go back holding his stomach, but Rin encouraged him as he felt a little better. "Sharingan is really something else," said Kozuki with some emotion while looking at Obito. Obito, who didn't have a slight talent, after losing Rin and opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, took a 180 turn. He not only tamed the Nine Tails, but also indirectly killed his sensei, the fourth Hokage. His fighting style, everything changed after opening Mangekyo. After the fight of Obito, there were some fights between supporting character who weren't in original plot. After the 5th match ended, the Chunin teacher announced the 6th match. "Kozuki Shiro versus Sarutobi Asuma," said the teacher loudly. Great, both Asuma and Kozuki had the same thought, as Asuma got his wish to fight Kozuki for revenge, and Kozuki got his wish for not to fight Kakashi to gain attention. Kozuki and Asuma stood in front of each other as Asuma looked at Kozuki like a prey. "Start." The teacher announced the start of the fight as Asuma rushed towards Kozuki. Asuma swung his arms as 2 kunai attacked Kozuki from both sides. Kozuki blocked the kunai by swinging the wooden sword diagonally in his hands easily. Seeing his attack useless, Asuma threw shurikens towards Kozuki, who didn't even move an inch, swung his wooden sword again, blocking all of the shurikens. Kozuki smiled, looking at Asuma, and said, "Is this all you've got?" "Ah!" Asuma immediately got angry, seeing Kozuki mocking him, and rushed forward, attacking madly. "It's useless," said Kozuki, shaking his head as he saw Asuma losing his focus by just a little provocation. Asuma's fist moved towards Kozuki, who brought his right arm forward, blocking the fist with his palm. Asuma tried to take back his hands, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't free his hands. "Just give up?" asked Kozuki, looking at the struggling Asuma while holding his fists. "Don't look down on me," shouted Asuma angrily, trying his best to break free. "Sigh." Kozuki sighed, as he didn't want to hurt him, but sometimes simple words didn't solve the matter. Kozuki applied a little force on his hands, and a cracking sound was heard as Asuma groaned in pain and fell down on his knees, but didn't give up, so the teacher arrived announcing the winner. Winner Kozuki Shiro. "At least he has the guts to be a ninja," thought Kozuki, looking at the Asuma, who didn't give up even after he broke his finger. The students around were surprised at Kozuki defeating Asuma so easily, and Kurenai was waving her hand, cheering loudly for Kozuki with other girls around. Soon the assessment ended, Kozuki and Kakashi both being the first. After leaving the academy, Kozuki was on his way home, but a figure blocked his way. "What's the matter, Kakashi?" asked Kozuki. Casually, after 4 months they treat each other as friend, though Kakashi was a bit cold. "Fight me," said Kakashi, looking towards Kozuki with a serious face, as he wanted to know who was the strongest. "Trouble," thought Kozuki, looking at the ready-to-go Kakashi, and immediately thought of a way to leave without a fight. Kozuki wasn't afraid of him, but he knew that the third Hokage had a crystal through which he could watch the whole village, and he didn't want to expose his strength accidentally. "Lord Third," said Kozuki respectfully, looking behind Kakashi. "Huh." Kakashi immediately turned around but saw the vacant street. He looked back and saw no sign of Kozuki. "Damn," cursed Kakashi, and went back unwillingly at the end. Arriving home after conning Kakashi, Kozuki took a bath and soon started today's share practice. In a forest southwest to the village. The sun shone softly on the woods, and from time to time wind blew up, bringing pieces of leaves. Boom, boom. There were waves of collisions. Kozuki was standing in front of two-person-high boulder, swinging his great sword at the boulder. There were deep marks on the boulder everywhere, but he couldn't cut the boulder in half like those swordsmen in Pirate World. According to Kozuki, swordsmanship had 4 levels. The first was just the physical attack with the sword, and Kozuki categorized himself in this stage. The second was the sword force strong enough to compress air pressure capable of causing long-range attacks. The third was to be able to imbue haki on the sword, and the strongest attack in this stage could even split a mountain. See Zoro vs. Pika for reference. The last stage was the great swordsmen, the likes of Hawkeye or Shanks, who could cut mountains with every attack or destroying islands easily. It's still a long way to go, thought Kozuki as he started swinging the sword again on the boulder. "I finally found you." Kozuki heard a voice behind and saw it was Kakashi. Since the day of assessment, Kakashi would find him for a fight nearly every day, but Kozuki conned him every time. But Kakashi never gave up. "You won't give up, so let's fight and get over with it," said Kozuki, helplessly looking towards Kakashi's side. Why can't he train quietly? "Today I'll prove it that I'm the strongest among my peers," said Kakashi coldly, as he put on a fighting stance. Swish! Swish! But suddenly both of them heard faint sound of footsteps as they looked towards its direction. Usually, the place where Kozuki trains, there are hardly any people coming, so Kozuki immediately took out his sword and became vigilant. Although he doesn't know the other party, but listening to the movement, he could guess that the person was moving towards this side. "Be careful, Kakashi. It might be an enemy," said Kozuki, reminding Kakashi, since these were turbulent times and spies in another village wasn't particularly a rare thing. Suddenly, a cold light flashed as person jumped out from behind a tree, arriving in front of Kakashi, quickly his sword moving towards his neck. "Damn!" cursed Kakashi as he was caught totally unprepared by the enemy's speed. Clang! Bringing the kunai in front of him with difficulty, Kakashi managed to block the attack, but the enemy, without giving a chance to breathe to Kakashi, turned in the air, kicking him on the chest. Kakashi flew back 7 or 8 meters, hitting the tree as he vomited a mouthful of blood. This all happened in seconds without giving Kozuki a chance to aid Kakashi. "Are you all right, Kakashi?" asked Kozuki, worriedly arriving by Kakashi's side. "It's just a slight injury," said Kakashi with some difficulty as Kozuki breathed a sigh of relief. You are injured, so don't move anymore. I'll deal with him, said Kozuki to Kakashi, who wanted to stand and fight the enemy. After checking Kakashi's condition, Kozuki turned to look at the enemy. Under the evening sun, the appearance of the enemy could be clearly seen. Although the other party wears Konoha headband, his facial feature doesn't match with those in the Land of Fire. With a weather-beaten face and the peculiar redness that's only on those living near the sea, he could guess his origin. Are you from Kirigakure? Asked Kozuki solemnly as he fully released his haki, concentrating on the opponent. Sharp rat. You guessed it right, said the spy as he pointed his sword towards Kozuki and continued saying, but sadly there's no reward for it, and only death. This is Sato, a perception-type chunin from Kirigakure. After exhausting a lot of energy, he finally managed to infiltrate the Land of Fire, but as soon as he let his guard down, he was spotted by two little children. He couldn't let these children leave alive, as they might report after going back, alerting the village. This place is quite close to the village. I need to end this quickly, thought Sato, since he knew that Konoha Umbu would check the surroundings of the village around this time. Kozuki looked towards the enemy as his grip on his sword tightened, and he had some anticipation in his heart. Kozuki wasn't afraid of the other party, since he knew in this dangerous world he had to face such situations at some time, and he was looking forward to how strong he was at his full strength. Come on, shouted Kozuki to Sato excitedly. Arrogant kid, snorted Sato in disdain as he quickly disappeared and was already in front of Kozuki, his sword slashing at his neck. Clang! Clang! A metal colliding sound sounded in the surrounding as Kozuki firmly blocked his attack with his swords. Clang! 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 Sword clashing sounds spread as Kozuki kept slashing at Sato, who blocked them with some difficulty. Damn! Kid cursed Sato as he didn't expect Kozuki to be so tough to defeat. After blocking another slash of Kozuki, he separated from him, about 10 meters away. You have some ability, kid, said Sato, praising Kozuki, but it's time to end this. Water style. Water bullets. Sato made seals as numerous water bullets, sprouting from his mouth, moved towards Kozuki. Looking at the upcoming attack, Kozuki wasn't afraid as he moved forward and closed his eyes. Haha, go to death, said Sato, laughing as he saw Kozuki closing his eyes like giving up. But his laughter stopped abruptly as he saw Kozuki moving around gracefully, avoiding the bullets easily. Damn, it's your lucky day, kid, said Sato, unwilling as he couldn't afford to waste time, since Konoha Umbu might be here any minute. But as Sato turned around and wanted to retreat, he heard a sound behind him, making him horrified. It isn't so easy to go, Sato tried to look back, but all he saw was a glimpse of sword moving towards his head. Puff! Blood splashed on the ground as the sword divided Sato into two from top to bottom. This was exciting, said Kozuki as he sat down on the ground, his heart still beating fast from the thrilling battle. After a few minutes, Kozuki's mood calmed down as he looked towards the neatly divided Sato. Kozuki didn't have any nausea after killing, since he knew kindness in this dangerous world would only bring his own death. Let's go, Kakashi, said Kozuki to the stunned Kakashi, who couldn't believe he was so strong. Kakashi left with him a bit absent-minded as Kozuki escorted him towards the hospital. Around 15 minutes after Kozuki left, a few shadows flashed as 5 to 6 figures wearing masks arrived. He's likely from Kirigakure, and looking at the wound, he was probably killed by a sharp weapon, most likely a sword, and with a single strike, said the Umbu who squatted beside the divided Sato, analyzing the situation. After checking the area around for any useful information, they left with his corpse. Konoha Hospital. I hope you keep this matter a secret, said Kozuki to Kakashi, who lay on the hospital bed, as he didn't want to expose his strength. Though confused as to why Kozuki would hide it, but he agreed nonetheless as Kozuki left the ward, leaving Kakashi thinking of his performance in the battle earlier and Kozuki's strength clearly far higher than his own. I'll defeat you one day, Kakashi was worthy of a genius, as this setback made him even more determined. Hokage office. Try your best to investigate who did it, said Sarutobi to the Umbu who reported of the situation earlier. Yes, the Umbu nodded as he flashed away. Who could it be? Thought Sarutobi, thinking of the person who killed Kirigakure's spy, smoking heavily. The next day, Kozuki-kun, where's Kakashi? Asked Kurenai, a bit curious looking at the empty seat next to Kozuki. He's at the hospital, told Kozuki while eating the bento brought by Kurenai as he continued. Maybe he got injured during his training, lied Kozuki without blinking an eye. You should be careful while training, Kozuki-kun, said Kurenai with concern as she tilted her head, looking at Kozuki with her index finger at her lower lip. Kozuki was stunned, looking at her cute expression. Beast! She's just a little girl, scolding himself in his heart. Kozuki said to Kurenai, Don't worry, I'll be careful here, eat this. Kozuki picked the food with the chopstick as he brought it near her mouth. Thank you, said Kurenai as she hurriedly swallowed it with a smile. Seeing her happy expression, Kozuki suddenly had enlightenment as his eyes showed a firm look. He had a new goal aside from becoming stronger. A dream to protect that smile. Here for you, said Kurenai, feeding Kozuki as well, creating a warm atmosphere though not for Asuma, sitting at the corner looking at the scene with deep envy in his eyes. 5 months later, at the exercise field on the backside of the village, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the whole world. A child around 5 or 6, swinging his sword constantly, could be seen as his black training suit was soaked in sweat. 99.98, 99.99, and 10,000, shouted the boy loudly as he exhausted all of his strength as he swung his sword. Huh. Kozuki sat down, gasping for breath, tired of all the training, but suddenly smiled as he heard the long-lost system voice. Ding! The template, red hair shanks, has been extracted till 20%. Host, Kozuki Shiro. Age 5. Abilities. Kenbun Shoka Haki entry. Stage 2, swordsmanship, explained in an earlier chapter. Props. Shusui. The template extraction had increased a lot due to Kozuki's abnormal amount of training. It's finally here, said Kozuki, feeling the warm current strengthening his body and absorbing the information that appeared at his mind. After 10 minutes, the strengthening stopped as Kozuki stood up, completed, recovered as, holding his sword, he arrived in front of a 3-person high-size boulder. Taking a deep breath, Kozuki swung his sword towards the boulder. The air around the sword seemed to compress as a 5-meter-long red crescent slash visible to the naked eye appeared as it flew towards the boulder. A sharp cutting sound spread to the surroundings as the high-sized boulder in front of Kozuki was neatly divided into 2. Amazing, said Kozuki as he didn't expect the slash to be so strong. Its power is comparable to an A-rank jutsu, concluded Kozuki looking at the damage caused by it. More importantly, for Kozuki, this slash didn't cost any chakra, only physical strength with which he could last in a battle for a while. Imagining himself using successive slashes comparable to A-rank jutsu, Kozuki could only mourn for his future enemies. Ninja Academy. It's been nearly 9 months since Kozuki joined the ninja school. Last month was another assessment in which Kozuki defeated the future big boss Obito and kept his image of a genius. Kozuki-kun, my father doesn't teach me any awesome jutsu at all, said Kurenai, putting a sad expression. You haven't even properly learned the clone technique taught by sensei, said Kozuki, hitting her on the head lightly. Holding her head, Kurenai had a wronged expression on her face as she looked aside, pretending to be angry. But after Kozuki told her a few jokes, she started laughing again, forgetting about the fight. Can I talk with you? Kozuki heard a voice as he saw Kakashi with the same cold face looking at him. Arriving at the end of the corridor, Kozuki asked Kakashi, What's the matter? I'm going to apply for early graduation, told Kakashi, being straightforward. Is it the time already? thought Kozuki, but putting a smile on his face, he patted Kakashi's shoulder, saying, "Congratulations then. Won't you apply for it as well?" asked Kakashi. "No, I'll be staying here till the assigned time for graduation," told Kozuki, shaking his head, as ninja school was a novice village for him, where he wanted to get as strong as possible. "But you won't learn anything more here. You'll waste your talent," said Kakashi a bit excitedly, as he couldn't understand his approach. "Kakashi, there are some reasons you won't understand even if I told you. So graduate early and become stronger. Maybe I'll tell you one day," said Kozuki, as he couldn't tell him that if he showed exceptional strength, he would be planted with the curse seal by Konoha's first conspirator, Old Fox Danzo. Though a bit unwilling, Kakashi left dejected, as he couldn't be with his rival anymore. The next day, the news that Kakashi applied for early graduation and successfully graduated the day after spread throughout the village. Had it novel been at, as expected of White Fang's son. Yeah, he's the youngest ever to graduate. The matter of Kakashi graduating was gossip for every person in the village. Ninja Academy. "As expected of my eternal rival," shouted my guy as he started doing push-ups in the class. "Kakashi is amazing," said the girls, admiring Kakashi. "What's so great about Kakashi?" "Kozuki-kun is far better than him," said Kurenai, sitting beside Kozuki. "You are better than him, right?" asked Kurenai, expecting a positive answer from him. "Yeah, I am," he said helplessly, as this little girl occupied Kakashi's vacant seat and would tell him various things all day long. Hearing his answer, Kurenai immediately became happy, as the happy days of ninja school kept passing. After Kakashi's graduation, Kozuki's life at the academy became even more comfortable. With no one to bother him for a spar every now and then, Kozuki continued his happy life of eating bento with Kurenai and training the rest of time. On the other hand, the person who killed the Kiri spy, even after so many months of investigation, couldn't be located, as it became a mystery. "Hokage office. Stop the investigation," said Sarutobi, sitting on his seat, wearing the Hokage attire to the umbu in front. "Tell Danzo about this. Maybe he can find the killer," said Sarutobi, though he doubted that Danzo won't know of this matter. "Yes," nodded the umbu as he went outside, leaving the deep in thought Sarutobi. "How long will this peace last?" thought Sarutobi, looking at the prosperous village through the window, as he knew this peace was only temporary. It's been nearly a decade since the last war, and most villages had nearly recovered from it. Land of Fire was rich with numerous resources, and the other villages all wanted a piece of land for themselves, already causing 2 wars. "I hope it'll last long enough for the younger generation to grow," thought Sarutobi as he smoked heavily. One year later. Ninja Academy. "As expected from one of my eternal rivals, but I'll never give up, and my youth will shine one day," shouted my guy as he got up, bruised a bit from the ground. "I believe that day will come soon," said Kozuki to Mike Guy, who he had defeated just now in the assessment with just 1 punch. Mike Guy became even more energetic after hearing his words and started a lap of running around the ground. "Kozuki-kun won again. So amazing." The little girls around shouted for Kozuki, cheering for him. "Damn, this guy is getting more and more stronger," said Obito, gritting his teeth, looking at Kozuki. "Here, Kozuki-kun," said Kurenai to Kozuki, handing him a towel, though he didn't get tired at all from the fight earlier. "Where did you get this?" asked Kozuki, a bit speechless, holding the towel, looking at Kurenai. "Do you hate it?" asked Kurenai, looking at him angrily. "No," said Kozuki, sighing as he wiped the already clean face with the towel, as Kurenai nodded in satisfaction. Take care, Kozuki-kun, said Kurenai, waving to Kozuki as they both went in opposite direction after the school towards their home. On his way home, Kozuki noticed the atmosphere of the village a bit wrong, wondering what happened. Spotting a group of people talking about something, Kozuki arrived near them as he heard their conversation. "Yeah, White Fang failed the mission. That bastard, because of him the village lost so much face," Yeah, wasting the village resources. So that's what it is, thought Kozuki as he immediately understood the matter. White Fang, for saving his companion, decided to abandon the mission, which was a noble deed, but some people took advantage of it. At it novel Benedette. These bastards, said Kozuki, looking towards the Hokage building. Kozuki knew it was Danzo who was fawning the flames, but Sarutobi didn't stop it, obviously wanting to ruin his reputation. The only difference was that Sarutobi didn't intend to kill him, while Danzo wanted to kill him. I can't let this happen, thought Kozuki as he wanted to stop this suicide. Kozuki already regarded Kakashi a close friend of his, so he didn't want him to turn into an emotionless person like he was in his teens in the original. But how should I stop this? Thought Kozuki as he couldn't go simply to Kakashi's house and say not to commit suicide. Not to mention Danzo must have put his eyeliners near his house to keep an eye on him. Kozuki knew that stopping his suicide was rather easy, as Tsukumo only needed someone to approve his actions. After some thinking, Kozuki thought of a way to save him, though he wasn't sure it will work, but this was all he could do. Underscore. Outside White Fang house. Get out, White Fang. Come out, you bastard. Outside Tsukumo house, a lot of people were gathered shouting and ridiculing him. Kakashi stood at door looking at the people scolding his dad who he admired, so much wondering was task really that important. Boom. Suddenly a loud sound rang throughout the street as a visible pressure spread, destroying the walls around, and all the ordinary people in front of Kakashi suddenly fell down, passing out. What was that? Kakashi immediately became vigilant, totally fine, as that pressure didn't affect him at all. Thump! A kunai flew out from an unknown direction as it hit the door behind Kakashi. Who is it? Come out! Shouted Kakashi, but there was no answer as he looked at the kunai, noticing a white paper stuck on it. Holding the paper, Kakashi saw it was folded with words written for White Fang. A message, thought Kakashi, wondering whether he should deliver to his father, but finally decided to give it to him as he went inside. Underscore. At a roof of a building some distance from Ataki house. Few figures wearing black robe and masks covering their face sat on the ground on one knee, gasping for breath. What was that, an illusion or something else? Said the person wearing a monkey mask. The others shook their heads, not knowing what it was, as they decided to report it to Danzo. This was all I could do, said Kozuki, looking at Kakashi going inside with the letter. This year, his template extraction has reached 27%, and he has unlocked one of Shanks' most fearsome ability, Haushiku Haki. The ability to enforce your will on other, as the weak didn't have a chance to stand against the king. After looking around, and after assuring no one saw him, Kozuki flashed away, disappearing from the place. Holding the paper, Kakashi arrived outside his father's room. Knock. Father, there's a message for you. After hesitating for a moment, Kakashi knocked on the door, calling his father. After a few seconds, a slight, gloomy, and tired voice sounded from the room. Come in. Opening the door, Kakashi went inside and saw the whole dark room with some light pouring from the window, revealing a figure sitting at the corner with his head down. Arriving in front of his father, Kakashi hesitated for a moment whether to tell of the matter earlier. What's the matter, Kakashi? A voice sounded, pulling Kakashi out of his thoughts. Father, someone left a message for you, said Kakashi, a bit nervous, showing him the letter. At it novel Benedette. Tsukumo raised his head, revealing the blank eyes that seemed to have lost their luster. Taking the letter from Kakashi's hand, Tsukumo opened the letter, reading it a bit absent-minded. Mr. Tsukumo, whatever the village says, for me you have done the most heroic deed. Those who break the rules in Ninja World are considered scum, but those who abandon their companions are worse than scum. Remember, death means end. Only living has infinite possibilities. Akagami Shanks. Kakashi saw his father reading the letter and stood aside, but soon he noticed the lost luster started appearing in his father's eyes as his father's hand started trembling and tears fell from his eyes, but he had a smile on his face. No matter who you are, said Tsukumo in tears, as he continued saying, but you have my thanks, saying that he stood up, his face full of confidence, leaving the letter on ground. Let's go and eat something, Kakashi, said Tsukumo to his son, patting him on his shoulder as he left the room. Kakashi, seeing his father, who changed so much in an instant, was stunned and looked towards the letter. After hesitating for a while, Kakashi finally picked it up and started reading. Those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum, Kakashi muttered in his mouth as his confused mind from earlier whether to choose task or a companion finally had an answer. Akagami Shanks, I remember you, said Kakashi as a smile appeared under his mask as he went outside to eat with his father, who was waiting for him. Underscore. Root underground base. You're all elites that I have cultivated with so much effort, but now you are telling me that you all lost the ability to fight in an instant, said Danzo with disbelief, as he couldn't understand who had the ability to do such a thing. Will it be White Fang? A root member said as they were near his house at that moment. If he had that ability, our Konoha would have been invincible long ago, said Danzo with disdain. Try to investigate every person there and find out who it is, ordered Danzo to his man as they flashed away. You can't hide for long, said Danzo viciously as he disappeared in the darkness. Hokage office. Since Danzo got the news, there was no way Sarutobi won't. Be sure to search for every clue around that area, told Sarutobi to the Umbu in front of him, who informed him of the situation earlier. After the Umbu left, Sarutobi stood in front of the window, thinking hard. First that spy and now this. Is it the same person? Thought Sarutobi as he for the first time felt that things were out of his control. I hope you're not an enemy otherwise, said Sarutobi, coldly looking at the village in front. After a few days, the talk about White Fang came to an end, making Danzo frustrated, who thought White Fang would at least attack villagers in anger, but nonetheless his purpose was achieved to reduce his reputation. Looks like it worked. Kozuki, who saw the talk about White Fang coming to an end and no news of his death, knew immediately that his method had worked. He might be searching for Shanks, said Kozuki, laughing as he just used his name on a whim, but he knew that White Fang might be looking for him. A month later, another shocking news spread throughout the village. Hey, did you hear it? Yeah, White Fang's son, Kakashi, he became a Chunin. 6 years old Chunin hiss. Everyone was horrified by his talent. Tsukumo was grateful for the person who saved him indirectly, otherwise he won't be able to see his son's success. Damn, both father and son are annoying, Danzo cursed after learning the news. Sarutobi was happy since Konoha had hope of another powerhouse in the future. In Ninja Academy, students made Kakashi their role model, but Kozuki didn't care as he made full use of this time at the school to make himself as strong as he can. Konoha Village, Ninja Academy. In one of the classrooms, the Chunin teacher stood in front of the students holding a form. Next, Kozuki Shiro, announced the teacher as a boy who was around 1.6 m high, with jet black hair and black eyes, wearing a purple samurai robe, along with a sword hanging at his waist, came to the blackboard. It's been 2 years since the incident of White Fang and 4 years since Kozuki joined the academy. During these 2 years, maybe due to pirate genes, his height increased a lot, comparable to a 12 or 13 years old child, despite being 9 years old. With a quick movement of his hands, Kozuki folded several seals. Poof! With a burst of smoke, a perfect copy identical to Kozuki appeared on the left. This caused exclamation of girls around, not only because of his successful application of clone jutsu, but also because of his attractiveness. Kozuki Shiro pass, said the teacher loudly as he handed a Konoha headband to Kozuki. Today, it was the day of graduation exam, as during turbulent times 9 was the graduation age. Congratulations, Kozuki, a voice sounded behind Kozuki, who was talking to the overjoyed Mike guy who had graduated as well. Had it novel been at? Turning back, Kozuki saw a girl with dark brown hair crimson-colored eyes and light-color skin, holding a Konoha headband looking at him. "You passed as well, Kurenai," said Kozuki, arriving in front of her looking a headband. "Humph, do you think I won't? Don't take me easy. I've already learned an awesome jutsu from my father," snorted Kurenai arrogantly, putting a proud expression. Yeah, I know you're the best," said Kozuki helplessly as he knew this little girl just wanted to be praised. "It's good, you know it," turned her head towards other side, hiding her blushing face. During these years, Kurenai was like a glue, always sticking to Kozuki, as their friendship turned into something special, at least for Kurenai. Ninja World was really strange. Even 9-year-old kids would think of things out of their age. "It's just fantasy. I know this doesn't happen in reality, so don't take it seriously." After the graduation test, everyone went home, as tomorrow the students will be sorted into squads. Kozuki House. The wind blew, bringing leaves in the courtyard. Kozuki stood straight, holding the handle of the sword slung at his waist, and had his eyes closed. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, Kozuki opened his eyes, and a slashing sound spread in the void as the sword was sheathed and resheathed at a speed invisible to the naked eye as red light flashed. A 10-meter-long, deep gully appeared at the ground underneath Kozuki from the terrible slash. "I now have full control of my movements," said Kozuki, as he didn't care about the damage caused by the slash. During these 2 years, Kozuki wasn't lazy in his training, as he trained the best he could. His temple extraction has reached 46%, and his observation haki has also evolved to intermediate. Though his swordsmanship was still at the stage 2, but it has become more refined. The slash just now, he sheathed and resheathed the sword at a speed during which the opponent could hardly print a single seal. "I finally now have the ability to protect myself in the upcoming war," said Kozuki, looking at the blue sky above, thinking all the effort he put into his training was worth it. The friction between small countries near the border of Land of Fire has increased dramatically. Though there was no excuse for the other shinobi villages to launch the war on Konoha, but Kozuki knew only a small conflict was enough to cause a war. The current year is the 43rd year of the foundation of Konoha. Kozuki knew that the next year the war will erupt for sure. The next day, Ninja Academy. Today is the day for the formation of 3-person ninja squad, guided by a jonin. The Chunin teacher arrived as everyone quieted down, and he started announcing the squads. Team 7, Uchiha Obito, Noura Rin, Hatake Kakashi. Teammate, Kozuki Shiro, Kurenai Yuhi, Shizen Kato. "Yes, we're together," shouted Kurenai as she hugged Kozuki, sitting beside excitedly. Kozuki was stunned, looking at the overexcited Kurenai in his arms, but finally sighed and said nothing, letting her do whatever she wants to. After calming down, Kurenai understood how bold she was, immediately moving away, blushing as she put her head in her knees, embarrassed. "There's no need to be embarrassed. I'm happy as well. Being with you," encouraged Kozuki, tapping her head as the embarrassed Kurenai finally lifted her head. "Hello, I'm Shizen Kato. I'll be in your care." Kozuki heard a voice and saw a quite looking around his age with black eyes, black hair, stood in front of him. "I'm Kozuki Shiro," told Kozuki as he recognized a girl in front of him. "Shizen, Tsunade's disciple in the future." "Oh, it's you, Shizen," said Kurenai happily, as both of them were friends already, so they started talking with each other, ignoring Kozuki, who, bored, could only wait for the teacher. 2 hours passed soon, and there was no sign of the teacher, as only Kozuki's squad was left in the room. Kurenai was already mad tired of waiting, and Kozuki also started to lose his patience. Creak! At this moment, the door was pushed open as a figure walked in. He was wearing Konoha's standard jonin attire, but what the most noticeable was his face having some resemblance with Kurenai. "Father!" shouted Kurenai in surprise, as she didn't expect her father to be here. "Congratulations on your graduation," said Shinku Yuhi, looking towards the 3 of them. "Father, why are you here?" asked Kurenai, a bit confused. "Well, I'll be your jonin instructor," said Shinku, surprising them. I am quite late already. So, without any delay, let's have a brief introduction. I'll start with myself, said Shinku as he coughed slightly, clearing his throat. I'm Shinku Yuhi, a jonin of Konohagakure and your teammate Kurenai's father. I don't have a dream, but I have a responsibility to protect my village and my family, said Shinku, introducing himself, causing both Shizun and Kurenai to look at him with worshipping eyes. My name is Kurenai Yui. My dream is to be a strong ninja, just like you, father, and what I like is... Kurenai didn't say more, but she looked at Kozuki from the corner of eyes as her face turned red, as she giggled thinking of something. Looking at his daughter, Shinku was left speechless as the corner of his mouth twitched. Shinku then looked at Kozuki since he discovered his daughter sneaking a peek at him, though a bit unhappy that someone robbed his daughter. My name is Kozuki Shiro. There are not many things in particular that I like. My dream is to be the strongest swordsman ever and to be strong enough to protect that smile, said Kozuki, looking at the sky as he would never let anyone hurt Kurenai. Shinku was shocked as he could sense genuine care from his words, as he wondered how could a child of this age have such firm will. Kurenai was also shocked hearing his words, wondering who could it be. My name is Kato Shizun, and my dream is to be an excellent medical ninja. Shizun also introduced herself as the introduction came to an end. Well, tomorrow early in the morning arrive at the exercise field. Don't be late, said Shinku to them as he left with his daughter. Saying goodbye to Kato, Kozuki went towards his home as he knew his days as a ninja have finally began. Hokage office. These are the students who graduated Lord Hokage, said the Chunin teacher, handing the form to Sarutobi. Usually, Sarutobi is the one who sorts students into teams, but this time there was no one worth his time in the class, so he left it to others. This Kozuki Shiro, thought Sarutobi, looking at his profile as he remembered this kid's taijutsu was even better than Kakashi. How's this kid? Asked Sarutobi about Kozuki to the teacher. Lord Hokage, I have taught for so many years, but I have never seen anyone with such taijutsu skills, and most importantly, he always carries a sword with him, but no one was able to make him use it, told the teacher about his thoughts to Sarutobi. The strongest swordsman, huh? Said Sarutobi, looking at the dream that Kozuki had said written on the report as he smoked. Similar scenes also happened at a place filled with darkness, as Danzo was also reported of the latest situation of Ninja Academy. Kozuki didn't know that even without doing anything extraordinary, he started to appear in the eyes of Hokage and Danzo. But even if he knew, he won't care since he had enough strength to protect himself now. Arriving back home, Kozuki started the daily training session, as even if he was strong, he could still be killed if overwhelmed by enemies' number. The next day, after getting up and washing freshen up, Kozuki arrived at the exercise field as Shizun was already standing there. Good morning, said Kozuki to Shizun, arriving beside her. Good morning, Kozuki-kun, said Shizun politely. No need to be so formal, just call me Kozuki, said Kozuki, waving his hand in a carefree manner. Okay, nodded Shizun as she was still nervous with new friends. Good morning. As both of them were talking to each other, they heard a shout and saw Kurenai running towards them wearing a white training dress. You're late, said Kato angrily to Kurenai. Sorry, said Kurenai, sticking out her tongue playfully. Where's your dad? Asked Kozuki. He was on his way. Oh, look, there he is. Kurenai pointed toward the direction as Kozuki saw Shinku coming toward this way. But unlike yesterday, he had a sword fixed at his back. You're here already, said Shinku, looking at the three of them. I have read your report. Your grades don't matter to me. If you couldn't satisfy me with your performance, I'll send you back to the academy. Shinku made a circle on the ground as he stood within it, as he looked towards them. Your task is to make me step out of this circle. You have only 1 hour. Try your best, otherwise you know the consequence, said Shinku, as both Kurenai and Shizun became worried, but Kozuki had a relaxed expression on his face. Come on, we don't have whole day, said Shinku to them, as he stood in the circle with a relaxed expression on his face. "What should we do now, Kozuki?" asked Kurenai, as she wasn't a fool to believe that she could defeat her father. "No need to worry. Just leave it to me," said Kozuki to the two of them as he walked towards Shinku. "Too reckless," thought Shinku, looking at the Kozuki walking towards him without any plan or teamwork. Standing at a distance of 10 meters from Shinku, Kozuki looked towards him and said, "Sensei, if I defeat you alone, will my teammates pass as well?" asked Kozuki, as he wanted to confirm it before fighting him. "Of course, but since you have decided to fight me alone, if you lose they will fail as well," said Shinku, as he looked towards Kurenai and Shizen. "I believe in Kozuki, but if he loses we will go back to the academy," said Kurenai as she looked at Shizen beside her waiting for her answer. "Yes, I believe in him," told Shizen, though she hasn't been together with Kozuki for long, but had a unique aura of confidence around, making her want to believe in him. Their trust for each other is praiseworthy, thought Shinku after hearing the choice of both girls, as a light of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "Very well then. I hope you won't regret it later," said Shinku, as a serious expression appeared on his face, ready for the battle. "Here I go," said Kozuki. Boom! Putting force under his feet, Kozuki disappeared, and the ground beneath cracked as he appeared in front of Shinku instantly. So fast, Shinku was horrified by Kozuki's speed as he brought the sword his back in front of him with difficulty. Boom! Kozuki's fist struck the horizontal sword as fierce wind pressure spread around by the impact, and the feet of Shinku, inside the circle, drilled deep underground. "What monstrous strength!" thought Shinku, who blocked Kozuki's punch, seeing some cracks on the sword obviously caused by his fist. "Sensei, try to stop the next one," said Kozuki, who had a grin on his face. Kozuki only applied 1/3 of his strength in the punch earlier, but even that was too much for a ninja's weak build. "Can't let him attack anymore," thought Shinku, as he knew another attack of that level would completely destroy the ground beneath, abolishing the circle as well. Whoosh! Kozuki once more paced towards Shinku, and in an instant he was already a few steps away from him. Shinku, with quick movements of his hands, folded several seals instantly. Kozuki, who was about to deliver another punch, stopped suddenly as he saw Shinku in front of him disappearing. Kozuki found himself bound to a tree with its branches enclosing on him. "This is Jinjutsu." Kozuki understood it immediately. From the tree behind, Shinku came out as the kunai in his hands moved towards Kozuki's neck. "What happened?" asked Shizen as she saw Kozuki suddenly stood motionless in front of Sensei. "Had it novel been at? That's my father's Jinjutsu," told Kurenai, her face showing a worried expression. "Then would Kozuki lose?" asked Shizen anxiously. "We have to believe in Kozuki, he'll never lose," said Kurenai, cheering the nervous Shizen as both of them looked towards the battle. Inside the Jinjutsu space. "It's over," said Shinku as the kunai in his hands was near Kozuki's neck. "Sensei, you shouldn't look down on others." Shinku suddenly perceived a voice behind him as he saw Kozuki standing behind with a carefree expression. "How did you?" Shiku's words were cut in half as his vision became black as he fell down. "Observation haki is simply the nemesis of illusion," thought Kozuki, looking at the knocked-out Shinku in front of him. Kozuki's observation haki could easily cover an area of around 1,000 meters, and one of the use of observation haki is to sense a person's aura. With this ability, Kozuki easily found Shinku's location, knocking him out, who was caught unprepared. But Kozuki didn't break his illusion. He simply found the real Shinku, who was under the thought that Kozuki was caught in his Jinjutsu. If he had dispelled his Jinjutsu, Shinku would have noticed it, but using observation haki, he caught him unprepared, knocking him out. Kurenai and Shizen, who were watching the fight, suddenly saw Kozuki, who was under the Jinjutsu, disappeared from his place and instantly arrived behind Sensei, who the next moment fell down motionless on the ground. Kurenai and Shizen immediately arrived near Kozuki, who stood beside the knocked-out Shinku. "Are you all right, Kozuki?" said Kurenai to Kozuki. Kozuki was speechless at her love for her father, because rather than checking her father, she was concerned for him. Knocking on her head, Kozuki said, "Aren't you worried for your father?" Oops. Kurenai finally remembered as she sat beside her father trying to wake him up. "You are amazing, Kozuki. You defeated Sensei." Shizen looked at Kozuki with stars in her eyes. "I didn't do much, it's just Sensei who underestimated me. If I fight him again, I might not win," said Kozuki, being humble. "Please stop. I can't laugh anymore," said Shizen, weakly holding her stomach, trying not to laugh anymore. "My father is lying there fainted, and here you are telling us jokes," said Kurenai, whose laughing expression betrayed her angry words. "Okay, I won't. Let's check up on Sensei. It's been an hour since he passed out," said Kozuki as they arrived near Shinku. "Wake up, father," shouted Kurenai, loudly shaking the arms of fainted Shinku. "Huh." Shinku opened his eyes, blinking a few times as his sight became clear. "You kid really didn't kept a hand," said Shinku as he sat up holding his painful head. "Huh. Sorry, Sensei," laughed Kozuki at his painful expression as the girls besides laughed as well. "You kids." Shinku looked angry, but finally shook his head, giving a wry smile. "But this kid's strength," thought Shinku as he remembered Kozuki easily avoiding his illusion and his fast speed and monstrous strength. And he didn't use his sword at all. This made Shinku even more horrified as he knew from Kozuki's report that his dream was to be a swordsman. "Father, we passed your test, right?" asked Kurenai after seeing her father perfectly fine. "Yes," nodded Shinku as the girls cheered and sighed in relief of having not to go back to academy. "Since it's our first day, I'll treat you as a celebration for the team formation," told Shinku to the three of them. "You are the best, father," shouted Kurenai happily as Shizen beside was equally happy. "You might regret it later, Sensei," said Kozuki to Shinku, giving a mysterious smile. Shinku's expression changed as he had a bad feeling. Yakiniku restaurant. "Boss, 5 more servings," a loud voice rang throughout the restaurant. Kozuki sat beside the table with Kurenai, sitting with him, and Shizun and Shinku sat in front. On the table in front of Kozuki, a heap of dishes stood tall. "No wonder. He has that monstrous strength," thought Shinku looking at the food eaten by Kozuki that 5 or 6 ninja could eat. "My salary," Shinku cried in heart, holding the shrunken wallet. "Here, eat more, Kozuki, look how thin you've gotten," said Kurenai, handing Kozuki the freshly brought 5 servings. "Whose side are you?" roared Shinku in his heart, but could not say such words loud, maintaining his composure. "Senior Shinku." At this time a voice fell in the ears of Kozuki and others. "Oh, it's you, Minato, and you too, Kushina," said Shinku with surprise. A handsome young man with blonde hair, fairly high, wearing blue clothes stood there, and beside him was a woman with a beautiful face and long red hair. Behind him are also 3 kids who Kozuki and others knew very well. "Rin, it's you," said Kurenai in surprise, looking towards her friend. "Kurenai, Shizun," said Rin, surprised as well, seeing her friends. "You know them?" asked Minato in surprise. "Yes, we're all classmates," told Rin. "Kozuki." At this time, a cold voice sounded, a boy wearing a blue mask covering half of his face and white hair standing in front of Kozuki looking at him. "Oh, it's Kakashi, long time no see," said Kozuki with a smile, happy to see his friend. After his graduation, the first year Kakashi would come to meet him from time to time, but after becoming a Chunin, it's been nearly 2 years since he last saw him. It's surprising that Kakashi took the initiative to greet someone, thought Minato, as he knew of Kakashi's character. "Long time no see," responded Kakashi to Kozuki's greeting, his eyes showing a complex look. "I still can't see through you," thought Kakashi. Kakashi compared his current strength with the spy killed by Kozuki 4 years ago, and he knew even the current him had to put his all effort to defeat him. "Why don't you eat with us?" said Shinku, scheming in his heart that Minato would pay half of it. "Of course," said Minato as they sat together. "Are these your students, Senior Shinku?" asked Minato after sitting down, looking towards Kozuki and company. "Yes." "Hey, introduce yourself," said Shinku to them, who introduced themselves. "I'm Namikaze Minato, and she's my girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina. After Kozuki and others introduced themselves, Minato likewise introduced himself and Kushina. You're Shinku-san's daughter, right? Said Kushina looking at her. Yes, nodded Kurenai with a serious face. So cute. Kushina couldn't sit still after seeing the serious expression on her face, which made her look even more cute, and stretched out her hand, pulling her cheeks. After getting ravaged by Kushina for a minute, Kurenai was finally set free, who moved away out of Kushina, reach afraid of her. Just like Naruto, thought Kozuki looking at the cheerful Kushina, just like her son would be. As expected of Nine Tails, sighed Kozuki as he could sense the powerful red aura inside Kushina through observation haki. I heard you were the disciple of Lord Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin Minato-san, said Kozuki, looking at Minato. Kozuki had two favorite characters in the ninja world. One was Uchiha Itachi, and the other was Jiraiya. He really wanted to be friends with them, and more importantly, he wanted to establish a good relationship with Jiraiya, since he wanted to learn Sage Mode in the future. Yes, nodded Minato, surprised, wondering whether Kozuki admired him, and couldn't help but asking, Do you admire him, Kozuki-kun? Yes. I heard of his tales against demigod Hanzo, said Kozuki, rubbing the back of his head, putting an embarrassed expression. Jiraiya-sensei would be really happy to know someone admires him this much, said Minato, laughing, as while eating, everyone gradually became familiar with each other. Take care. After the meal, everyone bid farewell to each other, as Kozuki also strode towards his home. But Kozuki didn't know that his excellent performance earlier at the test was reported to Sarutobi and Danzo. Konoha, Hokage office. A meeting was being held at this moment, the atmosphere in the room being heavy. Hiruzen, you're too soft, let me handle the situation at the border, said Danzo to Sarutobi, sitting in front of him. The friction between small countries has intensified even more recently, as some of the area at the border of Land of Fire was destroyed due to it. Danzo, I'm not afraid of those small countries causing chaos at the border, but the other villages are looking at us like a prey. All they need is a reason to start a war. We can't waste our resources on small countries, said Sarutobi, shaking his head. Konoha is the strongest village. What's there to be afraid of? We can easily underscore. Stop it. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. I know what's best for the village, interjected Sarutobi, giving no room for any more discussion. I know you are the Hokage already, so don't say it anymore, roared Danzo in his heart. Whenever Danzo hears Sarutobi saying, I'm the Hokage, his heart burns from jealousy. His dream has always been to be a Hokage, but one wrong decision cost him the Hokage title. During a mission, second Hokage asked for someone to be the bait for others to escape from Kinkaku Squad. At that time, Sarutobi presented himself, and Tobirama Senju nominated him the next Hokage. If only I could back to that moment, Danzo thought in his heart with extreme regret. Throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Danzo said to Sarutobi with angry tone, Hiruzen, your soft attitude will only harm Konoha. Saying that, Danzo stood up, going back. At it novel Benedet. Knock. At this time the door was knocked as Danzo, who was about to leave, sat down again, wanting to know what happened. Come in, said Sarutobi, immediately putting a benevolent smile on his face like a kind grandpa. TCH, Danzo sneered at Sarutobi's action as he knew of his true face. Creak. The door was pushed open as a figure strode in. Oh, it's you, Shinku. Wasn't today your squad's first day? Asked Sarutobi, looking at Shinku. Yes. Hokage-sama, and I'm here to report on it, said Shinku with a serious expression. Sarutobi's expression turned serious, as normally Shinku won't show such an expression. Hokage-sama, the matter is... Shinku started telling the whole matter, including his defeat at Kozuki's hands. After Shinku narrated the whole matter, the whole office had a strange silence. You lost to him, said Sarutobi, with an unbelievable expression as his words were too shocking. Who was Shinku, one of the elites of Konoha? Even among Jonin, he was one of the best, but he lost to a freshly graduated kid. And I think he didn't use his full strength, said Shinku after hesitating for a while. Haha, Isn't this a good thing? Konoha has another talent. Suddenly Sarutobi started laughing as the suspicious atmosphere was broken. Well, Shinku, I leave him in your hands. He may be strong, but still needs to learn a lot of other things to survive, said Sarutobi. I'll do my best, Lord Third. Saying that, Shinku went out as the happy expression on Sarutobi's face changed into a thoughtful one. Hiruzen, leave that kid to me. I'll shape him into an excellent ninja, said Danzo, who sat aside as he breathing was a little fast. If I can get him, I'll have an excellent trump card against Sarutobi, thought Danzo excitedly. But how could his thoughts be hidden from old fox Sarutobi? Sarutobi knew Danzo might use Kozuki one day against him if he got him, as he knew that Danzo's obsession with Hokage title was enough for him to even kill his best friend. Don't even think about it. The war may start at any time. Konoha needs such genius. I can't let you make him an emotionless puppet, said Sarutobi, strictly pouring cold water on his hopes. Damn you! Danzo was furious in his heart as he didn't expect to get rejected, but suddenly had another thought. If I can't have him, then no one can. Danzo had a cruel expression on his face as he said to Sarutobi, Hiruzen, don't you find it suspicious he had such strength, but he kept hiding it, and you remember the spy 4 years ago he died from a sword, and you know that kid has the dream of being a swordsman. As expected, after hearing his words, Sarutobi remembered the spy killed 4 years ago whose killer was never found. He's just a kid. You are too suspicious, Danzo, said Sarutobi, as he couldn't believe a child of that could have any hidden motives. You should know when Kozuki killed the spy, he was only 5. I just told you my thoughts. The rest is up to you. Saying that, Danzo stood up to leave. Once you're suspicious of someone, Sarutobi, he'll never have a good end, thought Danzo, as he knew he had succeeded in making Kozuki suspicious for Sarutobi. As Danzo thought, after he left, Sarutobi called the Umbu and asked him to monitor Kozuki, and took out Kozuki's file, looking through it once again. After waking up the next day, Kozuki immediately got dressed up and went toward the assigned meeting point with Kurenai and rest. Kozuki, who was on his way, suddenly stopped for a second, but then started moving forward again as if nothing happened. Umbu, said Kozuki in his heart, as his observation Haki located the Umbu that was following him from a distance. Looks like the news about my strength has been delivered. This was the only reason Kozuki could think of, but wasn't much surprised as he expected such a situation already. By revealing his strength, Kozuki knew that he'll get the attention of Sarutobi, but he wasn't Afraid since he had enough strength to protect himself. Konoha Mission Assignment Center. Kozuki arrived here. Since today his team will formally start taking missions. Here, Kozuki. A sound rang throughout the hall as Kozuki saw Kurenai waving towards him, and beside her stood Shizune and her father Shinku. Good morning, greeted Kozuki, arriving in front of them. Good morning, both Kurenai and Shizune responded as their face showed expectations for the upcoming mission. You're late, kid, reminded Shinku as he moved towards the mission assignment desk. The three of them followed him, soon reaching the assignment desk. Shinku, walking in front of Kozuki, suddenly stopped as Kozuki nearly collided with him from behind. Lord Hokage, Shinku said these words as Kozuki looked in front and saw Sarutobi wearing Hokage Haori sitting at the chair beside the table. Welcome, Shinku. Oh, are these your students? Sarutobi said, while looking at the Kozuki, Kurenai, and Shizune, but his gaze obviously stayed at Kozuki a bit longer. Nice to meet you, Lord Hokage, said both Kurenai and Shizune, looking at Sarutobi with admiring gaze. Nice to meet you, said Kozuki plainly, but neither did he bow, nor did he said, Lord Hokage, as by only greeting him he gave Sarutobi enough face. At it novel been at. Haha, no need to be so polite. Just looking at you kids I can't help but remember my own son who was as cute as you at your age. Sarutobi laughed, creating a warm atmosphere as everyone, including Kurenai and Shizune, admired Sarutobi at how easygoing he was. Kozuki curled his lips in disdain, looking at the hypocritical Sarutobi. I hope you won't mess with me, otherwise I don't mind killing you even if I go rogue, thought Kozuki, hoping such a day would never come. Kozuki didn't hate Konoha, as here lived so many of his friends who he cared for, but if you ask him to completely obey Sarutobi, then he would rather defect. Now, Kozuki just wanted to increase his strength, because when he had enough strength, no one could stop him from doing anything he wants. As Kozuki was lost in his thoughts, Sarutobi handed a scroll to Shinku. Your mission details are inside it. Good luck as of today is the start of your ninja life. Sarutobi said these words as he stood up from his seat and arrived near Kozuki. Kozuki Shiro, right? I heard that you defeated Shinku. The eyes of Sarutobi looked at Kozuki, hoping to find anything suspicious. It was just a fluke. Sensei was a bit careless. Otherwise, how could I defeat him? Said Kozuki, rubbing the back of his head, putting an embarrassed expression. Sarutobi heard his answer and kept looking at Kozuki, but after finding nothing suspicious, he smiled and said to Kozuki, You're the future of Konoha. I'm very optimistic about you. Sarutobi patted Kozuki's shoulder as he left the hall. Yash, let's start our mission, shouted Kurenai, waving her fist, excitingly eager for her first mission. Underscore. I wanted to do exciting mission not to catch cats. Dad, shouted Kurenai, holding the cat they had caught after running around the whole village. Don't complain, Kurenai, this is necessary for the development of teamwork, Shinku said, educating his daughter and Kozuki and Shizen who stood beside. Okay, let's hand over the cat to the client, said Shinku as the three of them followed him. Here's your task remuneration. Shinku handed the task payment to three of them equally. Finally, I don't have to hunt, thought Kozuki, holding the task money, as even the D-class task provided him with much more money than he got by hunting animals. Tomorrow arrive at the same time as today. We'll be doing such mission whole month, but I'll train you as well since you still need to learn many things. Shinku informed the three of their next month's schedule. After parting ways with them, Kozuki marched towards his home as the setting sun highlighted his figure. Arriving home, Kozuki started today's share practice, but he didn't practice any strong moves since he could sense the Umbu at some distance from his house monitoring him. After the practice and taking a shower, Kozuki slept with his sword near him since from now on he needed to be vigilant even during his sleep as he had gotten the attention of upper echelons of Konoha and didn't want it to be assassinated. Thank you for bringing it back. It always runs away, said the fat lady holding her cat. It's nothing. We're getting paid after all, said Kozuki, tired of such missions. After getting their remuneration, Kozuki, Kurenai, and Shizen left together. It's been a month since they have graduated from Ninja Academy, and all they have been doing this whole month is performing D-rank missions. Kozuki, don't you want an exciting task? Said Kurenai as the three of them walked on Konoha's streets since they had nothing to do as well. Aren't such missions good, with no danger to your life? Said Kozuki, walking in front. Maybe it was because of Shank's template he was a bit like him. He was a pacifist who didn't like much bloodshed, but when necessary he won't back up from fighting. I know, but I want to improve myself, replied Kurenai behind, as she was a bit depressed since her strength wasn't that strong. We have been working hard. Sensei has taught us a lot this month. We will get stronger eventually, Shizen encouraged Kurenai, walking alongside with her. Please let me go, I didn't steal anything. Shut up. How dare you talk in front of us? Please let me go. Tie him up and throw him in the prison. As Kozuki and Kurenai and Shizen were talking, they suddenly heard loud shouts in front and saw lots of people gathered forming a circle. What happened? Asked Kurenai, looking at the commotion. Let's go check it out, said Kozuki, moving toward the crowd. After squeezing and pushing through the crowd, the three of them finally arrived in front. A middle-aged man wearing brown clothes lay on the ground, looking towards the two people who push him down with fear. Uchiha, said Kozuki in his heart, looking at the fan-shaped emblem behind the back of two Uchiha. At it, Novel Benedette. Hey, what are you doing? Shouted Kurenai, who saw the scene and immediately ran forward, arriving beside the victim, trying to help him stand up. Kid, what do you think you're doing? Both of them got angry, seeing someone helping the middle-aged man. Why are you hitting him? You have no right to do so, Kurenai angrily shouted at the two Uchiha in front of her. We are Konoha Police Force. Don't but in our business, said one of the Uchiha with threatening voice. Do you have any evidence that did he steal? Kurenai taunted back, not caring for their threat. What we Uchiha say is the truth. You need to be taught a lesson for even talking against the Uchiha. One of the Uchiha moved forward as he slapped towards Kurenai's face. Kurenai closed her eyes and didn't resist since she knew she can't fight back against Uchiha, as everyone knew of their influence in the village. She wasn't afraid herself, but was worried that it might affect her father. 1 second, 2 seconds, the expected pain didn't come as Kurenai opened her eyes and her mouth widened with surprise. 2 people lay on the ground, their mouth foaming, obviously passed out. What happened? The crowd around shouted in surprise, as they clearly saw the 2 Uchiha, who were totally fine, suddenly fell down. Sigh. Girls are really troublesome, sighed Kozuki looking at the 2 passed-out Uchiha in front. Kozuki, when saw Kurenai moving forward to help, he knew that trouble was here. But after all, he couldn't let Kurenai, who was special to him, get hurt. So simply using Haushika Haki, he feinted the Uchiha. Kozuki's control over Conqueror's Haki was exceptional. He could use it on anyone he wanted with his terrifying control. I hope it doesn't cause any more trouble, said Kozuki, holding his head as he could sense the umbu that has been monitoring him for a month watching the scene. Let's leave quickly. Staying here would only cause more trouble, said Kozuki to both Kurenai and Shizune as they left the scene. Kurenai along the way had a confused expression, wondering how did those Uchiha fell down. After arriving at a distance from the scene, Kozuki looked towards both Kurenai and Shizune and said, Listen carefully, you guys shouldn't mess with Uchiha. Leave it to the village. This time you got lucky, otherwise you know the consequence. Do you understand? Looking at the little girls in front, Kozuki couldn't bear to let anyone hurt them, so he decided to put some necessary sense in their head. But Kurenai wanted to argue, but Kozuki knocked on her head and interjected. No, you'll do nothing, promise me, said Kozuki, as this time he was with them, so nothing bad happened, but what about the next time? So he had to make sure. Okay, both Shizune and Kurenai said softly, keeping their head down. That's good. As a reward, I'll treat you. Follow me. Kozuki started running forward as the 2 little girls immediately got happy. Wait for us, shouted both Kurenai and Shizune, running behind, catching up to him as the gloomy atmosphere from before was swept away by this beautiful moment. Konoha, Hokage office. You mean they suddenly fainted? Asked Sarutobi, looking at the umbu who reported him of the situation earlier. Yes. Lord Hokage, I searched around, but I couldn't find who did it, replied the umbu, his voice mixed with disappointment. No need to worry. You tried your best. Keep up the hard work. Sarutobi encouraged the depressed umbu with a kind smile, making the depressed umbu liven up once again, who then left the room even more determined to perform his duties. As soon as the umbu left, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a frown. Kozuki, why in every event there's a shadow of you? Sarutobi arrived by the window, looking at the great Hokage, faces thinking of Kozuki. The umbu told him the whole matter, so he knew that Kozuki with his teammates was there. When he heard that they fainted suddenly, he remembered the situation that occurred 2 years ago outside White Fang house. Today's situation was similar to that 2 years ago. Sarutobi believed that the matter 2 years ago was done by the same person as today. No matter who you are, you can't hide for long. Sarutobi finally denied of Kozuki being the culprit, since no one could believe that a child could make 2 Jonin Uchiha unable to fight. 6 months later, deep inside a forest that stretched out for miles. Puff. It's done, said Kurenai as she pulled out the kunai from the bandit's heart, as the bandit fell down, obviously dead as blood, dyeing the ground, red, her face calm, not affected by the bloody sight. I'm done here. A voice sounded behind Kurenai as Kozuki stood behind, holding his Sand Village headband. Finally, we can go home. Shizune arrived also, as behind her lay 2 cold corpses. It's been 6 months since the 3 of them had graduated from the academy. After doing a full month of D-rank missions, they started performing high-level missions. During this time, they performed 4 C level and 1 B level mission. Both Kurenai and Shizune also had to face the truth of Ninja World. After their first kill, they quickly got used to it since they could only kill if they wanted to survive in the Ninja World. Your teamwork has improved. Shinku arrived, who had hidden himself nearby, watching them perform the mission. I have gotten better, right? Father, said Kurenai to her father. All three of you have improved significantly, complimented Shinku, as he had seen the growth of three. Kozuki, you are amazing. You defeated the Jonin rogue ninja, all by yourself. Shizune arrived beside Kozuki, looking at him with worship in her eyes. Shizune did well also, said Kozuki as he patted her head, and Shizune got closer with a happy expression on her face. Humph! An angry voice sounded Kozuki as he saw Kurenai looking at them with an angry expression. You did well too, sighed Kozuki as he also patted her on her head, and Kurenai immediately behaved like a tamed cat. Looking at his daughter and student that was abducted by Kozuki, Shinku had infinite anger in his heart, but could do nothing as he couldn't hurt his students. Kozuki and others soon left the forest, going back towards the village as they had completed another sea-level mission. The next day, exercises field. What? Chunin exam, shouted Kurenai, holding the form handed to by her father. Yes, I have seen your performance during these 6 months, and I believe you have enough strength to participate in it, said Shinku, as he continued. Jinin from Sunagakure and Kirigakure will participate as well. But isn't there a war at the border? Asked Kozuki, a bit puzzled, as how could at such turbulent times an event like Chunin exam could be held? That's more of a reason to hold it. All the villages need their enemy intelligence and want to learn about their younger generation. Naturally, we Konoha need to learn of the enemy as well, explained Shinku about the real purpose of Chunin exams. Had it novel been at? Kozuki nodded after hearing his words and was a bit looking forward to Jinin from other villages. Kozuki wasn't afraid of anyone since he knew no one could beat him, but was a bit curious about whether those he knows from the plot would take the exam or not. So, do you want to take the exam? Asked Shinku after he had explained everything about the Chunin exam. Of course we are, right? Said Kozuki as he looked at both Shizune and Kurenai, waiting for their answer. As long as there is Kozuki, I'm not afraid of anything, said Kurenai overbearingly. I'll also fight together with Kozuki. Shizune also said these words as Shinku could only hold back the dissatisfaction in his heart, wondering what great deed this kid had done in his previous life to have such luck. The exam will start in half a month. I'll train you specially in these days, so get ready, said Shinku, holding the signed forms as he flashed away. Yash, let's train, shouted Kurenai as the countdown till Chunin exam began. Konoha. The hot sun shone on the village, revealing the prosperous village below. As the days till Chunin kept reducing, the atmosphere of village kept getting lively. Ninja from Kirigakure and Sunagakure and other small villages could be seen on the streets, adding a different touch to the village. Today is the day for the start of Chunin exams, and the first exam will be held at Konoha Ninja Academy. Ninja Academy. The corridor on the 3rd floor was crowded with ninja from different villages. Aha! These Konoha ninjas look pretty weak. A blue-skinned guy with a shark-like face wearing the Kiri headband stood in the corridor. Kisame, don't you dare cause trouble here. A cold voice reprimanding Kisame sounded beside him as Kisame grinned, revealing his shark teeth. The girl who just spoke no was around 9 or 10, wearing a blue dress, brown hair that covered her left eye, and a face so beautiful like carved personally by the god. Terumi-san, isn't that Kakashi Hatake White Fang's son? The third teammate of Terumi's squad was a quiet-looking girl who pointed toward the direction. He's said to be the most talented ninja in Konoha. I wonder how he looks under that mask. Terumi was curious, looking at Kakashi, who stood at the corner with Obito, and Rin hoping him to be a handsome guy. Hey, Kakashi, aren't you a Chunin already? Asked Obito, curiously looking at him. Minato-sensei said only you two won't be able to take the exam. A 3-person squad is needed, so I was allowed specially, said Kakashi, looking a bit lazy, showing signs of his future already. Then won't we win this exam? I mean, you're so strong you can definitely defeat everyone here, said Obito, though he hated Kakashi for his cold attitude, but even he had to admit that Kakashi was a genius. Kakashi didn't say anything, just kept looking at the entrance, since there was a guy he didn't have much confidence to defeat. As the time kept passing, the candidates around kept increasing. Look, we are nearly late because of you, Kozuki, said Kurenai a bit angrily, who wore a white fighting dress and a ninja bag tied at her waist. Sorry, I nearly forgot about the exam, said Kozuki, a bit embarrassed since he didn't have much excitement for exam, as he knew no one was his opponent. Seriously, how can you be so carefree, said Shizen to Kozuki, who didn't show much excitement for the exam, as both her and Kurenai were so excited for it. Oh, if it isn't one of my eternal rivals. A passionate sound fell in Kozuki's ear, and he didn't need to look for who it was. You look, you can't wait anymore, Guy, said Kozuki to Guy, who was all pumped up. Of course. My youth will shine, lighting the entire world, said Guy, loudly giving a thumbs up and big smile as his teeth shone brightly. Kozuki was speechless as the corner of his mouth twitched and immediately moved away from Guy, not wanting to be known as someone of the same group as him. Kozuki looked for Kurenai and Shizen, who weren't beside him anymore, and soon found them talking to Rin. Arriving near them, Kozuki also spotted the rarely seen Kakashi and future Big Boss Obito. Kakashi never expected you to be here, said Kozuki to Kakashi, but he already had a guess why Kakashi was here. You don't look nervous for the exam, asked Kakashi, seeing the carefree Kozuki. Don't I look nervous? Said Kozuki, putting a fake fearful expression on his face as Kakashi's eyelids twitched. Kozuki, if we fight, I hope you don't hold back, because I won't. Suddenly Kakashi said these words, looking straight at Kozuki with a serious expression. At it novel been it at. Kozuki didn't expect such words from him, but he really wanted to tell him that you can't handle my full strength, but nonetheless he agreed to his challenge. I'll give my all, nodded Kozuki as he brought his fist forward and bumped it with Kakashi's fist, representing their friendship. Soon after, the proctor arrived, who announced for the start of the first exam, which was the written exam. Kozuki, using observation haki, easily passed the exam, and both Kurenai and Shizen were already excellent students, so they easily passed the first test as well. After coming out of the exam room, Kozuki and the rest were led towards the venue of the second exam. Outside Death Forest. So, it is this place after all, huh? Thought Kozuki, looking at the huge and dark forest in front of him. Death Forest was a dangerous forest with wild beasts roaming around, and if not careful, even experienced ninja would lose their lives. Suddenly, Kozuki's observation haki spotted a powerful and cold aura moving towards this direction quickly. After a few seconds, all the remaining candidates saw a figure wearing a gray armor and a Konoha headband on his forehead and black trousers with pale skin and pair of snake-like pupils arrived in front of them. Orochimaru, said Kozuki in his heart as he looked at him and recognized him immediately, and, sensing his cold aura, he could guess that Orochimaru had already started his experiments long ago. But Kozuki wasn't afraid of him since he had enough ability to even tame the mad researcher. Orochimaru was in a bad mood recently. He has been looking for a way towards eternal life, and for that he even worked together with Danzo. Danzo supported him fully since that mad old man wanted to get the power of Uchiha, and he also needed equipment for his research, which Danzo provided him, making his research easy. He took uncountable lives for his experiments, but Orochimaru didn't regret it since those he killed were weak, and to him weak has no rights. Orochimaru, who had seen deaths of his comrades and his parents, believed that only eternal life could give him enough time to unravel the secrets of Ninja World. Just recently, he had a breakthrough in his research as he found a way to live forever. The way was soul transfer, and all Orochimaru needed to do was to experiment and perfect this jutsu that he worked so hard to make a prototype. But a few days ago, Sarutobi-sensei notified him that he would be the proctor in the second exam. Orochimaru wasn't interested in kids' fight, since all he wanted to do was complete his experiments. But as Konoha Jonin, he had to do what he was ordered, and this feeling of being bound didn't make him feel any good. Orochimaru knew someday his experiments would be discovered eventually, And that day, he had to leave that village he had fought for so long. I wonder what you'll do that day, Sensei. Orochimaru gave a creepy laugh thinking of whether Sarutobi would kill him or not. As Orochimaru was about to announce the rules for the second exam, he sensed a gaze at him. This wasn't the first time since someone looked at him, as he knew many admired him in the village. But no one could look at him for much longer because of the cold aura he radiated. Orochimaru looked towards its direction and saw a kid around 9 or 10 years, black hair, curled up with black eyes, wearing a purple samurai robe with a sword hanging at his waist. Seeing his get-up, Orochimaru was surprised since he looked more like a samurai than a ninja, and noticing his headband, he knew this kid was from Konoha. Orochimaru released his momentum slightly as a cold and ruthless aura pressured on Kozuki's body. What? Orochimaru was surprised as he saw the kid, not fazed by his aura, at all, looking back at him with a smile. Seems this exam isn't that bad after all. Orochimaru gave a weird laugh as he looked away and started explaining the rules. Good perception, commented Kozuki as he saw Orochimaru looking at him, but he wasn't affected by his aura, as he who was a king himself would not be scared by others' momentum. Soon, Orochimaru announced the rules, which were the same as those in the Chunin exam, which occurred years later. Putting the Heaven Scroll in his system space, Kozuki looked towards the eager Kurenai and Shizune and said, "You two stay with me all the time. Don't you dare mess around. There are some people here you can't afford." Kozuki has sensed the area with his observation haki, and he naturally found Kisame and Terumi. He wasn't afraid of them. But Shizune and Kurenai weren't their opponents at all, so he didn't want to get them hurt. "Don't look down on us. We are not same as when we graduated. We have performed so many missions," said Kurenai angrily, thinking Kozuki looked down on them. "Yes, Kozuki, we can easily protect ourselves." Shizune was also a bit angry, thinking he still treated her as a child and did not trust their strength. At it novel Benedet. Looking at the two little girls, Kozuki was stunned, but then he thought, maybe I'm really worried too much. I need to believe in them. Thinking of this, Kozuki smiled at the two and said, "Sorry, maybe I was worried a bit too much. You can fight, but if it's a dangerous opponent, you have to listen to me," apologized Kozuki, but he still had to remind them this much. "Humph. It's good you know it." Both of them turned their head away proudly, but they had a faint smile at their face. "He finally acknowledged us." Both of them had the same thought, since during these 6 months they would always feel that they are a burden to Kozuki. They trained very hard, though Kozuki would praise them, but they could always sense that Kozuki still treated them as someone to be protected. But today Kozuki finally acknowledged them, making them very happy. "You have 5 days to reach the tower. Now enter," said Orochimaru as he announced the start of second exam. Kozuki and others moved forward, disappearing in the dark forest. It's been 3 days since the start of second exam. During these 3 days, they didn't encounter any other team, so they couldn't get any scroll. The three of them would stay at a place to rest, recovering their stamina, and would search for other teams the rest of time. If he wanted, Kozuki could easily found a team, but he was too lazy to do it as he was enjoying the free time without any mission. The agile shadow of the three flashed at the dense forest, leaping from tree to tree, moving forward at fast pace. Shio! Shio! A kunai pierced the trunk in front of Kozuki and others as they stopped immediately. "Well, what do we have here?" 2 little girls and a kid, 3 tan-skinned ninja with scars on their face and a headband of Grass Village appeared in front of them. "Let me deal with them," said Kozuki indifferently as he moved forward. "No, let us handle it," said Kurenai, stopping Kozuki as she and Shizune both stepped forward. "Haha, you want to fight us?" The 3 Grass Village ninjas in front started laughing at Kurenai and Shizune and said viciously, "At it novel Benedet. First we just wanted to take your scroll, but now you'll die because of your stupidity." The 3 of them had a cruel expression on their face, looking at both girls, and Kozuki was completely ignored by them, judging him to be the weakest. Kurenai and Shizune didn't have a change of expression on their calm face after hearing their words, since during these 6 months they had seen enough cruel scenes. The ninja in front attacked them, holding the kunai in their hand, moving towards them. Shizune and Kurenai took out some shurikens, attacking them. "Haha, this won't do anything good." The three of them laughed at their attack, dodging the shurikens, as they already were in front of them. "Go to death," said the grass village ninja viciously as the kunai is stabbed towards Kurenai's heart. Puff! The flesh-piercing sound rang as blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. Ew! The scene changed suddenly as both the genin who attacked Kurenai and Shizen stood in front of each other, both of their kunai piercing each other's heart. Illusion. Both of them had the same last thought as they fell down, lying motionless. The last one was scared silly as he fell on the ground, looking at the corpses of his teammates. "Please, let me go," said the last one, looking at Kurenai and Shizen, completely losing his spirit to fight. "Be a good person in next life," said Kurenai, looking at him with a calm expression, and the kunai in her hand slashed at his neck as blood splashed, and the ninja, holding his neck, fell down, joining his other two teammates. "Were we too cruel?" asked Shizen after hesitating for a while, looking at the ninja killed by Kurenai. "They wanted to kill us, so they should have been ready to be killed," said Kurenai as she squatted down beside the corpse, searching for the scroll. "She's right. Shizen, kindness to the enemy would only harm you," said Kozuki as he arrived near them. "I understand," said Shizen as she also squatted down, searching the other two corpses. "We finally got it," said Kurenai with a smile as she held an earth scroll in her hands and came forward, handing it to Kozuki. "You both did well," said Kozuki, praising them on the fight earlier as he put the scroll away. Kozuki was really surprised by Kurenai's talent in illusion, and he saw why she was the strongest illusionist of Konoha, not counting the Uchiha. "We'll rest here tonight and leave for the tower tomorrow morning," said Kozuki to them as he went out to hunt for the dinner. Kurenai and Shizen immediately started collecting the wood around for fire. Underscore. Night. The fire in the middle burned, illuminating the area around as fragrance of roasted rabbit on it spread everywhere. "No matter how many times I eat, it's still so delicious. Your cooking is delicious, Kozuki," said Kurenai, happily eating the rabbit sitting around the fire. "If you sell it in the village, you'll be famous in no time." Shizen really loved his cooking. "Sometimes I really hope to live an ordinary life without any killing, but even to live an ordinary life, strength is required," said Kozuki as he lay on the ground, looking at the sky full of stars. "We will all get stronger together," said Kurenai as she arrived beside him, sitting next to him. "Together, huh?" muttered Kozuki as he didn't know what future holds for him. Soon, the night passed, and after taking a good full night rest, they set off towards the tower. The morning sun announced the start of another round of death game. The dense forest with sturdy trees everywhere and wild beasts roaming around added a touch of fear in every person's heart. "No, please let me go, I'll give you the scroll." A pitiful plea sounded in the forest as the camera turned towards its direction. Genin, wearing a Sand Village headband, lay on the ground, looking at the shark face guy in front, his face full of fear as he handed him his scroll. "It's heaven again. Your bad luck," said Kisame after checking the scroll as he grinned at the fearful ninja and his hands touched the sword at his back. "No, I gave you the scroll, please." Puff. The begging voice stopped abruptly after the sword slashed down, killing him. "You're too cruel." A soft voice sounded beside Kisame, and a girl with brown hair and green eyes wearing a blue dress stood beside, looking at him with disgust. "You can't say that after you melt others." Kisame grinned, looking at the two charred corpses behind her with some red lava on their body. "Humph, I'm not a lunatic like you. They attacked me first, so they should have been prepared for the worst," snorted Terumi, flicking the hair on her forehead. "Terumi, since we still don't have the Earth Scroll, what to do now?" the quiet-looking girl asked Terumi, a bit worried. "They have nearly killed 4 teams, but they still couldn't get the scroll they wanted. We will go towards the tower. The exam is nearing to its end. There will be a lot of teams near it," said Terumi after thinking for a while, as the 3 of them marched towards the tower. "We are near it," shouted Kurenai, as the 3 of them looked towards the tower and moved towards it. "Be careful," shouted Kozuki suddenly as they immediately jumped away from the tree as it exploded. Boom! Dust covered the whole area as the three of them grouped together. Exploding tags. There is an ambush, said Kurenai, looking around vigilantly. Looks like there's a slightly capable team this time. As the dust cleared away, an interesting voice sounded as three people appeared in front of them. Both Kurenai and Shizen were scared silly looking at the person in front. Blue skin, a shark-like face with sharp teeth, completely out of the category of humans. Wow, there's a handsome guy, said Terumi Mei as she licked her rosy lips looking at Kozuki. Mei Terumi, said Kozuki, subconsciously looking at her as he recognized her from those unique green eyes and brown hair and the beautiful face. Oh, you know me, Terumi, beautiful eyes blinked in surprise looking at Kozuki curiously. At it novel been at. How do you know her? Kurenai said with a sore voice looking at Kozuki suspiciously. I did some investigation before the exam, so I know them, told Kozuki as he couldn't tell her that he knew from the plot. Kurenai's suspicious eyes finally returned to normal as she looked back towards Kisame, her expression solemn, as she could sense he was strong. Can I know why you blocked our way? Asked Kozuki, though he had guessed already. We can't find the scroll we need, so will you give yours obediently or by force? Said Kisame, grinning as pulled the sword from his back. Kurenai, Shizen, you deal with the last girl, leave these two to me, said Kozuki looking at his team as he knew the fight was near. No, I want to fight that girl, said Kurenai, pointing at Terumi as she didn't know why she got angry looking at her smirking face and took out a kunai running forward attacking her. This girl, Kozuki held his forehead in headache and finally decided to believe in her strength. As both Kurenai and Shizen started their fights, Kozuki also wanted to move his muscles a bit. Kisame Hashigaki, I hope your strength is as scary as your face, Kozuki smiled as he looked at him. I have never killed a Konoha ninja before, but today you'll be the first, said Kisame, a bit angry at his words. Is that so? A voice fell in Kisame's ears from behind as his pupils shrank and immediately looked back, but only a fist came in his vision. Boom! The fist hit Kisame on his chest, creating a large sound as he flew away, destroying 5 or 6 trees before finally stopping. The other 2 fights stopped also after hearing the loud voice. Kisame got hurt. Terumi's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she never expected that monster to get hurt. Cough! Cough! A sound came from the destroyed area as Kisame got up coughing blood as he looked at Kozuki with shock. What fast speed? I couldn't even see him, thought Kisame as he knew this time he may have started a fight with a monster more frightening than him. You're strong, said Kisame looking at Kozuki with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his face looking extremely scary. But I'm not weak either, said Kisame as he started making seals and shouted. Water style. Raging waves. Huge waves of water roared towards Kozuki, destroying everything in its way. What amazing amount chakra, thought Kozuki looking at the wave as strong as an A-rank jutsu, and could understand why he was called a tailless beast even without Samahata. Now you won't be able to move at that absurd speed, said Kisame looking at his attack that was about 10 in height, and that left no room for Kozuki to move, enveloping him completely. Swish! At this moment, when Terumi, Kisame, and the rest thought that Kozuki would be submerged in waves, they heard a slashing sound and red light flashed by as their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets looking at the scene in front. Boom! The 10-meter-high water wave was cut from the middle, and the ground behind had a long, deep gully caused by the slash. Impossible! Kisame was the first to speak, as he never heard of such swordsmanship. The power of that slash was nearly comparable to a rank jutsu. The expression on Terumi's face also changed, thinking, damn, how can there be such a monster? Then she looked at Kozuki, who had a relaxed expression and no tiredness, clearly explaining he could pull out a few more such attacks. We might be in trouble, said Terumi, her expression solemn. Amazing, said Kurenai in surprise, looking at the destruction caused by the slash, and Shizen was equally surprised. During their time together these 6 months, they have never seen Kozuki use his sword even once. Even when they asked him to show his swordsmanship, Kozuki always refused, making them even more curious. Both of them knew that his dream was to be the strongest swordsman, and looking at the slash, only Konoha White Fang might be able to cause such damage by a slash. You might already be the strongest swordsman, thought Kurenai looking at Kozuki, as she had also never heard of such swordsmanship. Terumi and the other girl arrived beside Kisame, grouping together as they looked towards Kozuki. At it novel Benedet. We can't let him attack anymore, said Terumi, taking the lead as she folded several seals. Water style. Hidden mist jutsu. Terumi opened her mouth, releasing the mist, as it soon covered the area around. Be careful, Kozuki, shouted Kurenai in the mist where nothing could be seen. It's useless, laughed Kozuki, as his observation haki could easily detect them. Shio shio. Kozuki heard a wind-breaking sound behind as he saw several shurikens enclosing on him. Clang clang. Kozuki easily deflected the shurikens with his sword, but he felt heat behind as he saw red lava pouncing upon him. One sword style. Demon bear. Roar, said Kozuki as he slashed his sword horizontally as a shadow of red bear appeared as it roared towards the lava. Several small red slashes clashed with the lava, destroying it immediately, moving forward. What? Terumi was horrified as she had confidence in her Kekai Jinkai, but never expected it to be destroyed. Terumi couldn't think much more as fast red slashes enveloped her from all directions. Damn, cursed Terumi, looking at the upcoming attack, and using all her remaining chakra, she made several seals. Water style. Multi-water wall. Water rose up from the ground, enveloping her from all the direction as red slashes fell on them. Boom. One down, said Kozuki, as he knew even if she survived, she would be in no condition to fight. Roar. As Kozuki looked towards Terumi, waiting to see what happened to her, he heard a roar from behind and saw a huge water dragon rushing towards him. It's useless, said Kozuki, shaking his head, not affected by the dragon in front. One sword style. Flying dragon. Kozuki jumped up as he slashed his sword vertically towards the dragon. A red dragon appeared as it rushed towards the water dragon. As soon as the attacks collided, the water dragon, like paper, was cut apart as the red dragon moved forward. Damn, I swear if I survive, L won't ever come here, roared Kisame in his heart, looking at the upcoming red dragon, and completely gave up resistance, even regretting to participate in the exam. Kurenai and Shizun, who just took down the other girl, heard a roar as they looked towards its direction and saw a huge red shadow of a dragon in the mist. The next moment, the dragon in the fog turned into a huge red slash nearly 30 m high. Boom! The fog surrounding the area was blown away as wind waves enveloped the area around. What's happening? Shouted Kurenai loudly in the fierce wind waves, covering her face. Shizun beside was already having a hard time, trying hard not to get blown away by the strong wind. Roar. The whole forest was shaken by the aftermath of the attack. Nearly everyone inside the forest heard a loud roar. Hey, Kakashi, look there, said Obito, pointing at a place where dust clouds covered the sky. Kakashi, without saying anything, immediately paced towards that place. Hey, idiot, wait for us, shouted Obito from behind as he and Rin followed him. After a few minutes, the wind finally stopped as it revealed the devastated ground. Numerous potholes covered the area around 50 m with uprooted tress and slash marks everywhere. But what the most shocking was the deep, nearly 40 m long sword mark on ground. I think I did a bit too much, said Kozuki, looking at the devastation caused by a slash. Flying Dragon was one of the strongest moves of Kozuki. That guy won't die, right? Kozuki was a bit embarrassed since he didn't want to kill Kisame. Cough, cough. Kozuki heard a sound, and he looked towards its direction and saw the dusty Kurenai and Shizun, who got up coughing heavily. You're not hurt, right? Asked Kozuki, arriving beside them a bit guilty. We are fine, cough. But you ruined our clothes, said Kurenai, coughing and looking at Kozuki, a bit angry of causing such a scene, as both of their clothes were covered with dust. Sorry, I didn't expect it to cause such damage, said Kozuki, a bit embarrassed, but his expression changed suddenly as he said, Let's leave quickly, this place would soon be crowded, said Kozuki as he could sense a lot of auras moving towards this place. What about them? Asked Shizune, looking at the passed-out mist team. Kisame survived his attack. He didn't know whether it was because of his unique body structure that he survived his attack, but was seriously injured. Terumi and the other girl had fainted also by their attacks. Let them go, they are an important team of Kirigakure. Killing them could cause trouble, said Kozuki, making an excuse as he didn't want two important characters from the original to die here. If Kisame had died by his attack, he wouldn't care much, but about Terumi, he knew she was a good person, so he didn't want her to die. Hearing his words, both of them didn't say anything more as they flashed, disappearing from a place. Soon after Kozuki and the others left, Kakashi along with Rin and Obito arrived. What happened here? Said Obito, surprised looking at the destruction in front of him. What kind of battle took place here? Thought Kakashi, looking at the destroyed area, surprised beyond words as he has never seen such a sight. Obito! Kakashi, look at this, shouted Rin as both of them arrived beside her. What's the matter, underscores? Obito words were left in his throat as his eyes shrank, looking at scene in front, completely speechless. This, Kakashi was also beyond words, as this was the most incredible thing he has ever seen. The ground in front, around 40 m long, was divided neatly into two. The area around it also had numerous slash marks. Look, there are people. Rin pointed towards a direction as Kakashi and Obito saw 3 figures covered with blood lay on the ground. They're alive. Arriving near them, Kakashi squatted down and told about their situation. These girls aren't much injured, but this guy, his life is in danger, told Kakashi after examining them. Kisame had numerous small wounds all over his body and a terrifying slash mark at his chest with blood still pouring down. What kind of enemy they encountered? Obito said, his face a bit pale, hoping not to meet that enemy. The enemy didn't took their scroll as well, said Kakashi, holding the heaven scroll he found, and continued saying, the enemy's goal might not be the scroll, maybe it is to kill. Kakashi said, his thoughts scaring Obito even more. This destruction around is all caused by a sword. Kakashi made a judgment after checking everything around. How can a sword cause such damage? Obito and Rin both couldn't believe his words. In Ninja World, swordsmanship never prospered. Only those in the land of iron use sword, but even they only applied chakra to the blade with no real swordsmanship. I'm also having a hard time believing it, replied Kakashi. We have gotten the scroll we needed. Let's leave this place quickly, said Kakashi. But what about them? Asked Rin, a bit worried, looking at the injured Kisame and Co. Don't worry. Such a large movement will never be undetected. Konoha Jonin might be here any minute. Let's go, told Kakashi as the 3 of them flashed, disappearing from the place. Had it novel been at. As Kakashi had predicted, after a few minutes, Orochimaru, along with Konoha Umbu, arrived at the scene as the injured were escorted out for treatment. This exam has gotten more and more interesting, said Orochimaru, looking at the exaggerated slash with interest, his long tongue out of his mouth, licking his lips. On the other side, inside the tower. I think we're the first team to be here, said Kurenai, looking at the empty hall, except some Konoha ninja at duty. It seems like this, nodded Kozuki as he couldn't sense any other genin except them. By the Kozuki, those slashes of yours, are they some type jutsu? Asked Kurenai what she wanted to know, remembering those huge red slashes. No, that's pure swordsmanship, told Kozuki, not caring for the impact his words had. How was it possible? If you don't use chakra, then how could it be possible cause such a damage, retorted Shizune, as this was something never heard of. Chakra was the core of everything in Ninja World. Causing such damage without using it was something that no one would even think of. Do you remember what I said at the first day of Academy? Said Kozuki, looking at the 2 of them. Yes, I clearly remember every word of it, told Kurenai, and Shizune beside nodded also. I said that day, I'm destined to be the strongest swordsman that world has never seen before, told Kozuki, looking straight ahead, a bit emotional as he had gotten so strong already. But this was inseparable from his inhuman training. Both Kurenai and Shizune looked at his side face, and their hearts skipped a beat as they lowered their head with face red all over. He looks so charming, Kurenai thought in her heart as she felt a complete different feeling towards Kozuki today. She couldn't understand what it was, but she liked it. Soon, the time began to pass as other teams started arriving as well. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma arrived along their team members. "What are you looking for, Kakashi?" asked Kozuki, looking at Kakashi, who looked around like searching for something. "I'm looking for someone," said Kakashi as he was looking around, hoping to find the person who caused that destruction. "Who?" asked Kozuki, a bit curious. Who could make Kakashi so restless? Kakashi narrated the whole matter to him about what he had seen before, and after he was done, there was a strange silence in the air. Kozuki, Kurenai, and Shizen, the three of them had a strange expression on their face mixed with surprise, guilt, and embarrassment. "What happened to you?" asked Kakashi, looking at their weird expression. "Nothing, we just thought of something, right?" said Kozuki, quickly looking at both Kurenai and Shizen, who quickly nodded. Kakashi felt something was wrong, but he couldn't understand what as he finally ignored it and started looking around again. "Phew!" Kurenai sighed in relief, seeing Kakashi ignoring them as Kozuki had told them to hide this matter. As all the remaining teams gathered, the time of the second exam finally came to an end. Soon, the door of the hall opened as Sarutobi, wearing the Hokage robe, strode in. Behind him were famous names that had spread throughout the ninja world. "That's Lady Tsunade," said Shizen, excitedly pointing toward the blonde-haired lady with massive weapons in front. Shizen's dream was to be a medical ninja, and so she idolized Tsunade. Jiraiya, White Fang, Tsunade, Minato, recited Kozuki these names in his heart as he saw all those famous characters in his memory stood behind Sarutobi. "First of all, congratulations on making it so far." Arriving at the stage, Sarutobi started his speech looking at the contestants below who stood in rows as he talked a lot about sacrifices and Ninja World rules and finally came to the main point. "Whose name will appear on the screen will fight here as we will finalize last 12 contestants for the third exam a month later," said Sarutobi as he moved away from the stage and everyone looked at the screen. Soon, 2 names appeared on the screen. Kozuki versus Asuma. "It's your match, Kozuki," said Kurenai to Kozuki excitedly, who stood beside her. "It's good so I can get over with it quickly," said Kozuki as he was a bit tired staying in the wild for so many days and wanted to go home. Kurenai, hearing his words, looked at Asuma with pity in her eyes as she knew he was about to be destroyed. Asuma, on the other hand, was pumped up as he wanted to wash the shame that Kozuki inflicted on him years ago. "Today I'll prove it to Kurenai that I'm the best," thought Asuma, fired up as he moved towards the fighting arena. "Who do you think will win, Tsunade?" asked Jiraiya, standing at the terrace above looking at the fighting stage below. "Isn't it obvious? Old man's son," said Tsunade without any hesitation. "Yeah, I think this time you might win this bet," nodded Jiraiya as he had high expectations from old man's son. "I don't think so," said Orochimaru hoarsely, looking at Kozuki, who stood below with interesting eyes. "Hey Orochimaru, do you want to bet?" Tsunade saw Orochimaru disagree and immediately wanted to place a bet as she believed that she would win this time. "You always lose," said Orochimaru, laughing as the relationship between the three at this time was still somewhat good. At this time, Tsunade did have fear of blood, but she didn't leave the village yet as she knew war may be here any time, and even if she couldn't fight, she could help with guiding the medical ninja. "Look, it's starting," said Jiraiya, pointing towards the stage as the fight was about to start. Underscore. "Hey Kakashi, do you think Asuma would win?" asked Obito, looking at Kakashi, who stood beside his dad. "No," said Kakashi without any hesitation as he knew Asuma would lose for sure. "Oh, is he the one that you mentioned? The one who was stronger than you during the academy?" asked White Fang, looking at Kozuki. "What?" Minato, Obito, and Rin beside were surprised by his words, as they never knew of this matter. "Yes, Dad," nodded Kakashi in response, not affected by his sensei and teammates' response. "If he was stronger than you, why didn't he graduate?" asked Minato, as he couldn't understand why Kozuki would do this. "I don't know," answered Kakashi after some hesitation, and finally didn't tell what Kozuki said to him that time. "Kozuki Shiro," said Minato in a low voice, remembering his name. Underscore. Today I'll prove to Kurenai that I'm the best. Asuma arrived in front of Kozuki and said his thoughts, provoking him. Whatever. Just start so that I can go home, said Kozuki, a bit impatient, and didn't want to argue with him. Bastard. Asuma immediately got angry, thinking Kozuki looked down him and looked at the proctor impatiently. Start, said the proctor as the fight began. You'll pay for your arrogance, shouted Asuma as he threw several kunai towards him. Shio! Shio! Kozuki, who wanted to deflect them with his sword, suddenly noticed something wrong, and he immediately jumped up in the air, and the kunai exploded suddenly. Boom! Good tactics, thought Kozuki, looking at the explosion below, but suddenly he heard a wind-breaking sounds and a wind slash move towards him. Wind style, Kozuki was surprised looking at the slash in front, but didn't care much as he dodged it easily in the air and fell down from the air. Kozuki was speechless as he looked at the ground below and saw it all covered with exploding tags. I win, said Asuma, smiling as he looked at Kozuki, who was about to land, and immediately made a seal. Boom! The exploding paper detonated as the ground broke, and dust covered the whole area. As expected of teacher's son, said Jiraiya, looking at the smoke below as he knew Asuma had won. Humph, didn't I say he would win, snorted Tsunade as she looked at Orochimaru proudly. Orochimaru didn't say anything as he knew the guy who could resist his momentum easily would never be this ordinary. Will he be all right? Asked Shizen, a bit, looking at the dust that covered everything. Don't worry, haven't you seen his strength before? There's no way he would lose, assured Kurenai as she had full trust in Kozuki. That's what you get for looking down on me, said Asuma arrogantly, as he knew Kozuki could never defend that explosion. Soon, the dust started to clear away and a vague figure could be seen standing in the dust, and soon the whole dusted drifted away, revealing the figure in front. Had it novel been at? Damn, how's this possible? Asuma, like he has seen a ghost, had a horrifying expression looking at the unbelievable sight in front. Kozuki stood there unharmed, not even a piece of his robe was damaged. What do you have to say now? Said Orochimaru, laughing to both stunned Tsunade and Jiraiya, who couldn't think how that kid survived. I don't believe this, shouted Asuma, who got mad from the shock and immediately folded several seals. Winstai. Asuma stopped suddenly as a hand covered his face, and he saw Kozuki stood in front looking at him indifferently. Bang! Asuma's back head hit the ground as the impact destroyed the surface, and Kozuki removed his hand from Asuma's face, revealing the passed-out Asuma in the pit. Sarutobi was shocked at the sight in front, as even he didn't catch the sight of Kozuki appearing in front of his son. Winner Kazuki Shiro. The proctor announced the result after being stunned for a moment, as Kozuki left the fighting arena with a mysterious air around him. As soon as Kozuki left the stage, Medical Ninja arrived as he carried the fainted Asuma out for treatment. Amazing, he defeated him with just one move. Obito was surprised looking at Asuma, who was being carried out. Kakashi, your friend is really interesting, said White Fang, as could see that Kozuki was a bit unusual. That speed, that strength. The more White Fang thought about it, the more he couldn't believe that a child of such young age could have such strength. Kakashi didn't say anything, but his heart was shaken, and he asked himself if it was him, could he respond to that speed? Suddenly, Kakashi didn't have much confidence for his fight with Kozuki. I'm more and more curious about you, thought Orochimaru, looking at Kozuki with greed, as he, with his fighting experience, could easily see that Kozuki didn't use chakra. Whether it was his super speed or strength, both were due to his strong body. Gulp! If I can get his body. Orochimaru swallowed his saliva at the thought of obtaining such a strong body. How can a child have such a strong body? Tsunade felt that the medical jutsu she had learned was wrong for the first time. A child, no matter how hard he trains, he couldn't make his body so strong. Tsunade couldn't bring herself to believe what she saw, but that was a fact. Had it novel been at? While Tsunade or other famous jonin were surprised by his strength, Sarutobi felt like he was the one who got beaten rather than his son. Hokage's son getting defeated in one move It was the biggest joke ever. Sarutobi already had a headache thinking of that mysterious person who caused that devastation in the forest earlier. Looks like I need to reassess Kozuki. Sarutobi was a bit angry as he thought, even if Kozuki was strong. For his sake, he should have made the fight look a bit difficult. After the first month of monitoring Kozuki and finding nothing suspicious, Sarutobi removed the surveillance over Kozuki, but now he had a thought of it once again. It seems I have caused trouble for myself, thought Kozuki, moving towards the watching stand, as he could sense those curious gazes towards him. During his fight, when the explosion enveloped him completely, if he hadn't used his Haushikahaki to create a pressure around him offsetting the explosion, he would have been seriously injured at least. This was a reminder for Kozuki not to underestimate the enemy. So after the explosion, he got a bit serious, taking Asuma down easily, which revealed a part of his strength. While thinking of this, Kozuki arrived beside Kurenai and Shizun, who greeted him happily, congratulating him for his win. Soon, an Earth-style ninja remade the damaged stage as rest of fights began. Both Kurenai and Shizun were unlucky as their opponents were Kakashi and Guy. They did try their best, but in the end they still couldn't beat the 50-50 Kakashi and Konoha Blue Beast Guy. Don't be sad you did your best. Kozuki couldn't look at their depressed faces and cheer them up. But we wanted to get promoted together, said Kurenai, a bit sad at her lost her hands clenched into a fist. Don't worry, you could try next year, encouraged Kozuki as he rubbed both of little girls' heads, as he could only blame their luck for meeting those abnormal guys. Who were Kakashi and Guy? No one knew them better than Kozuki. Kakashi, except for his clean defeat in the hands of Itachi, always made problems for his opponents. Whether it was Zabuza, Kakazu, or Obito later in the war, and even with Kagaya, he could put a fight using a full-body Susanoo. That's why Kozuki called him 50-50 for being able to fight any opponent. There's nothing to say much about Guy, who almost kicked Six Paths Madara, the Dancing King, to death, nearly saving the ninja world. So, Kozuki could only mourn for their luck and encourage them for the next year. Soon, all the fights came to an end as Sarutobi came on the stage, once again, as he congratulated the passing candidates, and the opponents that will face each other a month later were decided. Kozuki versus Kakashi. Seeing the name on the screen, everyone had anticipation in their heart. One is the greatest genius, and other is a dark horse who defeated the Hokage-san with a single move. Wow, Kozuki, you'll fight Kakashi, said Kurenai as she was looking forward to their fight. She had always believed that Kozuki was better than Kakashi, but could never prove it. But now she believes a month later everything will be revealed. This is a fight worth looking forward to, said Jiraiya, as he couldn't wait to know who was better between Kakashi and Kozuki. There's no need to guess the result. Is obvious, laughed Orochimaru as he knew the strongest genius might fall a month later. Kakashi, both White Fang and Minato looked at Kakashi a bit worried, as they could see Kozuki wasn't simple. Kakashi didn't care for their concerned faces, as he himself didn't know how to describe his mood himself. His heart was beating hard. He didn't know whether it was from fear or excitement, but he knew that he had to fight him and win to prove himself the best. Father, I want you to train me, said Kakashi, looking at his father with determination, as he had a jutsu in his mind, and his father could help him with it. Kozuki, on the other hand, didn't care much, as he knew the result of the fight was already decided, so he quickly left the forest and went back home and immediately slept on the warm bed after taking a shower. Konoha, Hokage office. A meeting was being held in the office as Sarutobi sat at the Hokage's seat with a smoke pipe in his mouth, and on the sofa at left sat two of the Konoha elders, Midokado Hamura and Koharu Yudate. On the right was Konoha Pot King Danzo with the usual constipated expression. Pot King meaning you can blame him for any event without even thinking. All the famous names of Konoha, like Tsunade, Orochimaru, White Fang, everyone was in the room, the atmosphere being heavy. You can start Shikaku, said Sarutobi, breathing his smoke as the young man in front with beard on his chin and lazy eyes spoke. Lord Third, after the investigation by the Umbu and me personally checking the area. I can say with full responsibility that the destruction in the forest was caused by a sword user, said Shikaku, reporting the situation. As far as I know, there's no one in Ninja World capable of causing such strong attacks with just a sword. Danzo beside, chipped and expressing his thoughts. Yes, Lord Danzo, it might be a person we don't know, or a new powerhouse, told Nara Shikaku. But this is not the real problem. Shikaku paused for a while as his expression was a bit heavy. Everyone's face changed, seeing the serious expression on his face, knowing the matter may not be that simple. Continue, Shikaku, said Sarutobi as his breathing was a little uneven, preparing himself for the bad news. The real problem is not the destruction caused by the attack, as with few strong jutsu, anyone can cause that damage, said Shikaku, as he kept on saying. After our investigation, we didn't find any trace of the chakra usage in the attack. In simple words, it was just a simple sword slash that caused that devastation. Shikaku finished his words as there was a pin-drop silence in the office for a moment, followed by a loud rebuttal by Danzo. Had it novel been at? Impossible. It's total nonsense. Without chakra, a person can hardly even break a rock, let alone cause that damage. Danzo stood up from his seat as he refused to believe in Shikaku's words. Calm down, Danzo, said Sarutobi to Danzo, who sat down angrily. Are you sure what you said is true, Shikaku? Asked Sarutobi, looking at Shikaku as his words totally changed the power concept of Ninja World. I'm afraid that is the truth, Lord Third, answered Shikaku. What do you think? Asked Sarutobi after being silent for a while, looking at his students. Theoretically, there's a way to cause that much destruction without using chakra. Orochimaru, who stood beside Tsunade, replied, sharing his thoughts. What is it? Asked Sarutobi, a bit impatient, as everyone's eyes in the room were on Orochimaru. If someone has a very strong body, then he would have enough power to cause that much damage just by a slash, said Orochimaru, expressing his thoughts. If someone would have told Orochimaru that such destruction could be caused without chakra before the Chunin exam, he wouldn't mind having another experimental body. But today, after seeing the fight of Kozuki, he believed that some thoughts he had were wrong. Orochimaru had a guess that this was caused by Kozuki, but he didn't tell anyone since he didn't want the body he chooses to be favored by Sarutobi or taken away by Danzo. Yes, it is possible that way, Tsunade, who had fair amount of knowledge on human body, nodded, approving the hypothesis. What about those survivors, did you ask them? Asked Sarutobi after listening to their opinion, looking at Shikaku. Lord Third, the two girls have woken up. We did ask them, but they told us they can't remember who attacked them, but I had a feeling they were lying, told Shikaku. What about the third one? Asked Sarutobi, puffing a cloud of smoke. He's out of danger, but is still in coma, told Shikaku. Sarutobi, let the root interrogate them. I'll get the truth from them. Danzo beside presented his aid in helping in this matter. No, they're our guests. We can't force them if they don't want to say it, especially now, when war may start at any time. Sarutobi, like always, ruthlessly rejected Danzo, making him angry, but Danzo was also helpless and could only bear it. This matter will be classified as a top secret. No one is allowed to disclose it, warned Sarutobi as he disbanded the meeting, and everyone left the office, leaving him and a medical ninja. How's Asuma? Asked Sarutobi, looking at the medical ninja, as no matter how ruthless he was, he still had care for his family. He's woken up, but is depressed, not talking to anyone at all, told the ninja of his situation to Sarutobi. Good work, you can leave, said Sarutobi as the ninja left, leaving him alone in the office. I hope you can grow after this setback, thought Sarutobi as he had full confidence in Asuma. Now what should I do with you, Kozuki Shiro? Thought Sarutobi. Sarutobi always had the feeling that everything was under his control, but whenever he looks at that kid, he has a feeling of his secrets being seen through by the other side. He has met many kind of people in his life, but the feeling that Kozuki gave him was just like an aloof king, mysterious. In the end, Sarutobi once again gave the order to the Umbu to monitor Kozuki secretly, not knowing that everything he did secretary was like an open book in the eyes of Kozuki. Kozuki didn't know that the whole Konoha was looking for the mysterious swordsman. After returning home from the Death Forest, Kozuki had a good sleep till the morning of the next day, before getting up and filling his stomach. After the breakfast, Kozuki wore his black training clothes and started to swing the sword in his hands with his eyes full of expectations. I wonder what ability I will unlock, thought Kozuki, as today is the day when his template reaches 50%. Kozuki was looking forward to have half of the strength of Shanks, since that will be an assurance for him in the upcoming war. 2 hours later, 19998_199999 Kozuki felt his body shaking all over. His grip on the sword became loose, but with extreme determination in his eyes, he lifted the sword up and slashed down, squeezing out all of his strength, shouting loudly, 20,000! As soon as the last slash was completed, Kozuki fell down and lay on the ground exhausted. His body couldn't move an inch. Ding! Kozuki heard the familiar prompt sound in his mind and smiled, knowing that he had succeeded. But his smile stiffened suddenly as he felt pain all over his body, a mysterious force strengthening his bones, muscles, everything, which was accompanied by strong pain. Kozuki beared the pain, but it was just too much, and soon he fainted, but the changes in his body did not stop. 3 hours later, the scorching sun was above the head as it shone strongly on a kid who lay unconscious on the ground in a courtyard, which had numerous slash marks. The kid was soaked in sweat, but his handsome, sturdy face had a determined expression, his black hair along with some strands of red hair that fell on his forehead. Huh. Kozuki opened his eyes in confusion as the strong rays of sun blinded his eyes as he covered his eyes subconsciously. Kozuki stood up with difficulty as his body was still a little weak by the pain earlier as he left the yard, walked through the lounge. Arriving beside the bathtub and filling it up, Kozuki threw himself in and sat in it as he closed his eyes, feeling the pain disappearing, and put his attention at the system. Ding! Akagami Shanks. Template has been unlocked to 50%. Host, Kozuki Shiro. Age 9. Template, Shanks. Abilities added novel Benedat. Stage 3, Swordsmanship. Kinbunshika Haki, Intermediate. Haushika Haki, Intermediate. Busashoka Haki, Primary. Items. Shusui. The harvest is much more than I expected, said Kozuki with a smile, feeling the improvement of his swordsmanship and haki. Now Kozuki's causal slash would be as powerful as the one he used in Death Forest. Moreover, his Haushika Haki has improved as well, and now he could also stun a large number of enemies, just like Luffy did stunning 50,000 men. Kozuki brought his hand in front of him, and soon a black liquid covered his hand. It's finally here, smiled Kozuki, looking at his hands, as the ability that he wanted the most was Armament Haki. It could be used to defend, as well, increasing the power of an attack. Kozuki stood up from the bathtub as the pain from earlier has disappeared, and Kozuki could feel that his physical strength has at least doubled. Arriving at his room, Kozuki wore a new white samurai robe and slung his sword at his waist as he looked at himself in the mirror satisfied. Huh. Kozuki suddenly frowned as he noticed few strands of red hair in front, not much, but they were totally real. Kozuki was stunned for a moment looking at his red hair, but had a guess in his heart that maybe it was due to Shank's template. It won't all turn red, right? Thought Kozuki, but even if it does, he didn't care much since they didn't look bad and were kind of cool. After getting dressed up, Kozuki left his house and strode towards the barbecue restaurant as he was in a good mood today and wanted to treat himself to a big meal. Konoha. Back Mountain Grove. A small and a big figure with the same white hair stood in the woods talking about something. Kakashi, the jutsu you told about is possible, but within a month it is difficult, said White Fang, looking towards his son who told him about his jutsu. White Fang was a lightning-style ninja, as he always imbues his sword with thunder chakra, making him fearful for the whole world. Kakashi's new jutsu was also lightning-style, so he asked his father, "Father, I am ready for every challenge. I'll complete my jutsu before the exam," replied Kakashi with determined eyes, as he wanted to use this as his trump card. "As expected of my son. Let's start then," said Tsukumo as he started teaching Kakashi and was a bit emotional looking at his son who grew up so much. Tsukumo was glad he didn't commit suicide that day, otherwise he won't be able to see this day. He always wanted to find the person named Shanks who could easily knock out those umbu outside his house and deliver that message. Tsukumo tried to know about him through various sources, but there was no strong guy in Ninja World with the name Shanks. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Konoha reached unprecedented prosperity on this day. The wide streets were already busy and crowded. Not only the ninja, even ordinary people rushed to the street, trying to stand first in order to observe the demeanor of great names of various nations. Konoha's closed door was completed opened. Numerous luxurious sedan chairs were lifted by guards and walked towards the center of Konoha village. Sitting in it are all the great names of various nations, and, with such reputation, they are naturally worshipped by a lot of people. The land of grass, the land of sand, the land of water all sent their representatives to the village. The politicians and ninjas of various nations were struggling to infiltrate Konoha. The purpose of their trip is not only to witness the demeanor of genius ninjas, but also to secretly estimate the strength of Konoha for the upcoming war. Had it novel been at as hosts, Konoha naturally did a lot of work for the event. The bustling streets were not blocked by civilians, but kept in order. The well-trained ninjas of Konoha stood consciously on both sides of street to maintain order and ensure that big names of various nations can reach the competition venue unimpeded. The atmosphere is unprecedentedly hot and truly eye-catching. On a high tower at the center of Konoha, the third Hokage stood quietly on top of the tower, looking at the lively scene below. On both sides of him, there are two Konoha elite umbus safeguarding him. It's finally starting. Unlike the past, Sarutobi's voice is loud and powerful, full of vitality. As Konoha's Hokage, he has high hopes for the Chunin exam. As long as Konoha Genin stand out, it will undoubtedly demonstrate the strength of Konoha. Time slowly passed, and big names of major nations finally had reached the competition venue. The square in the center of Konoha. At this time, the atmosphere is hot and overcrowded. At a glance, there are densely packed figures. Although the fighting square was empty, the venue was still overwhelmed by enthusiastic noises. Aside the civilians, all the famous names of Konoha are also gathered here. As seniors, they naturally want to see the demeanor of younger generation. Ninjas from other villages, as well, also were present here, trying to get the intelligence on Konoha geniuses. That's why many umbu were scattered around in case of any emergency situation. In a high position in the stands, there are four figures that are particularly eye-catching, overlooking from above. Konoha Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha Pot King, Shimura Danzo. Two elders, Midokado Hamura and Kohori Yuditane. As elders of Konoha, no one dare to question their position at the top. In the waiting room for the contestants. "Kozuki, what happened to your hair?" asked Kurenai, looking at the few strands of red hair falling on his forehead. "Oh, I just dyed them. Do they look bad?" Kozuki couldn't tell the truth, so he could only lie about it. "No, you look brilliant." As Kurenai said these words, her voice became lower and lower, her face fully red. "Hey, what happened?" asked Kozuki, looking at her red face a bit concerned. It wasn't that Kozuki was dense or something. It's just he couldn't think that a girl of 9 can have such thoughts. "No, I'm just excited for your match," said Kurenai, quickly covering it up as she waved her little fist, cheering for him. Kozuki felt something wrong, but didn't ask much and focused on the screen at wall broadcasting the exam. It's time to start the exam, said Danzo to Sarutobi beside him with the same money-owing expression. Sarutobi slowly got up, carrying his hands on his back. He walked to the edge of the stand, and the voice powdered up by chakra resounded throughout the audience. "Guests, thanks to all for gathering here at the Chunin exam organized by Konoha. Next, the 12 contestants who pass the qualifiers will proceed to the final exam. Please enjoy watching." The words of the third Hokage instantly detonated the atmosphere of the audience. Everyone cast their fiery eyes at the 12 players who had arrived in the center of the field. The center of the field. Kozuki, Kakashi, Obito, Guy, and 8 other contestants immediately became the focus of everyone. They have a heavy mission on their shoulders. This is a battle of honor. The rules are the same like those in qualifiers. The battle will only end when one party concedes defeat or dies. But if the outcome is clearly decided, I can stop the match. Do you get it? The proctor said seriously. Everyone nodded in understanding, their eyes firm. The first match is between Obito Uchiha and Might Guy. Except for these two, everyone else stepped back and go to viewing room on the side. As everyone left the venue, Obito and Guy were left standing at the center of the venue. The much-anticipated third exam finally began. Konoha, examination venue. The densely packed crowd with their excitement lighted up the whole atmosphere. Konoha Leaf Hurricane. Thud. Obito fell down as he lay on the ground, unmoving. Winner Might Guy. My youth has finally shown. Guy roared as he ran around, looking at the crowd as the whole arena detonated with cheers. Guy. A passionate voice sounded throughout the venue as a person with same thick eyebrows and same watermelon head in the stands was looking at Guy, tears flowing. Father, I did it. Guy said, arriving beside his father, totally pumped up. Guy, your days of youth has just started. You are my pride. Might Die, the eternal Genin, looked at his son, who has surpassed him. Father. Guy immediately got emotional. Both father and son hugged each other with tears and nasal mucus overflowing. At the corner of the stands, few middle-aged man, holding a big sign of gambling, stood with foxy expression. This time someone actually gambled $1 million on White Fang's son. But didn't that woman look a bit familiar? Asked the person. Who cares? All we know is if she loses, then, after this exam, we can enjoy a carefree life with this money. The eyes of gamblers shone, looking forward to the bright days ahead. In the stands, Orochimaru, have you seen Tsunade? Jiraiya today specially wore a new outfit, hoping to impress her with his looks, but couldn't see her. Orochimaru didn't reply, but pointed at the right corner, where a young blonde-haired woman with flat chest was looking around, cautiously moving towards them. Seeing her flat chest, Jiraiya lost something extremely precious and immediately ran towards her face full of worry. Tsunade, I'm coming. Idiot. Orochimaru shook his head and knew he was about to be beaten. Tsunade, who had just gambled $1 million for Kakashi's when using the transformation technique because she was afraid to be recognized. As she thought that she had retreated successfully, a shout destroyed her mood immediately. Bastard. Veins appeared on her forehead as she immediately disappeared from her place, and the wailing of Jiraiya sounded throughout the venue. I'm sorry, Tsunade. Jiraiya, with a swollen face, sat on the ground with extreme regret. I was almost recognized, you bastard. Tsunade knew there were also those people here who she had to pay the money she lost. Jiraiya wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Minato beside was speechless, looking at his sensei, and could only mourn for his fate, since getting the heart of a female barbarian isn't easy. Tsunade, who did you bet on? Orochimaru was a bit curious about whether she has the same eyes as him that can see the potential. Of course it's Sakumo Senpai's son. Tsunade could already see the money. She won her mouth, drooling, thinking of it. No wonder you lose every time. Orochimaru was a bit disappointed at her choice, and thought that he was unique after all. What? You want to fight my old lady? Tsunade immediately brought her fist in front after hearing his words. Orochimaru didn't want to fight this barbarian, and looked away, not paying attention to her. At it novel Benedet. In the waiting room. It's okay, Obito, you did your best. Rin couldn't look at the depressed Obito and encouraged him. Rin. Obito had tears in his eyes, as goddess in his heart always would come to help him. I really want to save them, but... Kozuki was a bit confused looking at Rin and Obito. During his time in the academy, he has deep friendship with nearly everyone except Asuma. He knew even if he saved Obito, Madara would find another one to be his pawn. And he wasn't even sure that Madara would attack him or not if he intervened in his plan. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the ninja world, but Madara was different. If he had the full strength of Shanks, he naturally wouldn't care much about Madara, but now he doesn't have the strength to intervene. Kozuki finally decided not to think too much about it, and looked at the screen, watching the ongoing fights. Kakashi, who sat at the corner, was continuously looking at Kozuki, hoping to find him nervous for his fight with him, but all he saw was a relaxed face without worry. How can this guy be so calm? Kakashi was very nervous himself, since the next fight might be his demise as a genius. But he knew as a ninja, he had to give his all and prove his strength. I hope that works. Kakashi put all his hopes on the new jutsu he had developed this month with his father. Soon all the fights were finished, as the battle that the whole village was looking forward to finally arrived. Kakashi versus Kozuki, the last duel. The proctor's voice fell, and the audience immediately burst into thunderous cheers. They waited for a long time, just for this exciting moment. Both of them have huge expectations on their backs. On one side is the genius of Konoha, the genius who broke all the previous record from early graduation to becoming a chunin at 6, Hatake Kakashi. On the other side is Konoha's rising genius Kozuki Shiro, who defeated Hokage's son with just a single move. The popularity of this duel has firmly attracted everyone's attention. Their eyes were fixed on two genius ninjas, watching. In the stands, Shizune and Kurenai sat side by side. They watched Kozuki's back nervously, their hearts beating as if they were on the scene. Shizune's teeth danced with her hands and screamed, loudly cheering for Kozuki heartily. She believes that Kozuki will definitely win. Kurenai clasped her hands tightly, her eyes staring at Kozuki. She kept praying for Kozuki in her heart, hoping that he could win. When her eyes moved to Kozuki's side face, her face turned red, shy and cute. Both of them cheered for Kozuki in their own way, hoping that he could soar to the sky. On the other side of stand, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Minato, and Tsukumo stood together looking at the scene below. "Aren't you nervous, Tsukumo-senpai?" Minato asked White Fang as he, the teacher himself, was pretty nervous, but his father had the same calm expression. I count how much effort Kakashi put for this exam. The result doesn't matter. He did his best. That's what is important. White Fang wasn't nervous for Kakashi, as he already knew the result of this match. He has trained Kakashi this whole month, so he knows his strength very well, but he could see nothing even close to that speed and strength of Kozuki. Minato was young, so he couldn't find much from his words. But Tsunade and others had plenty of experience to understand his words. Even Tsukumo isn't sure for his son's win, thought Jiraiya as he looked at Kozuki a bit surprised. "My money," Tsunade screamed in her heart, as she could easily conclude from his tone that the chances of Kakashi win weren't much. "Show me what secret you have." Orochimaru, with his same unique laugh, looked at Kozuki below, eyes full of greed. Underscore. Kakashi stood in front of Kozuki, eyes like electricity, staring at him. This is the first time they have really fought each other. Kakashi once wanted to have a fight with Kozuki, but he saw his fight with the spy, and his confidence was shaken. In this month's time, he's been immersed in deep training all the time, constantly enhancing his strength. He doesn't care for the Chunin title, since he already is, but his goal has always been to defeat Kozuki. Do you remember what I said at the start of the exam, that don't hold back, so take out your sword? Kakashi put a fighting stance as blue lightning appeared around his legs, dancing wildly. "Oh, lightning!" Kozuki was a bit surprised, but didn't care much, replied to Kakashi's earlier statement. "I don't think it's needed." Kozuki wasn't being arrogant, but even his causal slash could cut the fighting arena in half. "Start," the proctor said loudly, as the whole audience immediately became silent, looking at the two fully focused. Whoosh! Kakashi disappeared from his place, as he was already in front of him, his legs moving towards his neck. Wow! The whole audience was surprised by Kakashi's speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Using lightning to increase the speed and power, a simple but effective method. Sarutobi, sitting at the highest place, nodded in acknowledgement, as even if it was simple for a child, it was still difficult. Kozuki looked at the leg a few centimeters away from his neck and just tilted his head back, escaping the blow. Kakashi didn't give up as his leg, shrouded in thunder, kept attacking Kozuki, who, easily reading his movements, dodged them perfectly as they roamed in the entire field, appearing everywhere from time to time. "Do you only know to dodge?" Kakashi was a bit annoyed looking at him dodging his attacks, and provoked him. "You can't afford my attack, Kakashi." Kozuki wasn't angry at his words, and said the fact which sounded arrogant to Kakashi. Another leg attack moved towards Kozuki's head, but he didn't dodge his attack this time, and brought his hand forward. Kakashi sneered, seeing him trying to catch his legs, as he knew his thunder leg would paralyze him for sure. Boom! Kozuki caught Kakashi's leg as fierce wind pressure spread around from the impact. "What?" Kakashi saw him catch his legs, and totally fine, was surprised. "This weak thunder can't affect me, Kakashi," said Kozuki, holding his legs as he threw him in front, as Kakashi flew away before stopping a few meters far. Did he coat his hands with chakra? Tsunade was a bit confused as she saw him catching his leg, but she couldn't sense his chakra at all. No, he just used his bare hands. Tsukumo, beside, spoke a bit shocked by the scene. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Minato were shocked listening to his words. How much strong of a body was required to do so? Orochimaru was having a hard time controlling himself and not to catch Kozuki for his experiment. "Kakashi, just give up. I don't want to hurt you," said Kozuki, looking at the panting Kakashi in front, due to consumption of chakra. "I have trained so hard, how can I give up?" Kakashi wasn't discouraged by his words, as he still had a whole card. Kakashi made seals as he put his around his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball. A huge and wide fireball sprouted out from his mouth, roaring towards Kozuki. "It's useless." Looking at the fire, Kozuki shook his head and decided to end this farce. He immediately disappeared from his place, appearing behind Kakashi, who looked all exhausted. Kozuki put his hands on his shoulder and said, "It's over." The whole venue was silent, looking at the scene in front, and they couldn't believe that the genius Kakashi lost. Even Kakashi. Sarutobi couldn't believe that Kakashi lost, and Kozuki didn't even use his sword. Danzo, beside, was already thinking of absorbing Kozuki in the roots. "Give up, Kakashi." Kozuki looked at Kakashi, who sat on the ground in front with his back facing him. Kakashi turned his head, and his eyes suddenly showed a cunning look. "It's not over yet." Kakashi turned into mud falling down. "Mud clone," said Kozuki as he immediately turned around, but he heard a bird's chirping sound. "I win." "Chidori," shouted Kakashi as the Chidori moved towards Kozuki's shoulder quickly. Boom! The ground underbroke as cobweb-like cracks spread everywhere from the impact as dust covered the whole area. What was that jutsu? Tsunade, who had given up on her money, when suddenly saw Kakashi turning the tides and using that noisy, flashy jutsu, became happy and couldn't help but asking. "It's the jutsu he developed, Chidori. Its power is on par with a ranked jutsu." Tsukumo explained, making the people around unbelievable that a child could even develop his own jutsu. "Had it novel been at it. You better win, kid." Tsunade looked at the dust that covered the fighting arena and couldn't help but praying for Kakashi's win. Hey, who won? The whole venue was chaotic, looking forward to the result. Konoha. Examination Square. The whole venue was quiet at this moment. Everyone's focused on the dust that obscured their sights. Kurenai and Shizen, both of them looked straight at the dust, nervous, waiting for its clearance. Soon, the dust that obscured everyone's sight started to dissipate as the two figures were revealed. This, Kakashi looked at his hand that should have pierced Kozuki's shoulder but was held tightly in Kozuki's grasp with some thunder still around it, his face horrified. How's this possible? Whether it was Tsunade, Orochimaru, or anyone else, they couldn't believe at the sight in front. That jutsu would have even pulverized a boulder, but he stopped it with bare hands. Orochimaru couldn't keep his calm expression anymore, as no matter how strong a person's body is, this isn't possible. Looks like we all underestimated Kozuki. Jiraiya could only blame his own incompetence for not seeing his potential. Had it novel been at. While Jiraiya and the rest were surprised, Kurenai and Shizen both were the only one who cheered for Kozuki in the stunned atmosphere. Chidori a good jutsu, but not enough Kakashi. Kozuki held Kakashi's hand and looked at him a little surprised. Kozuki was surprised to see the Chidori, because as much he remembered Kakashi developed this jutsu at the age of 12, and now he was only 9. If he didn't use the Busashoka Haki to cover his hands, he would not be able to stop it. Looks like his father being alive has helped him. This was the only reason Kozuki could think of Kakashi progress. Do you still want to continue? Kozuki asked Kakashi as he let go of his hand, setting him free. Kakashi took a few steps back and looked at his hand, which was caught easily, and then looked at Kozuki, his eyes a bit dull. Kozuki saw his state and knew he was hit hard since Kakashi has always been in the limelight, and such a setback wasn't easy to overcome. The densely packed audience was still quiet looking at the two, and their conversation could also be heard by them in the pin-drop silence. Kakashi, it's the end. Kozuki put his hands on the sword handle as it was half-sheathed, and his face showed killing intent as he moved towards him step by step. Hearing him call his name, Kakashi looked up and saw Kozuki moving toward him with his hand on his sword, and for the first time felt powerless. Stop the match. Minato, who saw Kozuki moving towards Kakashi, who had given up, immediately wanted to stop the match. In the quiet square, his voice was immediately heard by the proctor, who hesitated a bit and looked towards the Hokage for his opinion. Sarutobi thought for a while and decided not to stop the match since he wanted to see whether Kozuki would kill Kakashi since it wasn't forbidden. The match will continue. Sarutobi's loud voice was like a death knell which sounded throughout the venue. Sensei, he's going to kill him. Minato couldn't keep calm anymore and asked Jiraiya for help. Calm down, Minato. Jiraiya couldn't defy Sarutobi's order and was powerless. All of the classmates, whether it was Guy, Obito, Rin, and even Kurenai and Shizen, all of them were stunned looking at Kozuki, who excluded killing intent all over. Will he really kill him? Obito said, a bit scared looking at the unfamiliar Kozuki from his memory. Obito didn't get an answer for his words, as everyone didn't know what to say. Kozuki. Kurenai called his name, hoping what she was seeing was an illusion. Walking step by step, Kozuki finally arrived and stopped at an arm's length distance from Kakashi looking at him. Clang! The sword was fully pulled out from the scabbard as he held it high above his shoulder, facing towards Kakashi. Kakashi, I give you an option, give up, and I'll let you go, otherwise you know the consequences. Unlike before, Kozuki had an indifferent expression on his face like a king looking at an ant that could be crushed any moment. Kakashi saw the sword that could end his life at any moment and thought of his training with his father, his friends, and more importantly with Kozuki, who he always wanted to defeat, but today he was going to end his life. Kakashi let his arms loose, like totally giving up resistance. So have you decided, Kakashi? Asked Kozuki as the grip on his sword tightened. Everyone in the stands were out of their seats, looking at the scene in front, wondering what would his choice will be. I'll never give up. Kakashi took out a kunai, waving it at Kozuki in front with extreme determination. Clang! Kozuki easily deflected the kunai as it fell out of Kakashi's hands and kicked him on the stomach, and Kakashi sat down on his knees, holding his stomach in front of Kozuki. Farewell, Kakashi. Kozuki's indifferent voice spread throughout the square as parents covered their children's eyes as the sword slashed down. No! Minato and even the calm Tsukumo couldn't see it anymore and wanted to help his son, but it was already too late. The air around Kozuki's sword seemed to compress as a huge, nearly 30 m high red slash appeared in front of everyone as it crashed down towards Kakashi. The time seemed to stop for a moment as the whole world lost its color. Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the square as numerous small rocks, along with fast wind and dust, flew everywhere around. The whole venue started shaking as ninja wearing strange masks appeared in front of the audience using Earth style to protect them. After a minute or so, the aftershocks of the attack finally stopped as the dust in the fighting arena also dissipated, revealing the sight in front. Kozuki stood with his sword right beside Kakashi's shoulder, who sat in front of him, his eyes still wide from the near-death experience. Kakashi turned around and saw the same long slash that he had seen in the Death Forest. The ground was divided into two. So it was him. Tsunade and others were stupefied looking at the sight. In front finally remembered the destruction and the same exaggerated slash like in the Death Forest. "Why didn't you kill me?" Kakashi was a bit confused as he looked at him for an answer. "Kakashi, what do you think is the most important for a ninja?" Kozuki didn't answer his question and asked him one as his voice spread throughout the whole venue. Kozuki just wanted to remind Kakashi that he was a ninja, so that's why he acted indifferently before to lift his spirit. Kakashi was puzzled by his sudden question, but answered honestly. Hard work and strength. Kakashi believed this to be the answer, as to survive strength was required. "Then why couldn't you defeat me? I was an orphan who didn't have anyone home to guide, but I still defeated you. It's not because I train more than you, but there's another important thing." Kozuki's loud voice was heard by everyone in the stance as they looked forward to what he had to say. "What is it?" asked Kakashi, wanting to know what wrong he did. "To have a goal that no one ever had before. Your dream is to be like your father, then you'll be limited to him. But I had a goal to be the strongest swordsman, a goal that has no limit." Kozuki wasn't joking because whether it was Naruto, Hashirama, or Madara, all of them had goals that no one had even thought of before. Kakashi's dull eyes that had lost their purpose finally began to shine again as he stood up and came in front of Kozuki and said, "I didn't have a goal before, but I think I do have one now." Kakashi said these words passionately like Guy had possessed him as the whole crowd burst into a thunderous cheer by his words. The proctor also smiled as he came forward and held Kozuki's arm and lifted it up, announcing the winner. Winner Kozuki Shiro. The whole crowd stood up in applause as they acknowledged his strength and his spirit as a ninja. "This kid will be a sensation in the future," said Jiraiya, looking at Kozuki as he was impressed by his words. "Yeah," nodded Tsunade as she remembered her brother, who had a goal as well. Orochimaru, on the other hand, strengthened his belief to the eternal life after hearing his words. Kozuki. Kurenai was happy as her eyes were a bit red. Happy that Kozuki has finally proven himself. The Chunin exam finally ended as Konoha was the biggest winner. The reputation of Konoha geniuses spread throughout the ninja world. But most of the great nations also put them in their hit list. Every village had Kozuki's name on the top, as his swordsmanship subverted their worldview. A slash comparable to an S-rank jutsu. In the battlefield, it could easily be the game changer. After the exam, Kozuki was personally handed the Konoha Chunin outfit by Sarutobi. Yakiniku Restaurant. "Kozuki, why didn't you wear your Chunin outfit? It's been a day since the end of Chunin exam, and all the ninjas from other villages have left as well, including the terrified Kisame, who was the fastest. Today, as a celebration for his successful promotion, Shinku arranged a party for his team. I feel more comfortable in this." Kozuki replied to Kurenai's question as he wore his usual purple samurai outfit, as it was more comfortable for him. "Kozuki, now that you're Chunin, you have a bigger responsibility on your shoulders, whether it is to protect the village or to protect your teammates." Shinku, who unlike before had a rare smile on his face, satisfied by his student, but didn't forget to educate him. "At it novel been at? I know sensei." Kozuki knew that the war was near, and he had to protect his comrades as well as the village. But his way was a bit different. He not only wanted to protect the village from outside, but also from inner ghosts like Danzo and Sarutobi. "Eat as much as you want, since I can also be a bit generous sometimes." Shinku let his hands loose today as the four of them had a happy time together. "Only juice for kids." Shinku reprimanded Kozuki, who wanted to drink soju, and handed him a glass of orange juice. "Sigh, it's tough to be a kid." Kozuki was a big drunkard in his previous life, and maybe because of Shanks' template his love towards it became even more. But sadly, even in Ninja World minors weren't allowed to drink. Haha. Both Kurenai and Shizen laughed at Kozuki, who had a sad expression, causing Kozuki to get angry as he fiercely ravaged the head of two girls, as laughter echoed in the restaurant, making a warm atmosphere. Underscore, 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 underscore. Hokage office. Hiruzen, what do you plan to do with that kid? In the Hokage office, Sarutobi sat at his seat as Danzo sat in front a little to the right on the sofa, conversing about Kozuki. What do you mean he's the future of Konoha? Of course, I'll cherish him. Sarutobi put on the hypocrite mask again, like he really cared for Kozuki. Don't put that face in front of me. You should know it already that the spy who was killed 4 years ago died from a sword, and with that kid's strength there's no doubt that he did it. Danzo spoke with his unique tone that made the atmosphere in the room a bit cold. What do you mean? Sarutobi still feigned ignorance like he really didn't understand the meaning of his words. Stop playing dumb, he killed the spy, but he didn't report it. With that strength he never showed it even once and kept staying at the academy. Don't you think it's suspicious? Danzo fully believed that Kozuki had a hidden motive, that's why he hides his strength. Danzo, the war may erupt anytime. We need every ounce of strength we can get. We'll deal with this matter after the war. Sarutobi never wanted the strength of village to reduce, especially during these turbulent times. Hiruzen, haven't you seen his strength already? If we give him more time, he'll grow even more. Let me deal with him. I'll plant a curse seal on him, making him completely obedient. Danzo had greed in his eyes, as he couldn't wait to catch and make Kozuki his own subordinate. Even if he is strong, can he fight against both you, me, and all root ninjas? Don't touch him now, at least wait till a proper time. Sarutobi finally decided to act with Danzo's thoughts, as he couldn't let an unstable factor remain free, but before that he wanted Kozuki to help him win the war. Humph! Danzo snorted as he stood up and left the room, but he had a smile on his face, as he knew he only needed to wait a few years to get a powerful subordinate. As for Kozuki's retaliation, he didn't care much, as like Sarutobi said, even if he was strong, can he fight both him and Sarutobi and even his whole organization? What I did is for Konoha. Sarutobi looked at the great stone faces and the prosperous village below and believed what he did, even if it was wrong, it was all for the best in Konoha's affairs. It's been 6 months since the end of the Chunin exam. Today, the atmosphere of the village was a bit dull, as ninja would flash from time to time everywhere. Even the streets were deserted, looking like an emergency situation. Hokage office. Teacher, you're looking for me. Orochimaru walked into the Hokage office and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking at the village in front through the window, with his back facing him, and asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked with his back to Orochimaru. Without answering, he just quietly looked through the window and looked at the clouds and the sky outside. In this way, the atmosphere in the room gradually turned into tranquility, except for the sound of Sarutobi smoking. Orochimaru, third Kage, disappeared. Cloud Village took advantage of the fire and attacked the stone, and also declared war on the Sand Village and Konoha. Stone Village and Sand Village also declared war on Konoha. I'm calling you over this time, because I'm going to let you go to the Land of Thunder to take control of the situation. Danzo is in charge of Kirigakure, and I'm going to let Jiraiya and Minato to go and fight against Stone Village. The Land of Thunder will be handed over to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, looked at Orochimaru, and said heavily. The blood in his eyes can tell how much pressure under he is. Is the situation so bad? Then leave the Land of Thunder to me. In the face of the harsh situation that Sarutobi was narrating, Orochimaru decisively assumed the responsibility of guarding the village, and he could also get experimental materials on the battlefield. How much jonin will the village allocate me? Immediately, Orochimaru asked, as he was most concerned about the distribution of combat power. Although Konoha had the most jonin among the great 5 nations, it was still difficult to face 4 villages at the same time. So, the distribution of the village's combat power is a big problem. Stone Village can be dealt by Jiraiya and Minato. Kirigakure has not officially started the war, so Danzo himself can still hold on to it temporarily. Tsunade and White Fang are enough for Sand Village. However, Cloud Village's combat power is so strong that it is not much worse than Konoha. The third Reikage, his son, the 8-tails Jinchuriki and the 2-tails Jinchuriki are all well-known strong men in the ninja world. If he only relies on himself, even Orochimaru himself is not confident to face these 4 and the rest of elites without enough support. The combat power in the village is quite tense right now. I can only give you 10 jonin, but I can assign the Uchiha clan to you. But if something bad happens on the battlefield, I or Minato will also appear. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to allocate too much combat power to Orochimaru. What should he do if he wins? His original plan is to let Minato help in the war later, so to create enough momentum for Minato. What? Only 10 jonin. Even with the calm personality of Orochimaru, he felt a little angry. There are only 10 jonin. Isn't this just sending them to death? The Uchiha clan is even more famous as a time bomb. It might not hurt Cloud Village that much than it might himself. And if it was Minato or third Hokage to help them in the later stage, then even if they won the victory, I am afraid that everyone will only think that it is the credit of the third Hokage in Minato. Novel Benedat. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly had some doubts, whether Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted him to be the Hokage or not. No way. Orochimaru, the combat power in the village, is indeed too scarce now, and we have to prevent other ninja villages from attacking Konoha. I can only allocate 10 jonin to you, but you will have Uchiha clan for your help. Uchiha clan? What's the use of those arrogant people who don't even listen to anyone? On hearing Sarutobi's words, Orochimaru couldn't help but say it. We must know that Cloud Village has 4 Kage rank powerhouses and countless other elite ninja. With his meager 10 jonin and the Uchiha clan, how could he stop them? Enough! Orochimaru, you are already a mature ninja. Learn to figure out how to solve problems by yourself. There are more than 100 jonin ninjas in the Uchiha clan, and hundreds of chunin. Just solve the war with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that if this went on, Orochimaru would definitely not agree. So today's conversation will not have any results. So he could only use a serious tone to force Orochimaru to accept the task. Sarutobi, if possible, didn't want to get so awkward with Orochimaru. After all, they had a mentor and apprentice relationship for nearly 20 years. But who made Orochimaru to already had his own ideas and went against him? Then I have a request. I want to take a person with me to the war. Orochimaru calmed down as he knew nothing good would come out from any more talk and made request. Sarutobi was a bit curious that who was so sacred that Orochimaru wanted himself. Kozuki Shiro. Orochimaru called the name with deep desire in his eyes. Think straight. Okay, you can take him with you. Sarutobi agreed to his request, as he knew refusing will only increase the friction between them. Excuse me then, Lord Hokage. Orochimaru left the room, but this time he didn't say the word teacher, but said Lord Hokage, clearly explaining its meaning. It seems that you forgot who gave you all this. Novel Benedat. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the back of Orochimaru and couldn't help but feel a little angry, feeling that Orochimaru was completely out of control. Back Mountain Grove. Kozuki was holding the shoe sway in his hand and swung it heavily and slashed on the 10-might-high boulder in front. Bang! The boulder, without any resistance, was immediately divided into 2. Finally, it's done. Kozuki would train with a sword here, since even his training now would cause damage to the surroundings. Suddenly, Kozuki frowned as he sensed someone's aura. Whoosh! An Umbu appeared in front of Kozuki, wearing a dog mask. What's the matter? Kozuki looked at the Umbu and knew the matter must be serious. Ninja war is about to begin. Go back and prepare. The Umbu only said these words, and it disappeared. Did the war finally begin? So what should be here will come eventually. Kozuki sighed as he didn't like bloodshed and didn't know how many lives a sword would take, but after all in this world he had to do it. Thinking of the preparations for this ninja world war, Kozuki put the sword back into the scabbard, and he left the mountain. Konoha Village. Uchiha Clanland. Located on the edge of Konoha, the Uchiha clan covers almost 1/5 of Konoha's area. The family seems to be a small village, with everything from restaurants to clothing stores and ninja shops. It is no wonder that they looked down on the people in the village. The environment in which they lived since childhood made them arrogant. As the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, the Uchiha clan inherited his eyes and have always been unwelcoming, and other people who are not from the Uchiha clan cannot enter their clan. But today here ushered in an unexpected visitor. It's really Uchiha. No matter how many times I see it with my own eyes, this land still stays prosperous and magnificent. Orochimaru followed the ninja of Leaf Police Force and walked in the Uchiha clan, looking at the prosperous surroundings. Haha, our Uchiha clan has been the dominant overlord in the entire ninja world since the Warring States period. It is normal for this kind of prosperity to be passed down to us. The ninjas of the Leaf Police Force heard that Orochimaru, one of Konoha's Sannin, was also sighing at their clan, and they couldn't help but to feel proud and began to show off their long history. Their tone also expressed their unique pride of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru could hear the pride in their words. That's why he looked down on them. There is no top combat power in the clan, but always arrogant, holding the glory of the clan. That was the glory of Uchiha Madara, and after that nothing worth mentioning. Now they're just a group of paper tigers raised in captivity. Soon, Orochimaru, following the ninjas in front of him, walked to the very center of the Uchiha clan, which is the Patriarch's reception room. Patriarch, Orochimaru is here. At the door, the police force ninja at Tahi door entered the house first and reported to Uchiha Kawasaki, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru, what's he doing here? Let him in. Although I'm very puzzled as why Orochimaru came here, but Uchiha Kawasaki still welcomed Orochimaru in first. Patriarch Kawasaki, excuse me. After Orochimaru walked into the Patriarch's house, he saw Uchiha Kawasaki, who had been waiting inside the house, and greeted him with a friendly attitude. What a rare visitor, Orochimaru. What are you doing here at our Uchiha clan? After a simple greeting, Uchiha Kawasaki still actively asked Orochimaru about his purpose. Doesn't the Patriarch know already? I thought the Patriarch should have known a long time ago, and Sarutobi teacher should have told all Konoha's families this news. Didn't Patriarch Kawasaki receive the notice? Orochimaru pretended to be surprised and said to Uchiha Kawasaki, Orochimaru, if you came to make fun of me, then you can leave. Although very angry, something that all the families in the village knew, and the Uchiha clan didn't even know it. But he certainly wouldn't let Orochimaru make fun of him. And he knew that Orochimaru came to the Uchiha clan, and he certainly didn't come to make fun of him, so there must be something very important to him. So he just said these words to put an air of dominance. Patriarch Kawasaki is not curious. Why did I came to find you? The Third Ninja World War has begun. I came to the Chief Kawasaki to discuss cooperation. Doesn't Patriarch Kawasaki want to be an elder of Konoha? Orochimaru didn't pay attention to his arrogance, but calmly asked Uchiha Kawasaki. Hee, I wonder what wind blew Orochimaru here, but can you guarantee that the Uchiha clan can have an elder when your beloved sensei is against us? When Uchiha Kawasaki heard Orochimaru's words, he taunted back in a mocking tone to Orochimaru. Hee, it is true that my sensei has indeed been suppressing your Uchiha clan, but you have no choice now, right? Only I can let you go on the battlefield. Now the Land of Thunder and other villages have declared war on Konoha. I'm responsible for the Cloud Village, while Stone Village has Jiraiya and Minato, and Tsunade is responsible for Sand Village and Danzo for Kiri. There's no place for Uchiha clan with them. Orochimaru knew that Sarutobi would definitely stop Uchiha from gaining reputation in the battlefield. That's why he put them with him, thinking that he'll lose for sure. You only have 10 Jonin, and the rest all are Chunin. How can you help us when Sarutobi seems to have given up on you? And why don't we Uchiha just stay in the village and protect it, and there's no need for us to lose our lives in the battlefield? Don't you remember the Senju clan? All of them died, leaving only Tsunade. I think your Uchiha clan is no better than them. Orochimaru told about what happened with the Senju, alerting them of the same end. What do you mean, Orochimaru? Kawasaki looked at Orochimaru, giving him a dangerous look. What I mean is simply your clan will also be destroyed by Teacher and Danzo if you don't take measures soon. Orochimaru told what was the fact as Senju was killed by both Danzo and Sarutobi for their ambitions. I made this on my own. Then what should we do? Kawasaki finally gave in, as although he was arrogant, but not a fool to believe that their Uchiha was better than Senju. Help me in the war. If I win, I'll be the 4th Hokage, and I promise to make you an elder, and not only that, maybe the 5th Hokage might be from Uchiha. Orochimaru threw his whole card as he knew Kawasaki would never be able to resist it. Orochimaru also knew this, that even if he wins, Sarutobi would definitely not make him the Hokage, but he just wanted to control the Uchiha for the war, so that he can keep his life against the cloud. 5th Hokage. Uchiha Kawasaki eyes gleamed as he could already see the rise of Uchiha. Okay, we Uchiha agree to cooperate with you. Kawasaki couldn't resist the temptation of being the Hokage, and finally decided to help Orochimaru, not knowing he was just used by the mad scientist. Night. In the evening, the small house of Kozuki was extremely lively, since he was about to go to the battlefield tomorrow. Kozuki invited many of his friends and hosted a lively dinner at home. After all, some of these people might not meet him the next time he returns. Everyone at this time is obviously very excited. Everyone knows that if some things are not said at this time, and some things are not done at this time, there may be no chance in the future. Everyone, tonight may be the last time we get together. We don't know whether we will meet again, but we should cherish the time we have now together, added Novel Benedat. At this time, Kozuki was holding the juice and started speaking. Asshole Kozuki, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no way I'm going to let anyone die. Yeah. Speaking of Kozuki, you were the first to go to the battlefield. I really envy you. If we participate in the war, you have to take care of us on the battlefield. Uchiha Obito's words immediately lifted everyone's depressed spirits due to war, as everyone immediately started chatting happily. Do you have any dreams? If you don't say it today, you may not have a chance to say it in the future, and already know my dream is to be the strongest swordsman. Kozuki looked at his friends and asked about their goals, since it will make them strong enough to face the upcoming war. Now, don't be shy. Come on, speak quickly. Seeing everyone silent, Kozuki urged them. My dream is to become Hokage and let everyone agree with me, especially Yurin. Sure enough, the first speaker at this time was the brave Uchiha Obito. At the same time, he couldn't help but tilt his head slightly and glanced at Noera Rin, who was sitting with Kakashi. Obito, you fool. It's impossible for you to become Hokage. You think too much. Obito, and Hokage's position belongs to me. The students listened to Obito and immediately began to say that it's impossible. Obito, your dream would come true for sure. Rin Noera, who was sitting with Kakashi at this time, looked at Obito and encouraged him, causing Obito to be laugh silly. My dream is to show my youth all over the world and be the strongest physical ninja. Guy shouted, loudly announcing his dream, making everyone laugh. My dream is to be the strongest illusionist and fight side by side with Kozuki. My dream is to be the greatest medical ninja and to heal the wounds of everyone. Kurenai. Shizen also spoke about their dream. Of course, Kurenai said the latter part of her dream silently in her heart. Soon, all the students announced their dreams, completely eliminating the worry of the war, and enjoyed the moment fully. Everyone drank the juice in the glass, then looked at each other and couldn't help laughing happily. The night lasted for a long time, and it seemed that time was willing to stay a little longer for this group of kids. Everyone also indulged, completely forgetting about the war, forgetting everything, only remembering each other now. Early morning. Kozuki was on his way to Konoha main gate. Yesterday, everyone played until late. When Kozuki left, everyone in the yard was lying all around. The saddest part is parting. Kozuki didn't want to see them sad and left without telling with the memory of their happy faces. Kozuki suddenly looked back and saw a lot of small figures running towards him. Damn, Kozuki, don't even think about running away quietly by yourself. Asshole, you must come back alive. Kozuki, you must become the world's strongest swordsman. Those who rushed towards him were the friends who were together yesterday. Everyone. Kozuki looked at the kids in front of him and couldn't help but feeling warm in his heart. Thank you, everyone. I hope we meet soon. Kozuki took a deep look at everyone, and at this moment, he truly integrated into the world. Here he has so many people who care about him. Then he turned around and left in the eyes of everyone, quickly moving towards the gate. Early in the morning, the rising sun cast a rosy hue across the morning sky. The whole village was quiet, but the main gate was flurried with ninja wearing traveling backpacks or holding big scrolls ready for the war. After parting with his friends, Kozuki arrived at the site wearing a black robe with sword hanging at his waist. Unlike other ninja, Kozuki didn't have any equipment except for his sword, since he could store things in the system space. We finally meet Kozuki Shiro. A strange laughter echoed beside Kozuki, as he had already sensed who he was when he came near him. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Orochimaru. Kozuki was disgusted by Uncle Snake, but he had to give him some respect in front of everybody. If you have any problem during the war, you can come to my camp. Maybe we could discuss it in detail. Orochimaru kept looking at Kozuki, his eyes full of greed, wishing to take over his body. Of course, I'll make sure to. Kozuki could easily sense the malicious intent of Orochimaru for him, so he put his hand on his sword as the Haushika Haki immediately covered Orochimaru. Orochimaru suddenly felt cold all over his hair, all stood up as he saw Kozuki looking at him with a smile, but to him that looked like a reaper's gaze. Will die. I will definitely die. At this moment, Orochimaru had this thought, and he immediately converged his malicious intent for Kozuki as the deathly feeling soon went away. Orochimaru was soaked all over with sweat as he looked at Kozuki with shock in his eyes. I was scared just by his momentum. Orochimaru felt utter humiliation, but his hands in his pockets were still shaking out of fear. Lord Orochimaru, it's time to depart. At this moment, a ninja arrived and notified Orochimaru about the matter. Let's go, replied Orochimaru immediately as he left with him, his heart still beating hard from that feeling earlier. He won't think of anything foolish now. Looking at Orochimaru back, Kozuki believed that Orochimaru wasn't foolish enough to even think to attack him after this encounter. After 3 days and 2 nights on the road, Konoha's troops finally arrived at their destination. The first team checks the surroundings, the second team finds a suitable location for headquarters. The third team sets up traps. The fourth team cooks food. The rest of the teams build camps. Finally arrived at their destination, Orochimaru immediately commanded the large force and began the construction of the new camps. Yes, the ninja captains on the side nodded and went back to start assigning their teams to their tasks. The enemy ninja is here. At this time, the ninja who was in charge of the investigation suddenly noticed that a large piece of chakra came from a distance and said in a panic, "Face the enemy." On hearing the words of the scouting ninja, Orochimaru shouted out to meet the enemy without any hesitation. Huh. At this time, a torrential rain composed of shurikens appeared in the distant sky, flying towards the flustered Konoha Legion at a great speed. Use Earth Style. Quickly use Earth Style. Orochimaru saw the panicked Konoha ninjas and hurriedly shouted, Earth Style, Earth Wall. At it novel been at. Earth Style, Earth Wall. Pieces of earthen walls rose from the ground and joined together. This scene was spectacular. How we blocked it. Seeing the earth wall full of sight, I feel the thrill of the rest of my life. At this time, someone wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but mutter softly, "Assholes, what are you thinking?" The medical ninja stepped back, and the other ninjas met the enemy. Orochimaru interrupted them, and at the same time shouted to greet the enemy. For a time, the ninjas and all the regiments set out to face the enemy, and the scene was spectacular. Suddenly, the earth wall in front was smashed by a huge blue paw from the front, and the ninja behind was exposed as the fragments fell. It was huge blue cat that had blue flames flickering around. It was crushed. What is this? Seeing the scene in front of him, the Konoha ninja underneath couldn't help but exclaim, Cloud Village 2 Tales. Orochimaru looked at this picture from his side, and couldn't help but be shocked. After all, no one expected the Cloud to start the war with such a big move. Orochimaru, did you like our welcome ceremony? But it isn't over yet. The huge cat in front of everyone spoke as the sky behind it was filled with shurikens. Block the opposite shuriken. Dodge. More than 2,000 Konoha ninjas fought back in panic, avoiding it. However, in the face of the oncoming shuriken torrential rain, ninjas were still injured or even killed. Go! Break them down. After the shuriken torrential rain, the huge cat spoke these words as the ninja army behind marched forward. Face the enemy, Orochimaru shouted as he immediately summoned his big snake manda, and he was the first to take the lead and went straight to the huge cat that led the attack. If there was no one stopping the tail beast, it was alone enough to destroy the whole 2,000 ninjas. On the other side, Konoha also began to fight back, slaughtering the ninjas of Cloud Village. The opposite shinobi were also slaughtering the Konoha ninjas. This is war. Kozuki looked at the cruel scene in front, in which with every second someone lost their lives. Separated limbs, separated heads were everywhere on the field like hell descended on earth. Haha, die kid. The Jonin of Cloud saw him alone and laughed, looking at him cruelly as he attacked him with the sword. I'm still too soft. Kozuki shook his head as he looked at the upcoming attack and put his hand on his sword ready for the counterattack. Die! The Cloud Shinobi swung his sword at Kozuki, expecting a one-hit kill. Swish! Red light blinded the eyes of Cloud Jonin as he suddenly stopped, his face horrified. Puff! A single red line spread from his forehead to the bottom as he fell down, divided into two with blood all over the ground. Kozuki didn't look back as he threw himself in the cruel battlefield, ready to harvest the enemy's life. On the battlefield, sword-drawing sound spread all over as red light would flash from place to place in the battlefield, leaving a corpse behind. Damn, stop it! A Cloud Jonin saw the slaughter and shouted loudly. Earth Style! Rock Fist! Earth Style! Rock Fist! Numerous huge rock fists moved towards Kozuki, who easily spotted it with observation haki and jumped up in the air, slashing down towards the group of Cloud who attacked him. On the battlefield, a red slash nearly 30 m high and half wide appeared in the air, crashing down. Damn! Stop it! Earth Style! Multi-mud wall. Few Cloud Jonin who were proficient in Earth Style used an equally high wall to defend against the slash. But sadly, the huge wall like a piece of paper was cut through as the red light drowned them. At it novel benet. The wailing of Cloud Shinobi spread throughout the battlefield, bringing fear in the hearts of every enemy. On the battlefield, a strange scene began to appear. Huge red slashes would appear in the air from time to time, destroying the enemy, as well as the ground underneath. Devil! He's a devil! Cloud Shinobi had fear on their faces, looking at Kozuki, who was cutting people like cutting vegetables. Damn! When did Konoha had such a person? The Two Tails Jinchuriki, who was fighting with Orochimaru, saw the slaughter and couldn't help cursing. The paw of the blue cat hit Orochimaru's snake, pushing it back as it ran towards Kozuki. Orochimaru on top the snake head did not stop it, as he wanted to see what Kozuki would do. Damn! How dare you, kid? Kozuki, who just took another life, saw the huge blue cat running towards him, her paw already on top of his head. Boom! Kozuki jumped aside, evading the attack as the ground below was destroyed. Two Tails, huh? Kozuki looked at the huge cat, not afraid, but wondered who its Jinchuriki was. The Jinchuriki in his memory was a girl around his age, so it was definitely someone else. Brat! Who are you? Report your name. The huge blue cat spoke human words, looking at Kozuki. Kozuki Shiro. Kozuki replied, announcing his name. So you are that Konoha genius. Karasuke, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, finally remembered about him, as he had read his report. The Cloud knew that he could make a huge slash, but they all thought that it was his ultimate jutsu, which was his final hole card. But they never had thought that he could make numerous slashes like this without getting tired. Can't let him grow. Karasuke had this thought immediately, as this kid was already so fearsome. What would happen if he grew up? It's an honor for you to die under my hands, kid. The huge blue cat spoke as it attacked him once again with his paws as Kozuki kept evading as the whole crowd in the battlefield saw a blue cat chasing a kid. Do you only know to dodge? Provoked Karasuke a bit annoyed by him. Then as you wish. Kozuki was also starting to get annoyed by him as he jumped up in the air, his sword held high. Haha, die, kid. Seeing his provocation working, Karasuke laughed as the blue cat opened its mouth, sprouting a huge sea of flame upward towards Kozuki. Kozuki didn't panic, watching the sea of flames as the grip on his sword tightened. One sword style. Dragon Claw. Kozuki slashed his sword down as the space around him had a ripple, and a huge red dragon appeared in the sky, with its claw moving down towards the flames. The sea of flames was blown away just by the wind pressure as the attack drowned the two tails. Karasuke saw the huge red dragon in front of him turning into a big red slash of nearly 60 m long, pressing down on him. Damn! Cursed Karasuke as he moved away quickly but couldn't dodge it completely. Bang! What's happening? The fight in the battlefield stopped as everyone covered their faces from the fierce wind, and dust weighs along with numerous small rocks flying everywhere. After a minute or so, the effect caused by the slash finally stopped as the result was revealed. A tan-skinned, middle-aged man sat on the ground on one knee, gasping for breath, as around him lay two huge tails separately on the ground. Oh, you're still alive. Kozuki looked at the middle-aged man, who was obviously the Jinchuriki, a bit surprised, and wasn't much shocked by his feat of cutting the tails of Biju, since he could even cut mountains one day. Retreat. The middle-aged man didn't answer his words as he gave the order and retreated quickly to the back as the Cloud Ninja also circled around him quickly, leaving the battlefield. Kozuki didn't stop them since the ninja of Konoha also had many injured to tend to, so any more fight will only increase the causalities. Who's that kid? The Konoha ninja looked at Kozuki, obviously shocked by his strength. Interesting. Orochimaru smiled as he was also a bit shocked and really wanted to catch him, but seeing his strength and remembering the earlier feeling, he threw this thought out in order to set the camps. Soon night falls. The arrival of night made the already nervous Konoha Legion even worse. Reluctantly set up the camp, but the next problem is still embarrassing them. At the start, they had enough amount of grain and other resources, but they were all damaged during the sudden battle. If the upcoming Uchiha clan does not carry a large amount of food, they will face a huge threat of food shortage. Konoha's material transport unit will arrive in a month, and their food can only continue for 3 days. But at this time, they can only quietly wait for the arrival of the Uchiha clan. 2 days pass quickly, and finally at noon on the third day, the Uchiha clan arrived as Orochimaru welcomed them himself. Patriarch Kawasaki, I've been waiting for a long time. Orochimaru, who was wondering how to get food, heard the guards report that the Uchiha clan had arrived, and Orochimaru immediately stood up and walked out of the command post. As soon as I walked out of the entrance of the camp, I saw Uchiha Kawasaki, who was also approaching on the opposite side, and then smiled and greeted him. Orochimaru, it seems that Cloud didn't give you time to prepare, and didn't let you build the camp as well. It was so embarrassed. When Uchiha Kawasaki entered the camp, he noticed the dry blood stains on the ground, the rugged terrain, and the tired face of the ninja passing by. More importantly, when he passed the tent, he saw inside wounded men lying on the bed with the wound bandaged. We have made them pay the price. Two tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud had his tails cut off, and many of them have died. I am afraid they will have to rest for a few days before they can come out. On hearing Uchiha Kawasaki words, Orochimaru knew in his heart that although they were partners, but cooperation also depends on the strength. If you want to use Uchiha, you will have to show some strength. At it novel Benedet. That's the best. When Uchiha Kawasaki heard that Orochimaru had wounded the Jinchuriki of Cloud, a flash of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru has this kind of strength. You must know that the Jinchuriki Cloud Village is a top powerhouse who has defeated countless powerhouses and is feared by everyone. On the other hand, Orochimaru's strongest record before this was only with Tsunade, and Jiraiya when they joined forces to resist the demigod Hanzo of Rain Village. This is because Hanzo was afraid of Konoha, and he was easy on them. Unexpectedly, he can now cut the tails of the Biju. His growth rate is terrible. It seems that we have to think about it carefully about what attitude we will have towards Orochimaru in the future. Along with Kawasaki, Orochimaru walked into the command tent in the center of the camp, and Orochimaru asked suddenly, "I don't know how many supplies the patriarch Kawasaki brought." Orochimaru cut straight to the subject, the issue he was most concerned about at this time. He has no time for excessive greetings. 20,000 shurikens. Enough rations for 1 week of our clan, and 2,000 rolls of bandages. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't even say the usual polite words at the beginning, and asked him how much supplies he was carrying. Uchiha Kawasaki thought that Orochimaru's army had just gone through a battle, and immediately realized they should be in dire situation, and then directly stated the quantity of their supplies. Patriarch Kawasaki, everyone is in the same boat now. I will tell you directly. Our rations are basically exhausted, and even if we add to rations, it may only last for 2 days, and Konoha supplies still has a month to arrive. The problem we are currently facing is that if we don't choose to retreat now, we can only find a way to grab some supplies from Cloud. The situation was urgent. Orochimaru made a long story short and told everything to Uchiha Kawasaki about the shortage of supplies. Their area is desolate all around, even if there are some animals and plants, but there is no way to support a force of more than 2,000 people for a month. And Cloud Village won't give them so long time, and they might attack any moment. If the ninjas can't even eat food, then how can they battle? Let's listen to everyone's opinions on this. Uchiha Kawasaki didn't expect Orochimaru to talk to him about retreat just after arriving on the battlefield. But he also knew in his heart that now was not the time to argue, and Orochimaru was right. If the short-term discussion is inconclusive, then they may not even have food to retreat by then. Immediately proposed to initiate the council so that everyone can discuss together. Okay, let's do it then. Then Orochimaru walked out of the tent and asked the ninja to inform all Jonin and Kozuki in the camp to come to the headquarters for a meeting. Soon 10 Jonin of Konoha, along with Kozuki and hundreds of shinobi from the Uchiha clan, entered the command room. In the command room, Orochimaru was sitting in the center of the main seat, Kozuki and Uchiha Kawasaki on his left and right, followed by the Konoha ninjas and Uchiha's ninjas. Who is this? Uchiha Kawasaki looked at Kozuki, who was sitting across from him, and asked suspiciously. He didn't know the boy, who seemed to be only a 10-year kid, could actually sit on an equal footing with him. He had come to support Orochimaru, but Orochimaru had found a child to humiliate him. He is Konoha genius Kozuki Shiro, who even defeated Kakashi, the son of White Fang. Orochimaru naturally could see the anger on Uchiha Kawasaki's face, but said calmly, "Kozuki Shiro, I heard that you defeated Kakashi in the Chunin exam, but this is the elite ninja council. Why should you, a Chunin, participate in the council?" When Uchiha Kawasaki heard that he was just a kid who defeated another kid, he couldn't help venting his anger completely. Could it be that in Orochimaru's heart, he, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, an elite, was equal to Chunin? Kozuki saw the angry Uchiha Kawasaki on the opposite side, smiled slightly, and did not say anything. Kozuki-kun has enough strength to sit here. Seeing Kozuki silent, Orochimaru quickly said in his place, as early as today, Orochimaru knew that Uchiha Kawasaki would be arrogant, and finally proposed to convene the Jonin Council, and he called Kozuki specially to have an encounter with Uchiha Kawasaki to show his strength. Only one person can truly control the frontline battlefield. Only when the Uchiha clan sees their strength, the Uchiha clan will fully assist and even obey them. Strength? Does it depend on the strength to defeat Kakashi? Does defeating a child make you feel that our Uchiha clan only has this strength? Orochimaru, then I am afraid it's not necessary to stay here. Uchiha Kawasaki saw that the boy in front of him ignoring him. He got even more angry and argued with Orochimaru, who was sitting on the main seat. "Huh, Kozuki was indeed called by me. But does it mean that the patriarch Kawasaki measures strength according to age? Kozuki is indeed young, but he was the one who cut the tails of Biju and also killed several jonin of Cloud. Isn't this strength enough in the eyes of patriarch Kawasaki? On seeing Uchiha Kawasaki's angry face, Orochimaru immediately told Kozuki's record to Kawasaki. What? Orochimaru, are you kidding me? Even you are at his age, was a chunin at best. Kawasaki was surprised by his words and couldn't help but asking. Kozuki-kun is special. Orochimaru laughed while looking at Kozuki, who even he didn't have the courage to fight. Uchiha Kawasaki actually believed it in his heart. In the Upper Ninja Council, Orochimaru would not make such a joke. Just ask a ninja to know the truth. But he still can't help but feel a little shocked. He actually killed several jonin. Kozuki's talent even surpassed the newly emerging genius of their Uchiha clan, Shursui Uchiha. We must know that jonin is already the core combat power of the village, and even he himself can't kill several jonin together. That really means he has the qualifications to be on an equal footing with him. Does the patriarch Kawasaki think I'll make this kind of joke? Okay, please let this matter slide, and let's get to the topic now. The situation is critical now, and we still need to discuss about it. Orochimaru felt that today's lesson was enough to subdue Uchiha and not make any trouble. At it novel been at. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan heard that Orochimaru was really not joking. Kozuki really had the ability to defeat a tailed beast and kill jonin and could not help exclaiming. And at the same time stared at Kozuki and wanted to remember what this boy looks like, as Kozuki was included in their unoffending list. The Uchiha clan is indeed very arrogant and look down upon the other families and commoner ninjas in the village, but it does not mean that they are stupid and do not know how to respect the strong. If you didn't even respect the strong, then the Uchiha clan would have long since disappeared in history. Okay. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Kawasaki sat down in cooperation. Okay, now the Jonin Council officially begins. I'm calling you today because of our food rations, which are only enough to support for 2 days. Now we are faced with 2 choices. One option is to retreat back to Konoha. Our food is enough to support to go back to Konoha. But at the same time, it will give the Cloud Village the opportunity to march forward, and we will be the biggest sinners of Konoha. The other is to take the initiative to rob Cloud Supply Team. According to a report from the spies in Cloud Village, they will have a team to transport supplies tomorrow morning, led by the Raikage Sun himself. This parliament adopts a voting system to determine tactics based on the number of votes. You can start voting. Orochimaru stood up and said seriously the problems they were facing. It's shameful to retreat. We will never retreat. If you choose to retreat, please raise your hand. Orochimaru saw the excited atmosphere and then began voting. The ninja below. You look at me, I look at you, no one raises their hands. Please raise your hand if you choose to attack Cloud Supplies Team. Then Orochimaru began the next voting. None of the ninjas hesitated this time. All raised their hands. Okay, as expected of the Uchiha clan, I really have the courage. Sure enough, the result did not exceed Orochimaru's expectations. The Uchiha clan are all lunatics. They will never back out without a fight. It can only be said that all the actions of the Uchiha clan today are exactly the same as those analyzed by Orochimaru. Cloud Shinobi Team is a 4-person team, located in the rear of the enemy camp. For safety reasons, we can only send an elite team to secretly pass through Cloud Shinobi's defensive line to carry out missions. And in order to cooperate with them, I decided to take the initiative to attack tomorrow morning and confront the Cloud Army led by Two Tails Jinchuriki to create opportunities for the elite team. The opponent's elite, Shinobi, will be confronted by Kozuki Shiro, but the others will need to be arranged by the Kawasaki Patriarch. Orochimaru told his plan to Uchiha Kawasaki and asked the Uchiha clan to provide the rest of the ninjas in the team. Okay, then our Uchiha clan will take care of the other 3 ninjas. My son Fugaku and 2 other elites from my clan. When Uchiha Kawasaki saw that Orochimaru had sent Kozuki, Even though he heard about his combat power, he was still a little worried, so he sent his son Uchiha Fugaku along with 2 other elite shinobi. Cloud Village actually didn't send their all powerhouses since they had to preserve their force if the Rock Village behind suddenly attacked them. So only the 2 Tails Jinchuriki could be sent to the front, and Orochimaru could handle him himself. After deciding on the candidates for the elite team, the Jonin meeting soon ended. Orochimaru let the other ninjas leave first, leaving only Kozuki from the elite team and 3 Uchiha clan members. This is the information of the opponents collected by our spies. After speaking, Orochimaru spit out a scroll from his mouth and handed it to Kozuki. Kozuki has seen this scene countless times in his memory of Orochimaru, but it was the first time for him to see it live. There's some doubts so big and thick. How did you swallow it in and then spit it out? Won't your throat hurt? Kozuki threw off the mucus on the scroll, opened the scroll, and laid the scroll on the table. Name A. Raikage's son. Good at physique, thunder style, and brilliant in speed. He is very strong in all aspects and is one of the best in Cloud Village. Looking at the information on the table, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but be a little scared, and his face couldn't help showing a bitter look. In fact, he didn't believe that Kozuki had this strength at such a young age. Maybe what he did earlier was just a fluke or enemy's carelessness. It was just to give Orochimaru some respect. On the surface, Kozuki was the leader, but in fact, it was him who dealt with Raikage's son. However, according to this information, his abilities are too comprehensive, there are no shortcomings, and he has defeated many famous ninja. He usually works in the security department, and he rarely leaves the village. In terms of combat experience, he is definitely not as good as A. If you're entangled by the A at that time, it would be bad if the reinforcements of Cloud arrive. But at the meeting just now, all votes were passed, and it was too late to say anything at this time. Uchiha Fugaku made up his mind that if he really couldn't beat him by that time, he would take the Uchiha clan people out of the battlefield. The elites of the clan cannot be allowed to die in this place, and you must save the Sharingan. Don't let the Sharingan be lost. Of course, what Uchiha Fugaku thinks Kozuki doesn't know, as all he was interested this time was to fight against A, since he would be an exciting opponent. Orochimaru Camp. Mr. Orochimaru, what is it that you want to talk to me? After the meeting, when Kozuki was about to leave, Uncle Snake suddenly stopped him for an important matter. Kozuki-kun, what do you think of Raikage's son? Can you beat him? Orochimaru sat at the command seat as he looked at Kozuki, waiting for his answer. He is feared for his speed, but I have a way to counter that. Kozuki sat down while wiping the shoe sway in his hands and answering Orochimaru's question. I see, but I still have a piece of information here. Speaking of this, Orochimaru raised his head and took out a piece of paper from the bottom of the file in his hand. Orochimaru handed the information in his hand to Kozuki, and Kozuki looked at the information, carefully found that it had details on the ninja along with A. Kozuki looked at the intelligence in front of him and asked incomprehensibly. All 4 of them are very strong, and I don't think Uchiha can handle them. If I give out this information in advance, Uchiha Kawasaki will definitely not agree to rob the supplies. Looking at Kozuki, who had puzzled look in front of him, Orochimaru explained patiently. Are there 3 elite jonin? Kozuki couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he heard Orochimaru's words. On the other hand, Orochimaru didn't speak, but looked at Kozuki quietly. After several encounters with Kozuki, no one knew about his strength more than him. The 3 elite jonin will not be Kozuki's opponent. 3 elites jonin, what if they run away? After a long time, Kozuki asked the question he was struggling with. He was not afraid of the 3 elites on the opposite side, but he was afraid that the 3 jonins on the opposite side would run away and call for reinforcements. We have no choice now. We can only gamble once. Based on my knowledge of Uchiha Kawasaki, he sent his son Uchiha Fugaku. He must not believe you, so I guess he will let Uchiha Fugaku take over the battle tomorrow. Uchiha Fugaku confronts. He is not his opponent, but he can definitely hold on for a while. You have to solve the other 3 quickly and come back to fight, otherwise the consequence will be terrible if they run back. Orochimaru stopped working, stood up, and walked to the window next to the tent, looking at the full moon hanging in the sky, and said with emotion. After leaving Orochimaru's camp, Kozuki, under the bright white moonlight, walked to his resting tent on foot. As soon as he reached his tent, Kozuki saw a figure in front of the tent. When I came closer, it turned out to be Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku-san, are you looking for me for something? When Kozuki saw Uchiha Fugaku in front of the tent, he knew he was waiting for him. Although he was wondering what he was doing here, he still asked in a friendly way. Uchiha Fugaku looked Kozuki and said his reason to be here. Haha, Kozuki, you know we will be teammates in the task tomorrow, so I want to tell you something about it. Oh, about the task. Kozuki had a guess already as to why he was here after his talk with Orochimaru. Haha, Kozuki, as you know, the task we will perform tomorrow is very important. The success or failure of the task will determine the future trend of the war, so I hope that tomorrow I can deal with Raikage-san. After all, there are only two of us who have the ability to fight him. But I don't have the ability to solve the other Cloud Ninja quickly. If one Cloud Ninja runs away, he will call reinforcements. So leave A to me, and with your swordsmanship you can quickly finish the other ninja. Uchiha Fugaku did not directly say that he suspected that Kozuki could not beat A. Instead, he conveyed it tactfully, to give Kozuki enough respect and not to let Kozuki's arrogance affect the outcome of the mission. At it novel Benedat. Fugaku-san, you mean that you want to fight A and let me deal with other ninjas? Did Mr. Orochimaru agree? Kozuki heard Uchiha Fugaku words and found that, as expected by Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku did not trust his strength and chose to fight the enemy's strongest elite. About Orochimaru, don't worry about it. The point is that you don't need to think too much. I just feel that with your strength, you will be able to kill other ninjas faster than me, so I just came to you. Okay, as long as Mr. Orochimaru agrees, then I will listen to you. Kozuki didn't care much as he knew Fugaku won't be able to handle A if he hasn't awakened his man Gekyo already, and he will fight him eventually. Near the main camp of Cloud Village. At this time, Kozuki and Uchiha ninjas were hiding behind the rocks on both sides of the main road. If the supply troops want to reach the main camp, the fastest way is to take this route. At this time, Cloud Ninja would not guess that Konoha's ninja would dare to come to rob supplies just after that sudden battle. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was very surprised. He looked at Kozuki's concealment position. He could not even find a flaw in Kozuki's concealment. If he didn't know the location of Kozuki in advance, he would think there was only a pile of rocks. Shaking his head to stop his cranky thinking, he began to observe carefully the direction that Cloud Ninja might be coming. The whirring gale passed through the cracks of the mountain. For a while, apart from the sound of the wind blowing over the stones, only the sound of rubble falling on the mountain was heard. The only thing that could be felt was the breathing and heartbeat of the 4 Konoha ninjas. This was the ninja's ability to hide. A ninja is not a warrior. If the concealment is not done well, it will not function as an ambush. It might as well stand up and wait for the enemy to come over. Time passed quickly and quickly, just as everyone thought that the mission had failed, because Cloud Shinobi might have taken other roads. Suddenly, at the end of the line of sight, the 4 Cloud Shinobi appeared. Suddenly, everyone became more careful in concealment. As the enemy moved forward quickly, suddenly Uchiha Fugaku made a sign on his hand. At the feet of the 4 ninjas, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. The explosive tags they had buried in advance was detonated by Fugaku. Boom, boom, boom. Pieces of exploding tags exploded together, and this scene was spectacular for a time. But at the same time, yellow smoke also filled the explosion area. Wind style. Wind slash. When Uchiha saw the smoke obstructing his vision, he decisively used the wind ninjutsu. The violent wind blew out of Uchiha's mouth, blowing away the yellow smoke in front of him. After the smoke dissipated, at this time, in the middle of the mountain road, a huge round earthen fort appeared in front of everyone. Uchiha Fugaku's expression sank, although he knew in his heart that explosive tags would not have any effect. But after a lot of hard work, being blocked by the enemy so easily, he won't be happy after all. The earth bag opened from the center, and the 4 ninja appeared intact. Standing at the back was a Cloud, Shinobi, his hands still folded after his seal. Obviously, he protected them. Konoha's ninja? How dare you attack us? A was ordered by his father to stay back at the village and arrive later with the supply troops to protect them from any attack. But he never thought that Konoha would really have the guts to attack him. It is Cloud who is attacking Konoha, not Konoha who is attacking Cloud. How dare they take the initiative to appear in the territory of the Land of the Thunder, even dare to ambush them? Fugaku came forward as he looked at the opponent's leader and said loudly, "You are surrounded by us. Don't resist, or you will die." "Bastard, who do you think you are facing? You dare to speak to me like that?" At this time, A became irritated by Fugaku's words and immediately moved forward to attack him. "Leave him to me." Fugaku immediately moved forward as he instructed the three behind. Jonin battle was so simple and unpretentious, and soon everyone found their opponent. Uchiha Fugaku used the Uchiha family's signature shuriken technique to attack A, and at the same time used the Uchiha family's unique Sharingan illusion to pull A into the illusion space whenever he's careless. The Uchiha clan, A, looked at Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan and said in surprise, but was immediately excited as he had heard that Uchiha clan was fairly powerful and Fugaku could entertain him. The other two Uchiha on the side also started their battles with Cloud Jonin. At this time, Kozuki faced the Cloud Ninja, who was also good at swordsmanship and also coated his sword with Thunder Chakra. Kozuki taught him who's the king in swordsmanship as he slashed his sword so quickly that the Cloud Ninja was unable to block his quick slashes, and he already had some small wounds on his body. How was it possible? How could his power be so strong? Clang! The Cloud Ninja finally blocked his sword as the weapons collided, but due to huge force behind it, the sword flew out of his hands and falling far away. Fortunately, he has rich combat experience. He immediately turned around with his body side movements, stepped back, and made seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Summoning 3 shadow clones, he attacked Kozuki from 3 different sides. One sword flow. Tornado. Kozuki smiled, facing the shadow clones, and rotated the body quickly, and numerous small red slashes flew everywhere. Bang! 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 With 3 muffled sounds, the 3 shadow clones burst into a cloud of smoke at the moment they were cut by Kozuki. Even the real body was injured heavily by Kozuki. Kozuki didn't give the enemy a chance to breathe and strengthened the leg muscles, quickly appeared in front of Cloud Shinobi, and launched a fierce attack on him. One sword style. Ghost Slash. The Cloud Shinobi, who wanted to move away, suddenly couldn't even move a finger as Kozuki chopped down at the stunned enemy from top to bottom. This is one of the moves that Kozuki developed especially for close combat, as he used his Haushika Haki to deter the enemy like he has seen a ghost. Puff! The sound of the long knife splitting the flesh spread as blood splashed on the ground, and the enemy fell down, his eyes dull. The poor Cloud Elite Jonin, as the core combat power in the village, died on the road to transporting supplies. Kozuki glanced at the situation on the side and found that Uchiha Fugaku was still fighting with the A, but he had numerous wounds all over his body as he was panting already. One of the Uchiha lay on the ground, but beside him was the head of Cloud, Shinobi, obviously killed by him, but he also passed out due to his wounds. But the other Uchiha was completely passive. Facing the elite of Cloud, Uchiha could hardly resist. Several wounds had been cut out by Cloud Shinobi's knife. The deepest wound was on the back. You could faintly see the dense bones inside. At the same time, his movements have been significantly slowing down. Obviously, if you don't help him quickly, this Uchiha may not last long. At this time, Cloud Shinobi was slowly waiting that Uchiha in front of him leaked flaws so that he could directly kill him. He hadn't noticed that his 2 comrades have died also. Finally, he saw the flaw as he appeared behind the Uchiha, his sword stabbing him from the back. Puff! At the moment when he was about to hit, Cloud Shinobi suddenly stopped as a sword came out from his heart as Kozuki stood behind. The Cloud Ninja fell down unwillingly as Kozuki moved forward to check the Uchiha situation, but saw he had passed out due to excessive blood loss. On the other hand, Fugaku was nearing his end with dense wounds all over as he looked at A, who stood in front of him totally fine. Is this the Uchiha clan? Pathetic. It's time to finish you. A, who was expecting a tough fight, never expected Fugaku to be so weak. He didn't even use his lighting chakra mode to defeat him. Fugaku felt utter humiliation, but he couldn't deny his words, as he really couldn't do much against him. He was already thinking of retreating, as he didn't want to die. He had a child back home along with a beautiful wife, and he was already decided the next patriarch, so he didn't want to die before enjoying that life. Had it novel been at Fugaku, who was in his thoughts, suddenly noticed that it was not in front of him, as he felt pain from his stomach, as it was right beside him, with a punch straight at his stomach. Boom! Fugaku flew away as he hit a rock far away before falling down as he lay motionless on the ground, his life and death unknown. I didn't care much about Fugaku's condition as he looked around for his comrades, but only found their corpses. So it's only you and me. Kozuki arrived in front of A, looking at him, who looked a lot younger than the one in his memory. I'll make Konoha pay for every life they took starting from you. I was angry looking at the corpses of his comrades, and decided to kill Kozuki to ease his anger. I put force on his feet, destroying the ground underneath, as he disappeared, his fist inches away from Kozuki's face. Quite fast, Kozuki completely covered the area around with his observation haki, as he couldn't be careless against a speed-type ninja like A. Predicting his movements, Kozuki titled his head to the side, evading his fist as he punched at his back, but only to hit nothing. A disappeared again, appearing behind him again, but Kozuki wasn't panicked also, as with his observation, he could clearly see his movements. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds rang throughout the whole area as Kozuki and his strikes collided, destroying everything in its way. Who are you, kid? You're better than that trash Uchiha. A attacked Kozuki while asking his name, and Kozuki dodged, countering back as he answered. Kozuki Shiro. Kozuki had a smile on his face as he was enjoying this exciting fight. I took a few steps back as he looked at Kozuki and said, I have read your report. You didn't use your sword. Do you look down on me? I was a bit furious since someone fought him but didn't use his full strength. You are famous for your lightning chakra mode, but I don't know if it's really that scary. Kozuki taunted back as he was really looking forward to it. Don't regret it later. I clenched his fists as blue lightning chakra coat surrounded him completely like a god of thunder. Kozuki also put his hand on the sword ready for the attack. Boom! A fist stuck Kozuki's sword, which was right in front of his face, blocking his attack. What? This was the first time since someone blocked his attack, as even his father was far less than him in terms of speed. Pushing back, Kozuki slashed his sword quickly towards him as it flashed, disappearing from his sight as the slash destroyed the area where he just stood. Boom! Kozuki for the first time felt how difficult it is to deal with speed-type ninja. Even if he could predict his move and defend, but his speed wasn't as quick as A, who would evade his slash every time. What terrible insight and swordsmanship! I looked at the destroyed terrain around with long slash marks everywhere and couldn't but be a little scared. This is the first time his speed that he was so proud of failed, as he couldn't hit the opponent for even once. I need to end this quickly. Kozuki knew that the main camp of Cloud was near, and they might have already noticed due to huge noise caused by their fight. Is your chakra lightning mode is only to this level? Looks like I was expecting a bit too much. Kozuki provoked A, as he knew this muscle-head guy would take the bait for sure. Damn! How dare you look down on me? Sure enough, A immediately got angry at his words, as he quickly appeared in front of Kozuki, his fist moving towards his face. Kozuki didn't dodge this time, as his hand were covered by a dark red matter. Boom! Contrary to A's expectation, his fist struck this time, but he felt pain from his hand like he struck something even harder than steel. What is that? I saw the dark red matter covering Kozuki's hand, and he felt his fist totally immovable. I win. Kozuki brought his right hand forward, which was also covered with the same red matter. I wanted to take his fist back, but it was like held by iron pillars, as during his struggle Kozuki's fist fell on his chest. felt the pain of his broken bone as he coughed up blood and flew away, hitting a boulder far away before falling down. Cough, cough. Felt pain all over his body as his body couldn't even move an inch as he coughed up blood, feeling weak. I actually lost. I looked at the clear blue sky above as he lay on the ground, and his consciousness soon began to waver as he passed out. Kozuki moved forward to kill, but he sensed numerous aura approaching towards this direction. Helpless, he let him go, and Kozuki quickly picked up the resource scrolls, the headbands of killed Cloud Ninja, and the injured Uchihas, and left the battlefield immediately. Cloud Frontline Base Camp. Who gave you the courage, Orochimaru? How dare you come to attack us, just relying on the 2,000 ninjas behind you? In the early morning, Orochimaru brought Konoha's army and was spotted by Cloud Shinobi scouts, and then notified Karasuke, resulting in the current state of opposition. Karasuke looked at Orochimaru with 2,000 ninjas, and he dared to take the initiative to attack them. He laughed and said sarcastically, "Isn't this just asking death at it novel been at? Huh, if you add my Uchiha clan, then the strength is enough." At this time, Uchiha Kawasaki, who was standing to the left of Orochimaru, opened his 3-tomo Sharingan and said with a sneer, looking at Karasuke on the opposite side. Karasuke was shocked. The Uchiha clan is called the first family in the ninja world after Senju. Their strength and their number of shinobi are enough for them to form a separate great village. Did the Uchiha clan participate in the war? I don't know if your strength is as scary as your reputation, but on the battlefield, you can't shake your own momentum. So Karasuke provokes Uchiha Kawasaki with a smile. We will see that you can be so arrogant in a while. If you think that it can make Uchiha Kawasaki angry so easily, you are wrong. Although Uchiha Kawasaki always talks about the glory of the family, he is also an experienced ninja and can't be intimidated easily. He is very clear about the purpose of coming today. As long as the time can be delayed, there is no need to exchange the life of the family ninja. Okay, don't talk too much, Karasuke. Do you feel that we are here to chat with you today? Orochimaru said these words, and at the same time showed the appearance of starting a battle. After all, if it seems too peaceful, Karasuke will doubt their purpose. But if he can, he doesn't want to fight, and just wait for the good news from Kozuki and others. Then Orochimaru, are you ready to keep your 2,000 ninjas here? In fact, Karasuke is also delaying time. He knows Master A will be here any time along with Elite Jonin, and then he could easily destroy Orochimaru. Although they now have more ninjas than Konoha's ninjas, the trend of the war is never determined by numbers. But A and other 3 Elite Jonin are different. Each of the 3 Elite Jonin can be equal to a few ordinary Jonin, which can change the direction of normal warfare. In this way, both you and I silently delayed the time until a ninja suddenly appeared behind the Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru, Master Kozuki, they have returned. The ninja walked quietly behind Orochimaru and whispered to Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Uchiha Kawasaki looked at each other, and they both had the relaxed look in each other's eyes. Karasuke, I'm here this time to give you 2 gifts, so collect the first gift first. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, and then said loudly. After speaking, Orochimaru made a gesture to the Konoha ninja army behind. Fire style, Great Fireball. Fire style, Flame Dragon. Wind style, Great Wind Barrage. The Konoha Legion at the rear used combined ninjutsu, and it flew towards the Cloud Legion. Asshole, use the Earth style. Karasuke looked angrily at the Konoha Legion on the opposite side. He really didn't expect Konoha to be so despicable. They were having such a good conversation just now, but out of nowhere, they used such a big combined jutsu. Earth style, Earth Wall. Earth style, Earth Wall. Suddenly, a piece of tall and mighty earthen walls appeared in front of the Cloud Army. But it happened suddenly. How could they completely block the ninjutsu that Konoha ninjas had already prepared? Even though they tried their best to stop them, there was still a large number of ninjas being swallowed by the flames. Finally, the flames dissipated and the earth wall dissipated. At this time, a lot of Cloud ninjas have died, but there was no sign of Konoha ninja in front. Orochimaru, I am bound to kill you." Karasuke roared angrily, and at the same time, two gifts that Orochimaru said flashed in his mind. This was just one, and what was the other gift? Have they come? Suddenly he thought that Master A-Team should have arrived long ago. Why haven't they seen them now? Is something wrong? It's not good. Master was found in coma, and the other three have died. Damn! Orochimaru. Karasuke got even more angry, and at the same time was a little scared, hoping nothing bad happens to A, otherwise the third Raikage would bury him alive. Karaki immediately, with the remaining army, retreated back to the camp. Having suffered such a big loss this time, they will definitely strike back. Orochimaru, we should prepare for it. On the way back to Konoha's camp, Uchiha Kawasaki, who followed Orochimaru, said worriedly, "Their top combat power is only Karasuke, and since Kozuki has returned, it means their mission was successful. Cloud will definitely be in a mess now. Without supplies, they can't even take care of themselves, let alone attack us." Orochimaru wisely analyzed the current situation. If it were other Jonin, Orochimaru would not explain so much to him. But he had to give Kawasaki some respect after all. But we still need to be prepared. After their main force arrives, Karasuke will definitely not swallow this humiliation, but that will be a few days later. Don't worry too much, Chief Kawasaki. Orochimaru calmed the worried heart of Uchiha Kawasaki. Soon they returned to the camp. After entering the camp, I saw Kozuki and Uchiha Fugaku, who had woken up on the way but sat on the ground, resting due to his wounds. When Uchiha Kawasaki saw Fugaku behind Kozuki, though a bit surprised seeing him so injured, but still winked at him, suggesting he should take the credit. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Suddenly, Uchiha Kawasaki was gloomy, and he knew that the situation was urgent. It was about whether the credit could be taken over in front of the ninjas in the entire camp. After all, the credit was too great, and the completion of the mission had already determined the direction of the war. Then Uchiha Kawasaki resorted to the illusion of Sharingan to Fugaku, preparing to ask him what happened in the illusion space. A red light flashed in Uchiha Kawasaki's eyes, and Kozuki and Orochimaru both glanced at him immediately. After that, Uchiha Kawasaki's body shook slightly, and he couldn't help showing a look of shock, and at the same time gave Kozuki a deep look. It turned out that Uchiha Fugaku was already in the illusion space and told him everything. It was because he knew the truth that he was so shocked. He really didn't expect that Kozuki to be strong enough to kill 3 elite shinobi and defeat Raikage-san. Orochimaru looked at Kozuki, who was all neatly dressed, and Uchiha and the others who were so embarrassed, and suddenly glanced at Uchiha Kawasaki calmly. Always claimed to be the strongest, but don't even have the ability to fight. Fortunately, I had sent Kozuki with them, added Novel Benedat. It looks like Kozuki-kun, your mission went well this time. Did you get all the supplies? How much food is there? Then asked Kozuki with concern. I've always heard from ninjas in the village that the other ninja villages, except Konoha, are very poor, but Cloud is also very rich in terms of this material. Kozuki laughed softly, and then handed Orochimaru the supply scrolls he got from one of the 3 elites. Orochimaru inspected the supplies in his hand, happier and happier, and finally couldn't help but laughed evilly. Looking at the food roughly, it is enough for our army of more than 2,000 people to eat for nearly a month. There are also 10,000 exploding tags and 50,000 shurikens. Orochimaru looked at the shinobi around who was looking at him expectantly, and didn't hide it and immediately reported the quantity. Haha, great. This time I'm afraid, even with Cloud's background, they will be hurt greatly. Shinobi sighed happily at Cloud's misfortune. Not only we got the supplies, we also killed 3 elites of Cloud, and even Raikage-san is in life and death situation. Orochimaru dropped one good news after another, raising the morale of Shinobi around. It was Kozuki who beheaded the elites of Cloud. Even Raikage-san was defeated by Kozuki. Uchiha Fugaku, although was from the arrogant Uchiha clan, but he was not an ungrateful person. Kozuki saved his life. At least he could repay a little by not stealing his credit. What turned out to be Kozuki? He actually defeated Raikage-san. How could he be so strong at such a young age? Although everyone did saw Kozuki cutting the tails of Biju, but they knew that it was in some aspects far more fearful than Two Tails. All their eyes were filled with shock and a trace of fear, as if they were looking at the next Sannin or next ninja god. Haha, Fugaka doesn't need to be like that. I believe that Kozuki would not be able to complete the mission without the help of the Uchiha clan. I will report the credit this time to Hokage-sama for everyone. Orochimaru knew that he had to give the Uchiha clan some credit, otherwise their cooperation might be in danger. Kozuki didn't care if he was given the credit or not, since all he wanted was to improve his strength and live a peaceful life. He had no thought of being a Hokage or an elder. He just wants to have a beautiful wife, some kids, and a warm house. Despite war causing havoc everywhere, the village was safe because of the numerous sacrifices made by shinobi. The sun was exceptionally bright today, dissipating the dark atmosphere caused by the war, bringing rays of hope. Hokage office. Sarutobi sat on his seat as he read one file after another. His face was haggard, looking like he aged a lot during this short time of war. The war has killed a lot of ninjas of Konoha, and the resources required to fight against 4 different nations. Even for Konoha was a difficult thing. Whether it was with sand, mist, rock, the war with the 3 of them was at a stalemate. As for Cloud, Sarutobi didn't have any hope, since the ninja he sent with Orochimaru was far from enough. It would be a blessing for Konoha if Orochimaru could keep the Cloud at bay. Knock. As Sarutobi was lost in his thoughts and was smoking to relieve his stress, the door of the room was suddenly knocked. Come in. Sarutobi immediately straightened up, putting the demeanor of Hokage as a ninja walked in. Lord Hokage, the report from Cloud Frontline is here. The ninja came forward as he handed Sarutobi a scroll. Sarutobi took the scroll while gesturing the ninja to retreat. I hope it isn't a disastrous defeat, Sarutobi thought while unsealing the scroll, as even though he didn't want Orochimaru to win, doesn't mean he wants him to lose easily. Sarutobi started reading the scroll with a decadent expression, but he soon stopped smoking as his eyes kept getting wide and wide as he read the scroll, his breathing fast. This? Sarutobi was lost for words, looking at the content on the scroll. Kozuki. This name was everywhere on the report, announcing his deeds. Cutting the tails of a tailed beast, killed numerous jonin, defeated Raikage Sun. Sarutobi read the scroll again and again, hoping it to be an illusion, but every time he read it, the more shocked his expression got. Sigh. After a long time, Sarutobi finally sighed, emitting a large cloud of smoke, accepting the report. At it, Novel Benedet. I thought I overestimated you, but I still underestimated you. Sarutobi was a bit emotional, as such a record was held by someone who was only 10 years old. Even the first Hokage would never be so strong at such a young age. No, I can't let him stay there anymore. Sarutobi couldn't let Kozuki stay with Orochimaru, as even if it was Kozuki who had the most part in defeating Cloud Village, it couldn't change the fact that Orochimaru was the leader, and it will only increase his reputation. Actually, when Sarutobi thought about it, no matter how much reputation Kozuki get, or no matter how much strong he is, he's still a child and can never be a Hokage. After thinking about it for some more time, Sarutobi sent the report of the victory in Cloud to every main camp, and also the orders of Kozuki's transfer to the camp near Rock Village. Jiraiya's camp. Jiraiya had a serious expression on his face, unlike his usual wretched smile, while looking at the map in front of him. Minato and Shikaku also stood beside him, debating on their next move against the rock. Report. The 3 of them heard a shout outside the tent, as Jiraiya let the messenger in. Handing the scroll to Jiraiya, the messenger left the camp as Jiraiya unsealed the scroll in the curious gazes of Minato and Shikaku. Haha, I knew that kid would make a sensation. After reading the report, Jiraiya started laughing loudly as he handed the scroll to Minato. Amazing! This was all Minato could say after reading the report, as the news on the scroll was too unbelievable. Haha! Get ready, he is coming here, we have to welcome him properly. Jiraiya was in a good mood and couldn't wait for the arrival of Kozuki. Similar scenes also occurred in the camp near the sand where Kurenai and Shizen were allocated in the medical squad to help the injured. I knew Kozuki would be famous all over the world. Kurenai had a big smile on her face as the news had slowly spread throughout the ninja world, so she naturally knew of it. Whether it was an enemy or a foe, they all knew that Konoha had a new 10-year-old powerhouse who could change the terrain with just a swing of his sword. Due to his exceptional swordsmanship that was seen by the Cloud Shinobi during his fight, and even the Raikage son who survived after his fight, named Kozuki the only person who was worthy of his respect as an opponent after his father. He personally gave him the name Sword Demon, which was soon famous throughout the ninja world. Damn! Orochimaru sat in his camp reading the scroll he just received from Sarutobi and immediately became angry after reading it. Orochimaru, who had the hunch before that Sarutobi didn't want him to be Hokage, now believed it truly. Sarutobi ordered him to transfer Kozuki to Rock Battlefield. Isn't this simply weakening his momentum? It seems that you have completely given up on me, Sarutobi teacher. Orochimaru, who had taken numerous innocent lives in his experiments and whose heart has been numb for a long time, felt a little sour in his heart, and his eyes were a bit wet. After all, Sarutobi was the one who gave him the strength he had today, otherwise he would be just a simple orphan without him. So, losing his support, even for someone as evil as Orochimaru, wasn't easy to handle. After a brief silence, Orochimaru finally got over it and called the ninja to summon Kozuki. After a few minutes, Kozuki entered the camp as he saw Orochimaru, who always had the gloomy aura around him, was even more gloomy. Kozuki got vigilant as he can't trust this vicious snake. After all, he can even kill his own teacher. He don't be so alert, even if I can't do anything to you, right? Orochimaru, perhaps sensing him to be vigilant, laughed, heavily easing the atmosphere, as he was a bit frank today with Kozuki. Kozuki was a bit confused by his behavior, but didn't thought much as he came forward. Why did you call me Orochimaru? Kozuki cut straight to the subject and didn't address him as politely as before. Orochimaru wasn't offended by his words as he handed him the scroll. Looking at the scroll, ordering him to leave for the rock village. Kozuki was a bit confused at first, but soon he thought of Orochimaru's gloomy aura. He understood the whole story immediately. But Kozuki didn't care, much as the battle for Hokage between Orochimaru and Minato didn't affect him at all. I will depart early tomorrow morning, Kozuki replied after reading the scroll and was about to leave. Wait, Kozuki-kun. As Kozuki was about to leave, Orochimaru called him from behind as he stopped and looked at Orochimaru. Kozuki-kun, aren't you curious why you were transferred suddenly? Orochimaru was curious that whether Kozuki had figured out why he was transferred or even he was just a puppet for the village and for Sarutobi. Had it novel been at? Don't you know it already? Me being here will only help you increase your reputation, and that is against your teacher's plan. Kozuki didn't mind being frank with Orochimaru since he knew he was smart enough to know that he wasn't someone he could offend. He as expected of someone who even I can't see through you really are different from those puppets. Orochimaru was excited as Kozuki really didn't disappoint him and was smart enough to see through Sarutobi. Kozuki didn't care for his compliment. He went towards the exit. Kozuki couldn't remember if teacher Sarutobi can't control anyone. He would try to get rid of him. So be careful. Orochimaru shouted from behind, reminding Kozuki that he had to be careful from Sarutobi, and he was also curious for his future and didn't want him to die prematurely. Kozuki just smiled after hearing his words and left without looking back. He knew the true face of Sarutobi, so he had already expected that there might be a day when they would be on opposite sides. He didn't have any malice for Konoha, but if there is an opportunity, he would clean the two tumors known as Danzo and Sarutobi himself. Early in the morning next day, Kozuki quietly left the camp of Orochimaru as he marched towards his destination quickly. Without any trouble on his way, Kozuki arrived at his destination 5 days later. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of camp, he saw a blonde-haired, guy stood in front. Alongside him was a person with red marks under his eyes and white hair. Haha, the famous sword demon is finally here. Jiraiya came forward laughing as he greeted him with a big smile. I have long wanted to meet the famous Jiraiya-san of the Sannin. Kozuki also came forward and replied in a friendly way. Kozuki really liked the character of Jiraiya in his previous life and wanted to be on friendly terms with him. There was also something he wanted from Jiraiya, but that was for the later and not now. It's been a long time, Kozuki-kun. Minato beside was a bit reserved, but he greeted Kozuki politely. Yeah, Senior Minato. The last time we met, I think it was a year ago. Kozuki replied as he remembered their last encounter at the yakiniku restaurant. You must be tired by the long journey. Your tent is ready, so you can freshen up and then we can talk about the war. Let's go inside. After a simple greeting, Kozuki entered the camp alongside Jiraiya and Minato. We have been in a stalemate with the stone since the start. Jiraiya, along with Minato and Shikaku, reported the current situation of the war with Stone. Stone has the 4- and 5-tailed Jinchuriki, along with the front-line commander Akatsuchi. Even for me and Minato, it is difficult to fight the 3 together, but now that you are here we can deal with them separately. The last 3 attacks, due to insufficient high power, they were only in a passive situation, which also caused massive causalities and huge loss. According to our scouts, the stone is preparing for another attack, maybe in 1 or 2 days. We have buried explosive tags here and many other traps, but that will not be enough. Shikaku, beside, pointed to the map, informing Kozuki about their preparations against the stone. You can leave the 5 tails to me. After listening to their report, Kozuki presented his help by dealing with the 5 tails. I'll take on the 4 tails, and Minato can deal with the rest. Jiraiya also chipped in as a complete battle plan was formed after their fierce debate. Remember, if the Jinchuriki fully transforms, try to keep it away from the battlefield and deal with it separately. Jiraiya gave the final reminder as Kozuki left the camp along with Minato. Have you gotten used to here, Kozuki-kun? On their way back, Minato asked Kozuki about his time here. It's far better here than to stay with the cold Orochimaru-san. Kozuki felt relieved here, as here, there was no danger of a snake attacking him suddenly. Haha, is that so? Minato laughed as he had met Orochimaru and knew of the gloomy aura he excluded. Sensei, you had to train me. This bastard Kakashi looks down on me. As Kozuki and Minato were having a chat, a large shout interrupted them, and a person with large goggles on his forehead, along with a girl with purple paint on her both cheeks and a masked white hair, kid arrived near them. Oh, is that Kozuki? What are you doing here? I heard that you defeated the Raikage-san. Is that true? Obito saw Kozuki beside his sensei and immediately asked about the rumors he heard about him. When he heard the news that Kozuki had cut the tails of a tailed beast and even defeated the Raikage-san, he along with Kakashi were surprised beyond words. They have seen the tail beast during the war, and they knew how frightening it was, but Kozuki, who was the same age as them, not only defeated it, but also cut its tails. Ah, you look like you had a good time here. Kozuki saw the cheerful Obito, but didn't answer his question as he wasn't used to praise himself. Of course this uncle is going to be the Hokage. How can I be scared from the war? Added Novel Benedat. Obito immediately started to brag after hearing his words. Ignoring this idiot, Kozuki looked at Kakashi and was surprised. He could feel that Kakashi's aura was a lot stronger than before, comparable to a Jonin. Kakashi, it seems you are really working hard for your dream. Kakashi has indeed trained a lot. If it wasn't for Rin to treat him, he could have damaged his body. Minato beside explained and was also a bit helpless for his disciple. Kozuki, I want to fight you again. Kakashi looked at Kozuki and wanted to know how big was the gap between them. Later that night, Kakashi came to Minato's tent. Teacher Minato, please train me. Kakashi ran to the Minato and requested him to train him. Is this really his disciple Kakashi? Minato couldn't believe it, looking at the boy with a bruised nose and swollen face. The mask couldn't cover his swollen face, and there were circles of bruises on his eyes. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Minato looked at Kakashi in front of him and couldn't help asking. Teacher Minato, please train me. Kakashi thought that a few minutes ago, Kozuki had not even taken the sword out of the scabbard, and he was brutally abused him with his bare hands. Okay, it's too late, we will start tomorrow. Seeing that Kakashi didn't want to say it, Minato didn't keep asking, but I guessed it was Kozuki. He couldn't help but sigh. He was so cruel even to his friends. If it weren't for Kakashi's face mask, Minato would really not recognize that the boy in front of him was Kakashi. But he really did not expect that Kakashi would lose so easily. He knew the strength of Kakashi. Perhaps even an ordinary Jonin was not his opponent. It can only be said that Kozuki is special and different after all. Both Kakashi and Kozuki are of the same age, and both are talented, and Minato was happy that Kakashi had a rival that drove him to work hard. The war has officially begun. Asshole, did you prepare in advance? Akatsuchi stared sullenly at Konoha Legion, not far away, said in a low voice. Then fight it head on. Rashi beside frowned and then said. He thought they could take advantage of the early morning, when Konoha would not be so vigilant and kill them all by surprise. Unexpectedly, Konoha arranged a large number of scouts and traps on the road. Let the situation change from a surprise attack to a head-on battle. It seems that today is a hard battle. Akatsuchi, today there will be a decisive battle, Jiraiya said loudly to the Stone Legion, standing on the opposite side. At the same time, both hands are making gestures one by one behind the back. Obviously for this day, the tactics that have been trained for a long time can be used. Jiraiya, today I'll bury all the Konoha ninja alive. Akatsuchi was about to make a long talk with Jiraiya, but was interrupted by the ninjutsu on the other side. Fire style, great fireball. Fire style, flame dragon jutsu. Wind style, great wind slash. As early as the moment Jiraiya gestured, Konoha's ninja had already begun to prepare for combined ninjutsu. On the battlefield, in an instant, the fire took advantage of the wind. The wind borrows from the fire, overwhelmingly burning the Stone Legion. Asshole Jiraiya, you did a sneak attack. Defend fast, defend fast. Facing the overwhelming flames on the opposite side, Akatsuchi was suddenly frightened and angry. Earth style, earth wall, earth style, multi-mud wall. The Stone Legion responded quickly and used defensive ninjutsu in time. However, no matter how fast the reaction, it could not prevent some deaths and injuries. This is also the drawback of Stone Village. Compared with Konoha Ninja, who generally practiced 5 elements ninjutsu, Stone tolerated terrain restrictions and generally majored in earth-style ninjutsu. This also caused the situation that they can only be passively beaten. Otherwise, you can use a stronger wind style and then blow the weak flames back. Asshole Konoha, face my wrath. Facing this kind of thing, Akatsuchi obviously couldn't bear it. Standing up decisively behind the earth wall created by Stone Shinobi, his hands quickly formed seals. From the number of seals, it can be seen that this is definitely a high-level ninjutsu. Earth style, ground-shaking jutsu. Akatsuchi shouted the name of ninjutsu loudly and placed his hands at the ground at the same time. Suddenly, at the feet of all Konoha's ninjas, there were bursts of violent vibrations. Hurry up! Shinobi around felt the changes and urged anxiously. The earth shook violently, and immediately, like a volcanic eruption, magma was ejected from the ground, and the Konoha ninjas around suddenly suffered heavy losses. Hateful! Jiraiya looked at the sight and saw the death of the ninja he immediately got angry. Kozuki Minato. But his biggest shortcoming is that there is no large-scale long-range attack ninjutsu. At it novel been at. For a while, he could only roar unwillingly, and at the same time called Kozuki and Minato to move forward. Kozuki saw the people who were laughing together yesterday. They became corpses today and couldn't help but become a bit sad. This was the fate of ninja. All he could do was to kill the enemy to avenge those who died. With Kozuki taking the lead with a knife, he immediately destroyed the big earth wall with just a single slash. The fight has officially begun. There were ninjutsu interlaced on the battlefield, shurikens flying, and people losing their lives every minute and every second. On the battlefield, nothing was more brilliant than Kozuki and Minato. His huge red slashes immediately destroyed anyone who wore the stone vest. And Namake's Minato was also harvesting lives with his flying Raijin Jutsu. Within the attack range of his custom-made kunai, whether it was Jonin, Chunin, or even Jinin, all were killed together in an instant. And he kept shuttling around the kunai, leaving only a dazzling yellow light. Bastard! Seeing Kozuki and Minato slaughtering stone shinobi at a large scale, Akatsuchi couldn't help but get angry. Isn't that the newly emerged sword demon? What's he doing here? Beside Akatsuchi stood a tall man wearing a red armor. How would I know? But we have to stop them. Akatsuchi couldn't wait anymore and wanted to attack them immediately. You deal with the yellow flash, I'll deal with sword demon. Han the five-tail Jinchuriki immediately rushed towards Kozuki with steam emitting from furnace on his back. And Akatsuchi also stared Minato that flashed on the battlefield. Kozuki Shiro. Han shouted Kozuki's name, and his whole body rushed towards Kozuki. Kozuki, who had already sensed Han, also gave up the opponent in front of him, and red light flashed in his eyes as he brought his blade in front of him. Boiling style. Steam fist. The blade collided with a huge rock fist, and a huge shock wave suddenly knocked all the surrounding ninjas into the air. The ninjas who were knocked into the air were completely wiped out by the ninjutsu and shuriken flying in the air before they landed. This is the battle between the strong, and the weak can't even resist the aftermath. In a few breaths, the blade and steam fist had collided for several rounds. The surrounding ninjas all consciously kept a safe distance of tens of meters from them. Avoid being killed by the aftermath. The blade collided with the steam fist again. The two people seemed to be in a stalemate, but the breathing of Han was a bit fast, and his face flushed. Damn, what monstrous strength. Han could feel the pain from the slash wounds on his fist. Even when he covered them with the steam chakra, he still got injured. Song. With a loud and clear noise, Han pushed hard with all his strength, and immediately separated from Kozuki and formed a certain distance. Kozuki still stood straight looking at him, his face calm, not affected by the round earlier. Your reputation is deserved, but I'm not someone you can trample over. Red chakra coat immediately covered Han, and five tails appeared behind him as he turned into a humanoid tail beast. Die! The voice mixed with the sound of beast was extremely frightening as Han with extreme speed appeared in front of Kozuki, his claw moving towards him. Fast! Kozuki was surprised by his speed as it was only a few points slower than Reikage, but he still dodged it easily and slashed back. Boom, boom, boom. The whole battlefield was destroyed as explosive sounds rang throughout the battlefield. Damn, I still can't hit him. Han, who had transformed into a humanoid tail beast, still had a clear mind as he was a perfect Jinchuriki. Kozuki in front decided to end this fight since he had enjoyed it thoroughly. Kozuki jumped into the air, his blade held high. He's up to something. The tail beast reminded Han, who immediately opened his mouth, and purple ball of energy gathered in front as he swallowed it. One sword style. Flying dragon. Kozuki slashed the sword downward as a huge red slash, nearly 60 m long, drowned upon Han, who looked like an ant in front so of it. Roar. Han roared as a beam of light was ejected from his mouth, crashing with the slash. Save yourself. Both Stone and Konoha Ninja stopped the fight, immediately protecting themselves from the shock waves. After a few minutes, the shock waves receded as a huge monster appeared in front of everyone. It had a white horse-like body with a dolphin head and 5 tails behind it. Oh, you blocked it. Kozuki was surprised looking at the tail beast in front, as he didn't expect him to survive, as that was one of his strongest attacks. Human, you remind me of someone I saw a long time ago, but you are still far from him. A feminine voice rang throughout the battlefield as Koku spoke to Kozuki. She has lived since the era of Sage of Six Paths and has seen countless strongmen, but Kozuki was the second strongest swordsman she has ever seen. Her attack earlier was destroyed by the slash, so she transformed, saving Han. Koku didn't talk anymore as she opened her mouth and a huge purple ball started gathering in front of her. Retreat. Jiraiya, who saw the tail beast bomb, immediately shouted as he knew that attack wasn't something the shinobi around could withstand. Move away quickly. Akatsuchi was also horrified since the tail beast bomb won't distinguish from foe or enemy and kill everyone on its way. Looking at the huge Baijidama in front, Kozuki, who was stunned by her words, immediately threw his doubts out of his mind and his grip on Shusui tightened. Red aura began to appear around Kozuki, hovering around him, and the Shusui in his hands was imbued with haki as he was going to use his strongest attack. Koku ejected the bomb as it flew towards Kozuki, pulverizing everything on its way. Bang! Kozuki, who was surrounded with red aura, put force under his feet as he flew towards the Baijidama, destroying the ground underneath. One sword style. Evening Palace. A huge red crescent shape, hundreds of meters long and equally wide, appeared as it seemed to cut open the world. The Baijidama was like a piece of paper immediately divided into two, as the slash, without weakening, divided Koku into two as well, and it continued several tens of meters, destroying everything on its way. The clouds above the sky moved away, and shock waves covered the whole battlefield. The movement caused by the huge sword aura attracted the attention of the surrounding ninjas, but all the ninjas who looked over couldn't help but fall into a sluggish state. At this time, they could still see that Kozuki was holding a knife in his hands, and not far in front of him was a corpse of Han divided in two. After Death Tail Beast vanishes, leaving Han, and behind him was a long, deep slash mark that continued several tens of meters. Even on the battlefield, this area can't help being quiet. It's silent. Master Han is dead. Kozuki killed the Master Han. Sword Demon killed Han. Finally, a ninja was hit by a shuriken flying from a distance in the arm, and the pain brought him back to his senses, and he exclaimed suddenly. Unlike the panicking voices of stone, Konoha Ninja's voice is not only shocked, but also has a touch joy. Han is dead, which means that Konoha has an extra top combat power to dominate. On the other side of the battlefield, Minato reacted quickly. Akatsuchi, who was stunned by the death of Han, didn't notice that he had a kunai near him. And the next moment, Minato flashed behind him, and a glimpse of the light of kunai shone in the sunlight. Minato disappeared the next moment, and a corpse with a wound on his neck was left there, and the ninjas surrounding them, even if they had been baptized by the news of the killing of Han, couldn't help but exclaim. Master Akatsuchi was killed by Konoha's ninja. Minato killed Akatsuchi. One after another bad news immediately destroyed the morale of Stone Shinobi. Rashi and Jiraiya have been facing each other since the start of the battle. Rashi, the four-tailed Jinchuriki, was also a perfect Jinchuriki. He can perfectly utilize the power of four tails, making him a terrifying foe. In addition to his own powerful physical skills, he can also borrow the tail beast chakra. And even after using the full tail beast transformation, he can still retain his consciousness. If he is allowed to attack freely, then all the ninja here might be destroyed by him. For Rashi, it's the same with Jiraiya. As one of Konoha's Sannin, Jiraiya's reputation has spread throughout the ninja world. Even if he turns into a complete beast, Jiraiya can summon Mount Mayaboku Toad to fight him. The most important thing is that Jiraiya is proficient in sealing art. For Jinchuriki, the ninja who is proficient in sealing jutsu is their nemesis. They had just fought a battle and stopped momentarily due to the fight between Kozuki and Han, as both of them were looking forward to the result of the battle between Kozuki and Han. At this time, they also heard the sound of exclamation from a distance. Will you continue to fight? If you continue to fight, you will be wiped out. Although Jiraiya was shocked in his heart, he did not expect that Kozuki would be able to block that Baijidama and even kill the Jinchuriki. We will withdraw. Rashi also heard the sound coming from afar. Although he couldn't believe it in his heart, the news that wasn't denied even once by the Stone Shinobi. I'm afraid this is true. So he snorted and ordered the ninja on the side. Jiraiya also gave the order to stop the fight. Soon, the order of both Rashi and Jiraiya spread to the entire battlefield. Although Konoha's ninja was not reconciled, they could only obey the orders of Jiraiya. The fighting on the entire battlefield stopped, and Konoha's ninja and Stone Ninja all came behind their respective leaders. Because Akatsuchi has been killed by Minato, Iwagakure stood behind Rashi. You won the battle, Jiraiya, but it is not over yet. Wait for the anger of Tsuchikage-sama, Rashi said calmly to Jiraiya. Then he led Stone Shinobi behind him and evacuated the battlefield. Sensei, obviously we have the advantage. Why should we just stop fighting? At this time, Minato came next to Jiraiya and couldn't help but ask. Look around. Look at how many ninjas we have left. Jiraiya glanced at Minato in front of him, and then turned to look at Konoha's ninja army. Minato also turned around when he heard the words. After seeing the surrounding situation clearly, his eyes suddenly showed an unbelievable look. When Konoha's ninja came out of the camp, there were nearly 3,000 ninjas, but there are no more than 800 ninjas still standing. There were many jonin he was familiar with, and they all disappeared on the battlefield at this time. Obviously, the price Konoha paid in this war was too great. Rashi is a perfect Jinchuriki. If we really push him, even if we kill him, only you, me, and Kozuki might be the only one to leave alive. We have already won. Yes, Stone Shinobi has already lost. That's enough, Jiraiya said heavily. At this moment, looking at the dead lives around him, he really hoped that the child of prophecy could stop this bloodshed. Look carefully to see if there are any injured Konoha ninja. We will bring the hero's body back to Konoha. Now is not the time to think about these things. Jiraiya cleared his thoughts, looked at the corpses everywhere, and said in a deep voice, The Konoha Legion headed by Jiraiya defeated the Stone Legion headed by Akatsuchi. The news quickly spread throughout the ninja world. There are many outstanding young ninjas in this battle, and the familiar name was once again heard by all the ninja world. The most outstanding performer was Kozuki, and has now entered the blacklist of major ninja villages. At the age of 10, he cut the tails of a tailed beast, defeated the Raikage Sun, divided the 5 tails into 2. The swordsmanship that could even split the Baijidama, the strongest attack in ninja world, was feared by everyone. Because of this, his name, Sword Demon, became even more famous. Minato was also included in the blacklist of the ninja villages, because he killed numerous jonin of stone, and even Akatsuchi died in his hand. Because the speed is too fast, and only yellow rays of light could be seen during his fight, he was given the name Yellow Flash. There are also many young geniuses, and the most brilliant one is Kakashi Hitaki, the son of White Fang who could fight jonin at the age of 10. But at the same time, he was also included in the kill list of major villages. At this time, on the other side of the border of the Country of Fire, a small town near the border of Land of Water was occupied by Danzo and turned into his base. At Novel Benedet, Danzo is sitting in the conference room of the base. There is a table in front of him. On the table is the report of Kozuki. Sarutobi, you can't let him grow anymore, otherwise I'm afraid we won't be able to handle him, Danzo muttered while reading the record of Kozuki on the latest report. In his opinion, Hiruzen's decision was wrong. The war is nowhere close to its end, and Kozuki had grown so much. If the war lasts for another 2 to 3 years, who knows how much would he grow? But now he doesn't have the confidence to deal with Kozuki alone. At this time, Danzo had already fought against the ninja of Mist many times. For the Mist ninja who came to attack Konoha, they were all put to death mercilessly. However, the frequency of appearance of Mist ninjas is also increasing. What he hopes most at this time is to have a powerful subordinate who could follow his orders, and Kozuki fitted this criterion completely. Moreover, in his opinion, Sarutobi has always been too conservative. If it was him, he would concentrate Konoha's strength as early as the beginning of the ninja war and launch a war and directly defeat the Mist. Sarutobi was too incompetent, and he didn't deserve to be Hokage at all. The teacher's decision was wrong. If he was Hokage, the ninja world would have been unified already by him. When Danzo was having sweet dreams, Sarutobi, on the other hand, also got the news of the defeat of Stone Legion. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on the chair, holding the smoke pipe in his hand, puffing clouds of smoke one after another. On the table in front of him, there was the report of the victory against a Wagakure. Originally, when he first sent Kozuki with Orochimaru, he had a feeling that he had done something wrong. His original idea was to wait until Orochimaru was desperate and then let Minato save the battlefield, so as to pave the way for Minato. But he really didn't expect that Kozuki could defeat the Raikage Sun and the two-tailed Jinchuriki and kill the elite Jonin. It's so easy to be defeated by a child. You can run away if you can't beat him. Just to be cautious, he sent Kozuki to the Rock Village, so that Orochimaru won't make any more miracles. And what he didn't expect was that he sent him to Rock, but he actually grabbed the limelight of Minato. Minato did kill Akatsuchi, which was a great achievement. But Kozuki actually killed the Jinchuriki of Stone Village. This was beyond his expectation. That's the Jinchuriki, one of the trump card of every great nation. He only wanted Minato to be famous, not Kozuki, but now the reputation of Kozuki even surpassed Minato by some points. Whenever anyone in Konoha or the ninja world would talk about the defeat of Stone, the first name would be Sword Demon, and the second would be Yellow Flash. This is against a script he wrote, and he had decided already not to let Kozuki interfere anymore. And Kozuki was growing strong at a terrifying speed, and he wasn't sure that he and Danzo could deal with him after the war. Thinking of this, Sarutobi couldn't help but take a deep breath of the pipe in his hand. Call. Spitting out the smoke, he had already made a decision at this time. Although it's a bit late, I can only do so. He waved his hand to the ninja of Umbu. Whoosh. The figure was the Umbu captain with Cat's face mask. He saw Sarutobi's gesture and appeared next to Sarutobi. Call the war messenger here. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand and said solemnly to the Umbu captain, Yes. Whoosh. After receiving the order of Sarutobi, the Umbu captain responded and then disappeared into the Hokage office. Shortly after, whoosh, whoosh, a figure appeared in the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, you are looking for me. The messenger saw the serious Sarutobi and spoke first. I'm going to ask you to go to the camp in Rock Village and call Kozuki Shiro back to Konoha. Sarutobi said solemnly. I understand, Hokage-sama. When will I leave? When Messenger heard the words of Sarutobi, he was slightly startled, although he wondered why. Kozuki, who was doing such a good job, was called back, but he reacted immediately and then replied, Leave as soon as possible. Speaking of it, Sarutobi, he handed him the official order document. Messenger took it and put it away carefully. Lord Hokage, then I will leave first. Messenger said respectfully, and then disappeared with a swish. Only Sarutobi was left alone in the room, thinking of what to do with Kozuki. After a long time, Sarutobi leaned back on the chair behind him, took a deep breath of smoke, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. The camp of Tsunade. Shizun, Kurenai, try to control your chakra more precisely. Tsunade, who wore the gray armor, stood in front as she guided the two disciples she accepted recently. During the time in the war, she was tired of doing all the hard work. Chiyo of the Sand would use deadly poison against Konoha every time, and she was the only one who could make the antidote. This took a huge toll on her, but thankfully she found two girls who had great talent and accepted them as her disciple. She was afraid of blood, so these little girls could help her in the surgery and ease her work. Kurenai and Shizun were fully concentrated on healing the fish in front. Both of them learned how weak they were during the war. So even Kurenai, for just to get strong, started learning from Lady Tsunade, but she hasn't stopped her illusion training. Lady Tsunade, this is the report from Stone Village. At this time, a kunoichi entered the camp handing Tsunade a scroll. Tsunade took the scroll as the kunoichi retreated. After unsealing the scroll, Tsunade read the report and couldn't help but be surprised. You have a good teammate. After reading the scroll, Tsunade said, looking at the little girls, Kozuki, what happened? Hearing it was about Kozuki, both of them immediately got curious, looked at Tsunade for more news. Had it novel been at? Tsunade didn't answer, but handed the scroll to these two as it wasn't a secret to hide. Yes, Kozuki is getting stronger. We can't be left behind. After reading the scroll, both of them cheered happily for Kozuki's success, but started to practice again as to not to be a burden to Kozuki in the future.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.